Hey everyone, it's me, Goku! Don't forget to subscribe to UnrealEntGaming. Here, you'll find the latest Dragon Ball news and content. Also, don't forget to like the video and follow Unreal on both Instagram and Twitter.
Kakarot! You, Kakarot, you will be the first to turn on notifications. And give this video a like right now, or else I'll destroy you!
As the story of Dragon Ball Super continues to expand through the form of its monthly manga releases, ever since the conclusion of the Galactic Patrol Prisoner arc, The Story of Moro, which had transpired directly after the events of both the Tournament of Power and the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, we were immediately then introduced to a brand new story within the Dragon Ball Super universe, and that story was the tale of the last surviving Cerulean warrior. Enter the Granolah arc, which not only went on to further expand upon previously existing concepts within Dragon Ball lore, but it also went on to introduce us all to many new elements that were previously missing within the Dragon Ball Super story, which ultimately included elements such as revenge, selfishness, betrayal, misguidance, and struggle through its ups and downs and how it affected Dragon Ball Super and laid down the foundation for what's to come in the near future and so much more next. Now before we dive any further into this video, if you are new to the channel and of course have a love and passion for all things Dragon Ball related, including its manga, anime, video games, fan animations, fan mangas, and more, in which would also like to be kept up to date with everything in regards to the Dragon Ball Super manga, the Dragon Ball Super anime, Dragon Ball video games, and any and all additional content within the Dragon Ball universe, then I do encourage you guys to head on over and smash that subscribe button and turn on all notifications by clicking on the bell icon to always be notified whenever a brand new video is posted onto the channel, as well as giving this video a big thumbs up by slapping that like button down below if you guys are simply excited to see what the future holds for the Dragon Ball franchise. And with all that being said, I want to thank you all so much for your time, thank you all so much for supporting the channel, and now let's dive straight into the video. Now, in order for us to gain a better understanding as to what the Granolah the Survivor arc is all about and represents, we'll have to first start by going back to where it all ended, and it ended during the events of the Galactic Patrol Prisoner arc. Now, the Granolah Saga was officially introduced simultaneously along with the end of the Moro story on December 20th, 2020 during Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 67. Now, this was a pivotal moment within the story of Dragon Ball Super because everything was about to change with the introduction of the last known surviving Cerulean warrior that went by the name of Granolah. Now, the concept behind Granolah began with the defeat of Moro on Earth following his attempts of becoming one with the planets. The battle itself that was waged on Earth by our heroes was by no means an easy task for them to overcome, but beyond this, one would only imagine that through Moro's defeat that there would be nothing left behind in the process following the aftermath of Moro's destruction by the hands of Goku and his friends, but unfortunately to the surprise of many, there was, as this would play a very important role later on within the story, and the remnants that were left behind were ultimately the remnants of OG-73. Now, the remnants of OG-73I was still intact and pursued for a bounty after it was later discovered that OG-73I was still alive and regarded as being very valuable to retrieve, although to the surprise of those who retrieved the android, there was a bounty hunter who was also looking for the android as well. But this wasn't just your ordinary bounty bounty hunter that was looking for the remnants of OG-73, but instead, this mysterious individual that was tasked with the mission in retrieving OG-73 was none other than Granolah himself. But even then, when going back and taking a look at our heroes celebrating Moro's defeat, there were several things being put into question, specifically where the power came from for Goku to defeat Moro, as even Vegeta went on to put this into question by asking Kakarot, "Care to tell us where that final massive burst of power came from?" "Oh yeah," Goku says, I'm not actually too sure myself. Guess there's still someone else amazing here on Earth. Don't give me that," Vegeta says. "Surely you know who they are. Tell me, Kakarot." "I think we'll all find out in due time probably," Goku says, which was not only a direct tease in Goku one day meeting Oob within Dragon Ball Super, but we had also gone on to see the interaction between both the Daikaio and Oob within his village, with the Daikaio thanking Oob by telling him, "Thank you. You are the savior of the universe." "I still don't have a clue on what you're talking about," Oob says, and with the Daikaio shown smiling, Oob wanted to know exactly who he was, as Oob went on to ask, "Who are you anyway, mister? Think of me as your kin, I suppose." "No way," Oob says. "We don't look alike at all." "Farewell," the Daikaio says, which once again had not only teased the concept of Oob being very special within Dragon Ball Super, but it also illustrated the case in point that Goku kind of already knows that there's someone very special that's still living on Earth, but until that day comes, we're going to have to wait and see what that interaction would ultimately be like. Now, it wasn't long after our heroes were then shown all getting together and celebrating not only their victory, but with everyone shown celebrating together, laughing together, eating food together. It was a moment of clarity for everyone to have a little bit of breathing space following the invasion that Moro had in nearly wiping out everything, with our heroes finally then shown relaxing. One of the main Namekian stars of the Galactic Patrol prisoner arc, Eska, was also shown on Earth with our heroes prior to going back to his original home planet, that being Planet Namek, in which even the narration went on to state after saying his goodbyes, Eska returned to Planet Namek. The power of the resurrected Dragon Balls restored the planets caught in Moro's wake and revived the beings who'd been killed. So while now everything was beginning to go back to normal, we then find out that the Galactic Patrol King actually requested for the presence of Goku, Vegeta, and Majin Buu to be there, in gaining the highest possible honor they could, in not only going as far as to acknowledge their efforts in protecting peace, protecting the Galactic Patrol, but also to even go as far as to prevent, defeat, and destroy one of the most dangerous criminals within the known universe. It was fairly evident that the Galactic Patrol King had plans for both Goku, Vegeta, and alongside Majin Buu, to where it was later on revealed during the ceremony that one of the most consequential events that have transpired during the Moro arc had now been completely reversed and overturned, with the resurrection of Maris once again being a part of the Galactic Patrol squad. However, even with Maris now being resurrected, Vegeta went on to put his existence into question by asking, "How are you alive? Didn't you cease to exist?" "Yes," says Maris, "I did cease to exist. As an angel, that is." Which now ultimately goes as far as to show us what had transpired days earlier, because while on the Omni King's planet, both Whis and Beerus were shown bowing before the Grand Priest, as the Grand Priest went on to acknowledge them by commenting, "You two should have some idea of why you've been summoned." "Yeah," Beerus says, "but I had nothing to do with this mess. This was Whis' doing." "I certainly did not expect Maris to violate our laws," Whis responds. "Alas," says the Grand Priest, "I was wrong to place him under your care. My deepest apologies," Whis responds. "Ordinarily, it is the fate of law-breaking angels to vanish from existence forever. That said, I personally eradicated Maris temporarily before resurrecting him as a mortal." "What?" Beerus says, with the Grand Priest continuing, "He now has a lifespan and his angel powers are gone. There was simply no other way to save him." "What moved you to such mercy?" Whis asks. "Actually," the Grand Priest says, "it was this one who came to me willing to sacrifice his own life to save Maris's." And with this mysterious individual then shown revealing himself, the mysterious individual happened to be none other than the Supreme Kai, as even Beerus could not believe that the Supreme Kai was about to give his life in order to save Maris's, as Beerus went on to ask, "Kaioshin, when did you get here?" "It was all I could do, I'm afraid," says the Supreme Kai. "How dare dare you put our lives on the chopping block, Beerus shouts. You and I are two sides of the same coin, remember? In any case, the Grand Priest cuts in, for your involvement in this trouble, I will have to impose a penalty on the three of you. What kind of penalty, Beerus asks, as we only then learn of the Omni King's guards taking a mini vacation and stepping away. The penalty that Beerus and the others had to face was none other than playing and interacting with both of the Omni Kings, which subsequently enough had tortured Beerus, with the Omni Kings using Beerus as somewhat of a playmate. Not only were the Omni Kings using Beerus as somewhat of a means of a racehorse in racing against the other, but by the way they were interacting with Beerus and causing him to be exhausted and extremely tired after playing with him, Beerus was absolutely livid by the overall idea that all of this had stemmed from Maris being erased, as with the Omni Kings yelling for both the Supreme Kai and for Beerus to run faster. As soon as Beerus was then shown collapsing, the Omni Kings didn't seem to be very pleased by this, with the Omni Kings commenting, "You have to galley up faster." "Yes, sir, as you wish." "I've been meaning to give their two attendees some time off," the Grand Priest says, "so this is perfect." "Damn it," Beerus says to himself, "this is all Goku's fault. Maris only broke that dumb law because of him. Whis, what's Goku up to right now?" "Goku," Whis says? My, he appears to be partying it up with Maris and the others at the Galactic Patrol HQ. You're kidding me," Beerus says, with his eyelids being shown pulled back by the Omni King. We then take a look at when going back to the Galactic Patrol HQ, how everyone was seemingly celebrating, involving Chaco and Goku, Vegeta, Maris, Majin Buu, the Galactic Patrol King. All had then seemed to be going peaceful and well enough for our heroes within Universe 7 until we had later learned about the reactivation and requirement of that of OG-73, which as its original owners had requested for OG-73 to be retrieved. Deep within space itself, there is a ship with a mysterious individual shown within it making his way towards OG-73's location, who is now tasked with a mission in retrieving this android for the sole purpose of profit, and this individual was none other than Granolah himself. Which, interestingly enough, with Granolah shown making his way closer towards the targeted location, Granolah then went on to ask, "It's that ship, right, Oatmeal?" "Correct," Granolah says Oatmeal, "but do be careful because there could be many on board." "Gotcha, prepare to provide support." "Roger that," says Oatmeal. To where as Granolah had then made his way on board the ship, Granolah did not waste any more time than by further drawing out his weapon and shooting everybody on board and making sure that he had gone on to reach his designated location, because the targeted mark in which Granolah had gone on to seek was located somewhere on board that ship. So to avoid any more trouble, Granolah ended up shooting his way through and trying to make his way into finding OG-73, which the captain of the ship was not having any of it and wanting to stop the intruder from capturing him. So as a means of protocol, what the captain of the ship ended up doing was the captain of the ship ended up releasing several OG soldiers against Granolah, as Oatmeal went on to inform Granolah by telling him they're finally here. "Those? I see," Granolah says. "So which one's the target?" Granolah asks. "Run a scan, Oatmeal." "Currently scanning," Oatmeal responds, but then, as quickly as Oatmeal attempted to run a scan on the OG soldiers, the OG soldiers then took it upon themselves in directly initiating combat against Granolah and attacking him, as Oatmeal went on to tell Granolah, "That's OG-72I, not the one we want." To where before OG-72 could even react, Granolah had gone on and sticking his arm out and shooting OG-72 directly in the forehead, and not only going as far as to kill OG-72 instantly, but as soon as the other OG soldiers made their way in, with Granolah being the specialized sniper that he was, Oatmeal went on to inform Granolah by telling him, "OG-20, OG-W, OG-51, OG-31, the target is not here." And given that the target of OG-73 was not found within that group, Granolah had then proceeded in taking out each and every single one of the OG soldiers by himself. As a means of making his way down the corridor, Oatmeal went on to inform Granolah by telling him, "There are more within." This way, Granolah asks, as once more he was met by additional OG soldiers waiting for him, but by being the specialized tactician and sniper that Granolah was, none of this was an issue given the fact that these biological androids paled in comparison to the power that Granolah had at that time, because Granolah had gone on and shooting each of them in the forehead, including one of the keypads that he had spotted on the wall, and as soon as Granolah had gone on and walking through the corridor, Granolah was then shocked to see that there was one OG soldier recuperating within a rejuvenation chamber, while many more OG soldiers had then stepped out of their pods odds in defending the one that was recovering. Through the confirmation of Oatmeal in informing Granolah that indeed this was the target, Oatmeal went on to further inform Granolah by telling him there, in the middle, that's OG-73I, to where it was from that point on in which Granolah had finally managed in retrieving and capturing OG-73, and from there making his way back to the organization that had hired Granolah originally in retrieving OG-73. What Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 67 had done was conclude the story of the Galactic Patrol prisoner arc, while at the same time, just like we've seen go down during the events of Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 42, where they basically had gone on to do the exact same thing, and that was by concluding the Tournament of Power, but at the same time, introduce us all to the starting portions of the Galactic Patrol prisoner arc. Here, not only did we get to see subtle moments happen with Goku and Maris, Majin Buu, and the Galactic Patrol, but it went on to set up this narrative to suggest that something big was about to happen, only because we had this mysterious bounty hunter that coincidentally enough knew about OG-73, so his mission was to go and retrieve OG-73 for what purpose? Well, that was yet to be revealed for the time being, because all we knew was that there was something very important with OG-73I that required Granolah in obtaining him, but this did not come without a small price to pay, because as Granolah had gone on and falling asleep on his ship, Granolah had then began to have these weird nightmares that predate all the way back when he was a kid, in overseeing the landscape with multiple Cerealian bodies being shown scattered all throughout the ground, as up in the sky shown hovering above the dead bodies, we also then get to see how Frieza's ship was also shown presently there on the planet itself, with multiple soldiers and individuals being shown exiting these ships, and through that, within the city distance blended in within the smoke, we then observe the shadows of great apes also being shown stomping around the city, as from a first-person perspective, Granolah was shown as a child running inside of an abandoned church, and not only eager enough to get away from the carnage happening outside, but to also escape the clutches of that of the great apes themselves, until, unbeknownst to Granolah above him, there was a massive hole seen within the church, and through the hole we then see how there was a massive great ape that had gone on and sticking his head right through, which interestingly enough, outside of this massive Ozaru sticking his head through, there was a very familiar scar that went down his face, and it was only then during that moment where Granolah came into his own by waking up from this nightmare, as Oatmeal went on to ask, "What's wrong, Granolah? Was it that dream again?" "Yeah," says Granolah, and with Granolah shown turning around and making sure that OG-73 was still intact, Oatmeal further proceeded to remind Granolah that everything's okay by telling him, "Worry not, OG-73I is in stable condition." "Good," Granolah says. "Is anyone following us?" with Oatmeal responding, "After the destruction you brought upon them? No. It will be quite a while before we reach the Heater's base," Oatmeal says. "I suggest a cold sleep," with Granolah responding, "No. I'm wide awake now." "Do you still despise Frieza's army?" Oatmeal asks. "Sure do. Frieza died several years ago," Oatmeal continues, "and the remnants of his army are but a shadow of their former glory, yes?" "That's what they say," Granolah responds. "Then why obsess?" Oatmeal asks. "Try and move on already." "I guess I should," Granolah says. "First off, it was those barbarous apes within Frieza's army who slaughtered my fellow Cerealians, and even those apes were apparently wiped out by a massive meteor not long after. I've lost both of my avenues for revenge," Granolah says, "but that doesn't explain why that dream still haunts my sleep." "Barbarous apes, you say?" Oatmeal says. "Are you referring to the Saiyans?" "That's right," Granolah responds. As coincidentally enough, speaking of Saiyans, we then venture on over to Beerus' planet, where we get to see how Goku is desperately trying to do his best in capturing the Oracle Fish, with the Oracle Fish absolutely losing his mind after being grabbed by Goku. The Oracle Fish then went on to tell him, "Cut it out! Unhand me, barbarian! Come on," Goku says. "Stop squirming, or else I'll salt ya, grill ya, and gobble ya up." "Do it now, Whis!" Goku shouts, and with Whis shown hopping on down from a tree, out of nowhere, Whis proceeded in spawning a syringe by responding, "But of course," which ironically enough, based on the times that we're living in now, Whis had proceeded in sticking the syringe into the Oracle Fish and injecting something within him, which ultimately had gone on in knocking out the Oracle Fish cold, as Whis went on to respond, "A healthy dose of vitamins is the best solution for insomnia." "That fish gets insomnia?" Vegeta asks. Really? Indeed, Whis says. Once in a great while. Oh man, it keeps floating even while asleep, Goku asks. Fun fact, Whis says, the Oracle Fish suffering from lack of sleep is a bad omen for the future. What? Vegeta asks? Or sometimes it's just nothing, Whis continues. Aw, Goku says, you got my hopes up that some really strong fighter was about to crash the party. Will you ever learn your lesson, Vegeta asks? As all the while, Beerus was shown trying to relax and getting annoyed. As soon as Beerus had also gone on to hop down from his tree, the first thing Beerus had gone on and doing after hopping down was addressing Goku by shouting, "Hey, Goku, don't give me that I wanna fight someone strong crap. You always wind up in over your head and then somehow screw me over too. Did something happen, Goku asks? Yes, Whis says, very much so. Which, ironically enough, was in direct reference to what had happened earlier involving the Omni Kings and Beerus, which from there led to Goku asking Whis if they were going to go back to training, as Goku went on to ask, should we get back to it, Whis? Let's, Whis says. And with Goku then shown closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, it was only then during that moment where Goku had completely changed in entering the realm of the gods by using the power of the completed variation of Ultra Instinct, which interestingly enough, over on the sidelines with Beerus and Vegeta shown observing, Vegeta did not seem to be pleased by the idea of Goku now being able to master Ultra Instinct, as with both Whis and Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku then shown getting into fighting position, Whis went on to inform Goku by telling him, ready when you are, and ready Goku was, because Goku went on to make the first move in dashing up above Whis, in the idea that Goku had assumed the position that he was going to catch Whis off balance, to where as soon as Goku was then shown creating several clones of himself, as soon as Goku had separated and then coming back down on Beerus' planet, Whis did not seem troubled by the idea of handling these clones because as soon as each of these individual clones went on to dash towards Whis, Whis had gone on in slicing through each and every single one of Goku's clones, which not only went on to showcase and demonstrate more of Whis' cognitive abilities in being able to tell which one is which, but Whis also had gone on in consciously making the effort to make Goku look weaker than what he was, because as soon as Whis was finished in slicing through all of Goku's clones, out of nowhere Whis had then gone on in noticing one more clone above him, which Whis had proceeded in effortlessly dashing on up and cutting through the clone, which through this had then led Whis to the real Goku that was shown hovering above Beerus' planet, to where even Goku himself could not believe as to what Whis had just done, as Whis went on to inform Goku by telling him, your real body never descended. An obvious ploy, and with Goku being shown taken back by Whis' words, Whis had then gone on and casually kicking Goku back down onto Beerus' planet, to where one single kick was actually enough in dropping Goku out of Ultra Instinct, because the moment Whis had gone on in touching back down on Beerus' planet, Goku was then shown back in his base form, as Whis went on to tell him, copying me won't get you far, you must develop your own style. Dang, Goku says. I was sure that would work. To where once more, Goku had then gone on in jumping back into Mastered Ultra Instinct in squaring off with Whis once again, to where with a quiet Beerus observing and with Vegeta also shown with him, Vegeta had gone on in putting the overall situation into question by asking, is Whis using Ultra Instinct at the moment, with Beerus responding, not exactly. Angels are always in the Ultra Instinct state. I see, Vegeta says. As when going back to Goku and Whis and overseeing how Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku was continuously attacking him, through the extension of simply using one arm, Whis went on to deflect each and every single one of Goku's attacks by telling him, you may already be aware of this, but the ability to wield Ultra Instinct is not, and of itself, your ultimate goal. As with Whis shown countering Goku's attack and grabbing onto his arm and judo flipping him forward into the water, with Goku shown tumbling on forward, Whis then went on to continue, in fact, it's only the starting point. But Goku by no means was willing to give up the battle, because as he went on to rise up through the water, he quickly wasted little time in once again charging directly at Whis and attacking him, to where once again with one arm, as Whis was shown blocking, he then went on to tell Goku, I have greater command over Ultra Instinct than Maris. And in turn, the Grand Priest's Ultra Instinct is even more accurate than my own. Meaning I'm at the bottom of the ladder, Goku asks? What I meant to say, Whis responds, is that you have at least that much room to train and grow. Doesn't that excite you, Whis asks, as the two are then shown separating. With Goku shown smiling, he then went on to respond, yeah, I'm stoked to even get stronger. To whereas once again the two are shown clashing, Beerus went on to ask Vegeta, you're not gonna try to master it too? It doesn't suit me, Vegeta says. Didn't think so, Beerus responds. I'll surpass Kakarot another way, Vegeta says. Oh yeah, Beerus asks, as he is then shown standing back up. He then continues, it might be possible, but that's up to you, cause Ultra Instinct ain't the only technique of the gods. What, Vegeta asks? That's just the angel specialty, Beerus responds. Or did you really think us gods of destruction would run around using a move where you gotta keep your heart all calm and tranquil? And Vegeta is baffled by this as he went on to ask, then what do you use? Tell me of this technique you gods of destruction use. I'll pass, Beerus responds. Training people ain't in my job description. Anyway, he says as Beerus is shown walking away, I'm gonna exercise to wake myself up. If you see something you want, feel free to steal it, Beerus says, which was an obvious indirect sign that Beerus was willing to teach Vegeta about this technique. So, as Vegeta was then shown climbing up a flight of steps, he then went on to tell Beerus, wait for me, Lord Beerus. As all the while in the meantime, we then see how Granolah had finally arrived to his destination in not only being shown wheeling in OG-73 as he seems to be entering this mysterious palace, but before Granolah could even then reach the door, one of the individuals that was presently there went on to ask Granolah, pocket change, really? What a cruddy haul. Hey, if it ain't my good buddy Granolah, how's it going? But Granolah did not reply by saying a single word, but more or less being more about business, as this individual went on to notice OG-73 recovering and commenting, whoa, ain't that the artificial life form thing that Alex has been asking for? How the heck did you nab it? I mean, wow, great job, he says. What do you say we pretend we snagged this guy together and split the prize? The guy I just handed over didn't make much of a bounty, so come on, please? We've known each other forever, he says, in basically trying to collect the money that was originally meant for Granolah and not him, but Granolah was not having it, so instead, Granolah aimed his fingers directly in that of a gun towards this individual's forehead as Granolah went on to tell him, don't touch Soshiru, or Alec will be paying me for your head as well. Just joking, pal, yeesh. As with Granolah then shown finally making his way inside, we then finally get to see how for the first time we were then introduced to the Heater clan that consisted of Oil, Maki, Gas, and Alec. As the leader of the Heater clan himself went on to greet Granolah, he then went on to comment, Granolah, we can always count on you. Well, let's see it, Alec says, and with Granolah shown wheeling in OG-73, Alec went on to continue, oh, is that what I think it is? Confirm it, Oil, which indeed Oil does, because as Oil was then shown scanning OG-73, Alec went on to tell Granolah, well done, really great job, my money. Now, Granolah says, sure thing, Alec responds. Maki, give our friend his reward. Yep, Maki says, here, which we kind of get more of a better idea as to what Granolah does for a living, because this is what Granolah has to do in order to survive, as Granolah went on to ask, what are you using that thing for, Alec? You want to create a goon squad like Gochi was doing? Alec says, we've got no need for troops. We Heaters ain't running an army here, and if the day comes when we do need more muscle, we'll just hire the best that money can buy. With enough cash to burn, there's nothing you can't have in this universe, Alec says, which pretty much establishes the overall fundamental facts of the Heaters in them not really being a group or an organization that relies on power or muscle, but instead, they seem to more or less rely on money, power, and knowledge as a method of control, with Granolah then uttering money. Right. I guess that's true. Dominating others with military might is a relic of the past, Alec says. These days, power comes in the form of money and intel. Intel, Granolah asks? The one with the most intel controls the universe, am I wrong? And intel is exactly what's packed inside this thing. Right, Granolah says. Well, I wouldn't know much about that. I've got my reward and that's all that matters. What's my next job, Granolah asks? About that, Alec says. The state of things in the universe are shifting, so we don't got any assignments at the moment. What? Granolah asks. Frieza's been revived, Alec says. What did you say? Granolah shouts. He's come back to life? How? No clue, Alec responds. Doesn't matter how it happened. It's bad for business. When people are running around scared, they ain't fired up to make deals, Alec says. But instead of worrying about business, Granolah seems to be more concerned and focused on Frieza's resurrection, as Granolah went on to shout, right now, I could actually kill him. A chance to avenge my people, Granolah says. Where? Where is he? Granolah asks. You have to tell me. Why, Alec asks. Revenge? Don't even try it, Granolah. Frieza's back and somehow stronger than ever. So you'd be playing with fire, probably wouldn't stand a chance, with Granolah responding, let me be the judge of that. Tell me where Frieza is! As Granolah had then made the foolish mistake in walking up the steps that led to Alec's throne, it was only then, out of nowhere, where Gas had immediately taken action in quickly acting on instinct, in speed blitzing behind Granolah and knocking him off balance by kneeing him in the legs, which ultimately caused Granolah to stumble as Gas had went on to Huracarana Granolah off the steps, with Granolah shown falling face down on his face before Gas was able to get behind him, in locking and pinning Granolah down in an armbar, and with Alec having to observe. With a very devious smile on his face, Alec went on to comment, "You're such a hothead, Granolah. I know all about your little grudge against Frieza's army, but proper revenge is best served cold. It takes time and planning. So chill out," Alec says. "Put this whole thing on the back burner until we're ready to help you out. Frieza's army is a thorn in our side too. You feel me?" Yeah, Granolah says. Got it. Great. Let him go, Gas. With Gas then being shown falling back with his group as Granolah went on to stand up and reaching on back down and collecting his money, Alec wanted to make sure that Granolah understood the circumstances as Alec went on to tell him, "Glad we have an understanding. Go home and take some time to cool that head." "Okay," says Granolah, "contact me if there's a job to do." "See ya," says Maki, and with Granolah then shown exiting, Oatmeal kept quiet the entire time as he finally went on to ask Granolah, "Care to explain yourself, Granolah? It's quite unlike you to allow Alec to have the last word," with Granolah responding, "That piece of garbage Frieza will die by my hand. I will have my revenge." "That's all well and good," Oatmeal says, "but remain calm. Why not treat yourself with your earnings first?" As we then get to see how Granolah had boarded his ship and then being shown leaving, Maki was shown observing Granolah's exit from the inside as Maki went on to comment, "Hearing Frieza's name seriously lit a fire under Granolah. He's really got it out for that guy," with Oil asking, "Hey Alec, why did you go and mention Frieza?" with Alec responding, "Our friend Granolah has gotten crazy strong and the power has gone to his head. We'd be in hot water if he ever got stronger than you, Gas." "He could never defeat me," Gas says. "Darn right," Alec responds. "You're the pride and joy of our little family." "Stronger than Gas even?" Maki asks. "Not possible." "Yeah, it's unlikely, but hedging risks is the rule of business," Alec says. "So you see, Frieza's gonna ice the guy for us. So that's our angle," Maki says. "No rush, of course," Alec responds. "Right now, I'm just fired up to see what we can find inside of that thing. I'll start running the analysis," Oil responds. "Soon we'll have what we need," Alec says. "The exact location of Zuno, the ultimate intel broker." As back on Granolah's ship with Granolah shown sitting inside, Oatmeal went on to tell Granolah, "Rest up, it'll take 2 days to reach planet Sorel." "Yeah, I hear you," says Granolah, but then there was an unexpected attack on Granolah's ship, and as soon as Granolah went on to wake back up and looking around, he then noticed that the exact same individual that was after OG-73 in wanting the piece of the bounty from earlier had now found himself attacking Granolah in wanting to get revenge, which had ultimately prompted Oatmeal in telling Granolah to land on a nearby asteroid, which from that point on there were a small group of mercenaries that wanted Granolah dead. So as they quickly followed Granolah, not only did they go on to board Granolah's ship and even go as far as to look for him in wanting to kill him on the spot for what he had done, but to their own surprise, they only then had later found out that Granolah was no longer within his ship, but instead, he was already outside with his plan of attack in taking each and every single one of these individuals down, which, subsequently enough, he did because Oatmeal served as a distraction in being within the cockpit of the ship, as everyone else was then beginning to get dropped one by one as Granolah was then shown on top of a nearby cliff, coincidentally using his Cerulean eye in taking everybody down, which prompted the orchestrator of this entire thing to get so scared that he didn't want any more of the smoke given by Granolah, so instead, he ordered all of his men, including himself, in boarding back onto his ship and having to leave the asteroid, which mind you, Granolah could have, if he wanted to, ended their lives right there on the spot, but instead, Granolah decided to spare them in putting Oatmeal back, with Oatmeal having to tell Granolah, "A profitable encounter, how nice. Your sniping was as impressive as ever," with Granolah responding, "Nah, I missed one of the targets. Did you? Oatmeal asks. In any case, good enough. Not in my book, Granolah says. Alec was right. I'm still not powerful enough to take down Frieza. To avenge the Cerealians I've lost, Granolah says, I'll have to grow stronger than anyone. As eerily enough, when going back onto Beerus's planet and overseeing the Oracle Fish sleeping, it was just as Whis had pointed out earlier, with the Oracle Fish being in such distress, it was a sign of a bad omen to come, because while sleeping, the Oracle Fish went on to utter, Universe 7, balance shifting, strongest warrior in the universe will soon rise up. Now, what Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 68 had done very well was convey and illustrate the idea of what things could have actually been like by seeing what the outcome would be like for Goku to be at his absolute peak and using the concept of mastered Ultra Instinct in going head to head against Whis, only for Whis to kind of inform Goku by telling him that surely enough, even though Goku had mastered the concept of Ultra Instinct, there are still many levels to Ultra Instinct by comparison to the angels, and even by a proxy to the Grand Priest, who seemingly enough seems to have the greatest level of control even by compared to the other angels of using Ultra Instinct. So with Goku being at the absolute bottom, this still gives him enough time and room to grow, in a sense where as Dragon Ball Super continues to expand its story, as does Goku's evolution, in being able to hone Ultra Instinct to those extents, whereas Granolah had not only now discovered the overall idea that Frieza is still alive, but by us actually seeing and gaining a better understanding now as to who and what the Heaters are, does it now only raise more questions than answers as we head into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 69, which basically opens up with Granolah going back to his homeworld of Planet Sorel, aka Planet Cereal for the name pun, as with Granolah shown making his way down, he is not greeted by his own Cerealian people, but instead, there is an entirely new civilization that inhabits the Cerealian planet, and that civilization goes by the name of the Shigarians. Now, it would only appear as though that these individuals seem to be greeting Granolah with kindness, and there doesn't seem to be any signs of tension or any signs of war on the planet currently going on right now, which only further establishes the overall idea that Planet Sorel is currently peaceful, with Granolah shown shopping for goods and also having to retrieve several items that he wants to bring back home, which as a whole, the current society that inhabits Planet Sorel seems to be governed and functioning in a very peaceful and proper way to where everyone seems to be getting along, with Granolah shown having to exit one of these domed cities because apparently enough, there are multiple domed cities scattered throughout Planet Sorel, as Granolah is shown walking up this hill and being contacted by Oatmeal. Oatmeal went on to tell Granolah, say Granolah, why don't you live amongst the Shigarians? With Granolah responding, that city was set up for them by the Heaters. It's not meant for me. But was this not once the planet of the Cerealians? Sure, Granolah says, 40 years ago. As we then have a flashback with the Heaters shown rebuilding on Planet Sorel, Granolah went on to continue, after our planet was ravaged by Frieza's army, the Heaters swooped in and started rebuilding, which from there we get to see a young Gas, a young Maki, a young Oil, and a young Alec. As Granolah went on to continue, the Shigarians had lost their own planets and were roaming through space at the time, so they paid well for this planet. This place became their home, Granolah says, so we decided to move to this mountain. I see, says Oatmeal. Necessary distancing in pursuit of amendable cohabitation. Something like that, Granolah says. Plus, as with Granolah overseeing a rich and beautiful Planet Sorel, he then has another flashback of what Planet Sorel used to look like during Frieza's invasion. As Granolah went on to continue, I see my hometown from the top of this mountain, the one Frieza's people destroyed. It's a reminder of what they did to my planet. That way, I'll never forget. Which, once again, as Granolah is overseeing this, we then see the remnants and shadows of these gigantic great apes stomping around, and literally shown causing mayhem and destruction courtesy of Frieza's order, as we only then later pan back to Beerus and Vegeta and seeing what they were up to. As Beerus was shown pointing at something in the distance, there was no doubt that Vegeta was paying very close attention to what Beerus was saying, as Beerus went on to ask, how many planets have you Saiyans destroyed? Hard to say, Vegeta says. Fighting was the only way of life for my people, so we had a way of racking up sin after sin. Sin, huh? Beerus asks. However, Vegeta responds, it wasn't until Frieza's clan came along and began using us that the destruction and invasions became business as usual. You trying to lay all the blame for your wicked ways on Frieza and his people, Beerus asks. Not in the least, Vegeta responds. In his pursuit for power, my father built his own kingdom on top of countless deaths. Frieza's clan taking control didn't help, but the seeds of the Saiyans' destruction were sown before that. So it was the Saiyans' destiny to be wiped out then, Beerus asks. I'd say so, Vegeta responds. Ridiculous, Beerus comments. But never mind that, Vegeta says, my people's problems aren't your concern. As this went on to really agitate Beerus, with Beerus shown getting in Vegeta's face by telling him, I'm saying it's ridiculous. What, Vegeta asks? What do you mean? Weren't you going to show me a technique used by the gods of destruction? What could that possibly have to do with the history of the Saiyans? Plenty, Beerus says, and with Beerus shown pointing his finger behind him, he just so casually had gone on and firing a ki blast in the distance. However, this wasn't just your ordinary ki blast, as this ki blast went on to destroy one of the moons surrounding Beerus's planet. Both Vegeta and Goku, who was shown training with Whis, were absolutely shocked by this, because as soon as a giant explosion then took place above Beerus's planet, everything on the planet itself was then beginning to shake. The Oracle Fish himself had dropped out of his bowl, which in a comedic way, the Oracle Fish was desperate enough in crawling back into the cup that he was in by also noticing that the water had been tossed up in the air and positioning his cup in such a way that all of the water had safely fallen within it. As the Oracle Fish went on to poke his head out by shouting, "That was too far, Beerus, you just destroyed another decorative planet." Honestly, Whis says, at this rate, if he keeps destroying things, we'll be fresh out of planets before you know it. Whoa, Goku says, Lord Beerus is not someone to mess with. Was that the technique, Vegeta asks? That was just a small glimpse of what I can do, Beerus responds. How can I acquire such power? But then, before Vegeta could even ask his question, Beerus had then proceeded in grabbing Vegeta by the face and casually slamming his body down on the ground, with Vegeta begging the question as to why this was going on and asking, what's the meaning of this? As long as doubt weighs down on your soul, Beerus says, this power will never be yours to wield. Your own crimes aside, you're feeling guilty for the sins of all Saiyans. That's awfully self-centered of you, mortal. As with Beerus then shown holding onto Vegeta's face and then tossing him out into the distance, with Vegeta crashing onto a tree. The moment Vegeta had hit the tree and falling back down, Beerus then went on to continue. Here's a fun fact. The one who suggested that Frieza eliminate the Saiyans was me. And Vegeta could not believe it, because this was the first time that Vegeta had ever learned that it was originally because of Beerus wanting the Saiyans destroyed that he had then ordered Frieza in actually eliminating them. As Vegeta went on to shockingly ask, what? Still think it was destiny, Beerus asks. You're just gonna accept that? Go on, Beerus says, try me. I'll obliterate you too. And Vegeta is pissed as he then responds, you utter scum! And Vegeta wastes no time in immediately transforming into his most powerful transformation at the time, being Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, with Goku being taken back by this, as Goku did not know what the heck was going on, with Goku asking, Vegeta, what's he up to? To where, as we then see Vegeta getting into fighting position along with Beerus, Beerus went on to smile at Vegeta and basically telling him to come at him with everything he has, in which Vegeta had done, because the moment Vegeta had went on to make the first move, Beerus blocked it. But then, by using speed to his advantage, Vegeta attempted to get behind Beerus in his best efforts in wanting to connect a fearsome kick. But then, before Vegeta could even realize it, Beerus with ease, without even having to look at Vegeta, had just so casually leapt on up in avoiding Vegeta's attack, and then being shown stomping on Vegeta's face, which ultimately sent Vegeta flying. But he was not finished, because even as his body was sent flying away, Vegeta had fired a barrage of energy blasts, which Beerus went on to deflect, because even as these energy attacks made contact, Vegeta did not want to waste a single second, because he knew that this wouldn't be enough to stop him. So what Vegeta does instead is he dashes directly into the smoke, only to then realize that the second he attempted to double axe handle in what he assumed to be Beerus within the smoke, all of a sudden, as he did, he then realized that Beerus was not in the smoke at all, but instead, just like he had done a minute ago, Beerus out of nowhere went on to stomp on down on Vegeta's spine, in basically treating Vegeta, mind you, a Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta, as though he was some kind of rookie, and literally being shown standing on top of his body, with Beerus not even trying and Vegeta shown shaking. Beerus then went on to tell Vegeta, everything those Saiyans did in the past, what's it got to do with you now? As long as you're trapped by the past, you'll never manage to grow past this point. Which, once again, Beerus was right, because this not only went on to damage Vegeta's ego, but to Vegeta's credit, he still attempted to attack Beerus anyway, which even then, despite Vegeta's best efforts in doing what he can to strike Beerus, Beerus was shown having to avoid each and every single one of Vegeta's strikes, as Beerus from that point on had gone in latching onto Vegeta's arm by then sticking his other hand out by telling Vegeta, "Destruction," which had subsequently enough resulted in Vegeta's body being sent hurtling up towards the sky, as the very second his body had gone and hitting the ground as he had reverted back down to his base form. With the nervous Goku having to observe this, that's when Goku went on to chime in by responding, "Lord Beerus' signature move, huh? I kinda messed up that one time I tried copying it. It still has that much power even though he tweaked it so that only Vegeta's armor was destroyed. It's not a power that's easily mastered," we says. As we only then take a look at seeing as to how Beerus had now arrived in front of Vegeta, that's when Beerus went on to comment, "My mind's always on destruction and nothing else. That's why there's no limit to my power. Listen, if you really want this power, you're going to have to destroy any stray thoughts and recreate yourself from scratch. Before creation comes destruction. Get it?" Which all the while in the meantime, as this was happening, as we then go back to the heaters, we only then finally take a look as to seeing what the heaters were doing with OG-73's body, as they were now beginning to relay information that OG-73 had collected involving Sagambo and his crew, along with all of the events that had transpired on Earth, as Maki went on to shout, "Bingo, check it out, Alec. Oh, this hunk of junk must have visited Zuno at one point. Jot down the coordinates, Oil," Alec says. "So, the Galactic Patrol was waiting to ambush Sagambo and his gang of idiots, huh? Right, the Galactic Patrol's got jurisdiction over that whole sector," Alec chimes in. "Makes sense that they were never able to find Zuno. Anyways," Maki chimes in, "let's go grill old Zuno for intel that'll lead us to a payday for us. Hold on, what are we seeing here?" Alec asks. "The convicts in the Galactic prison were all freed at once?" Oil asks. How did that even happen?" Well, according to OG-73's data, Moro used the power of something called Dragon Balls to release the prisoners." Dragon Balls?" Alec asks. "What are those?" "Wishing balls created by the Namekians," one of the heater subordinates says. "They can grant any wish." "Any wish at all?" Maki asks. Yes. Moro used them all to regain his magic powers." "I see," Alec says. "It's all adding up now. This could explain some of the strange stuff that's been going on in the universe," he chimes in. "Decent chance that it was these Dragon Balls that revived Frieza, too." So these balls are just out there somewhere?" Oil asks. "Heh, this guy delivered us some intel way more valuable than Zuno's location," Alec says. "Namekians, huh? Why does that sound so familiar?" Maki asks. "I've heard of them somewhere." "The Namekians were a tribe that used to live on planet Sorel," Gas chimes in. "Right! Those green dudes who shared the planet with the Cerealians. But wouldn't that mean they're extinct now too?" Oil asks. "Not quite," Alec responds. "I just remembered there was a lone survivor, an old fart named Monaito." "Monaito?" "Yeah, and it just so happens that he lives with our pal Granolah." To where, as we only then go back to planet Sorel, in seeing Monaito watching television, Granolah had then gone to walk on in by telling him, "I got some water for you," with Monaito being shown standing on up by responding, "You're always so good to me, Granolah." "How's work going?" Monaito asks. "Profitable if nothing else," Granolah responds. "That's so. Well, good to hear," Monaito says. "And your friend at the shop says hi," Granolah adds. "Even gave us an extra bottle." "Oh, haven't dropped by in a good while," Monaito says. "Those Shigarians sure do treat us kindly. They probably feel a little bad moving on to our planet when we were here first," Granolah says. "Well, they shouldn't," Monaito responds. "I've got no complaints about our life here." "Yeah, I guess not," Granolah says. As it was only during this time where Granolah had then gone as far as to find out about the 2 Cerealian Dragon Balls that existed on the planet, to where Monaito himself had gone to let Granolah know that one of the Dragon Balls was in fact missing, but to where even if the second Dragon Ball were to be found, that the Dragon Balls should not be used for anything selfish, and coincidentally enough, as Granolah just so happened to have been watching TV later that night, he only then went as far as to spot the second Dragon Ball on the TV set, which just so happens to be within one of the Shigarian cities. So, as a means of breaking inside one of these cities and retrieving the second Dragon Ball, that is exactly what Granolah had gone to do, to where an all-out manhunt had then ensued to find the person that was responsible in stealing the second Dragon Ball, in which from that point on had led Granolah deeper into one of the cerulean forests as he had gone to place both of the Dragon Balls on the ground. This was when Granolah had now taken the opportunity to summon the new dragon, in which just so happened to have been named Tarambo. As the very moment Granolah had then gone in summoning this brand new dragon for the first time, Granolah could not believe his eyes in witnessing this massive dragon in the sky, as Granolah went on to utter, "You're the wish-granting dragon? You who have collected 2 Dragon Balls, state your wish," Tarambo says. "If it is within my power, your single wish is my command." "Any wish," Granolah says. "You need not to state your wish in his language," Oatmeal went on to remind Granolah, as it was only within that very moment, after now finding out and learning about the one wish that Granolah can make, this had now become the difference maker, as Granolah went on to tell Tarambo, "I want to be the strongest. Turn me into the strongest warrior in the universe." As with Tarambo then remaining eerily quiet, that was when Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 69 had then come to a close. Now, the basic premise of this chapter was not only to fundamentally establish the idea of what Vegeta was about to do with Lord Beerus, but this was in fact the exact moment in time where everything within the universe was about to change courtesy of Granolah's wish, in the idea that it wasn't just Granolah who had learned about these Dragon Balls, but to also now see how the Heaters had learned about them as well. This in fact was actually going to be the very chapter in which the paradigm shift had occurred, in which as entering Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 70, we only then pick things up with Tarambo having to tell Granolah, "Greatest warrior in the universe. So you wish to become the most powerful life form apart from the gods themselves. Yes, can you do it?" Granolah asks. "Can you make me the greatest warrior in the universe? It is possible to make you stronger than you already are, but I cannot increase your power beyond your latent potential." "Does that mean I can't?" "Correct," Tarambo says. "That is beyond your reach." "Damn it," Granolah utters. "Oh, then there's no point. However, it is possible for you to become the strongest if you agree to a certain condition. But that decision is up to you. If it'll make me stronger than anyone else, then I will do it," Granolah says, "whatever it is." In which, upon agreeing to Tarambo's conditions, we only then head back onto Beerus's planet, in which all the while we then see how Vegeta was now beginning to partake in Beerus's teachings to do what he can to learn the power of destruction, as Vegeta now appearing as though he was slowly but surely getting there. That was when Beerus went on to chime in by telling Vegeta, "All you did was break it with a regular ki blast. When we gods use our destructive move, the target is completely erased from existence. We turn some things into nothing, and when matter is destroyed, it releases heaps of energy." As Beerus from there had gone in setting the example before Vegeta, that was when this had gone to catch Goku's attention, as Goku went on to ask, "Lord Beerus is destroying stuff again, huh?" "Such force," Vegeta mumbles. "The explosion is the real highlight of using destruction. It never gets old," Beerus says. "Oh, well, crud," Beerus responds. "I burned up this month's issue of God Comics." "Is Lord Beerus really training Vegeta?" Goku asks. "Is that a problem?" Whis asks. "Nah, Vegeta's his own man," Goku says. "I'm just here to polish Ultra Instinct," he responds. "Let's see which one of us can be the strongest in the universe," with Whis responding, "I see. Keep in mind that the strongest may in fact turn out to be someone else entirely." "Huh? Do you know someone stronger than us, Whis?" "Not specifically," Whis responds, "but given the scope of the universe, who can say that the next powerful entity will appear? Isn't that right, Oracle Fish?" "Huh? Oh, sure," the Oracle Fish says. "The strongest warrior in the universe will soon rise up." "See?" Whis asks. Which out of nowhere, that was when Vegeta had gone in, stepping on forward by responding, "That would be me." Vegeta! As with Vegeta going as far as to now demonstrate his abilities to Hakai a little pebble on his finger, that was when Vegeta had finally listened to Beerus in doing exactly what he had said, in now being able to utilize the essence of Hakai fully, with Goku responding, "You did it! Good for you, Vegeta. Vegeta. Watch out, Vegeta says. I'll soon be destroying much larger things. As we only then make our way back onto planet Sorel and seeing the two Dragon Balls having to part ways, we finally right then and there bear witness to Granolah, who in fact now has long hair, as we only now get to see how Granolah did in fact actually look very different by comparison to before. He from there quickly wanted to see if in fact the wish had worked, by from there quickly being shown lifting up a giant boulder and destroying it right in the sky, as this had gone to create a massive explosion, to where this exact explosion itself had looked very different, that even Oatmeal went on to ask, that boulder exploded, what technique was that? But Granolah did not answer, as all the while with this explosion, Monaito had gone and waking up out of his sleep by responding, what the, that was quite the shockwave. Oh, the Granolah, the Dragon Ball, it's gone. Don't tell me. As the very moment we then see how Monaito had gone and running outside, that's when Monaito had gone and spotting Granolah by shouting, Granolah, what have you done? Did you really use the Dragon Balls? Yes, Granolah responds, the strength I've gained is unrivaled in the universe. What? The whole universe? I can now bring Frieza down, Granolah says. There had to have been a condition, Monaito says. Don't tell me you've accepted. Of all the foolish things you could have done. Listen, Granolah, there's no better way to make new enemies pop up out of the woodwork than by brandishing that sort of power. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Monaito. As the greatest warrior in the universe, I can defeat any threat that comes my way. Oh, don't let that power go to your head, boy. You may be the strongest today, but you don't know who or what tomorrow will bring. But Granolah could care less. As he sprung up even farther up in the air, that's when Monaito went on to ask, what now? What's going on? I'm not detecting Frieza's presence on any nearby planets. What was that? That's a power you have now? I'll have to ask Alec for Frieza's location. And the moment Granolah was shown taking off, that was when Monaito was shown calling out for Granolah before having to fall on down to the floor and responding, what have I done? I've appended his life once again. As in this time with Granolah shown boarding his ship and leaving planet Sorel to go find the heaters, with Vegeta and Goku also now being shown having to argue with the Oracle Fish, it seemed as though Whis was watching from his scepter and realizing as to what was going on, with Goku and Vegeta demanding to find out who the strongest in the universe was going to be. The Oracle Fish was not willing to give up that information, as we only then go back within Granolah's ship and seeing as to how Granolah was shown cutting his hair, we continue to observe how Whis was having to see this, as Whis went on to comment, I see. So that's what's happened. Oh, this may cause some turmoil, as indeed turmoil was caused because 2 days later, as Granolah's ship was finally shown entering the heater's orbit, Granolah was then shown having to push past security and entering the domain of the heaters, as Alec went on to ask, Granolah, we're in the middle of a show, what do you want? Tell me where Frieza is, Granolah shouts. That again? Why'd I think it could possibly be anything else? Like I said, you aren't strong enough to handle Frieza, with Granolah responding, like I said, you ain't strong enough to handle Frieza, with Granolah responding, you're wrong. I am now the strongest warrior in the universe. In the whole universe, huh? Maki asks. Did you have a nice dream or something? Looks like his obsession with revenge has finally made him snap, Oil says. Sorry, Granolah, but we've got a packed schedule today. We were just about to sit down for dinner, so come back later and we'll hear all about your silly dream then. It wasn't a dream, I really am the strongest, Granolah shouts. So tell me what I want to know. Oil, see our friend out, Alec says. You got it, boss. Buzz off already, Granolah, Oil says. No one likes a party pooper, but Granolah was not willing to back down at all, because the very second Oil had made the assumption that he in fact was about to throw Granolah out, with Oil shown having to miss his strike, Granolah had then proceeded to literally one-tap Oil on the stomach, which from there had resulted in Oil flying across the room and hitting the wall behind him. As the heaters could not believe as to what had just happened, that's when Maki went on to ask, how'd you do that? As I said, I've gotten stronger, Granolah says. Clearly you're not just full of hot air, Alec says. Get up, Oil, and fight him. Yeah, Oil says. I'd be happy to see what you're made of, Granolah. Now fight. And the moment Oil had once again dashed right back at Granolah, we only then little by little get to see the fruits of Granolah's growth, and seeing as to how he was able to avoid each and every single one of Oil's strikes and attempts to grab him, on top of the fact that Granolah was able to bop, weave, duck, dodge, and avoid every single one of his punches, punches, his kicks, in almost making this seem as though this was child's play for Granolah, to where even then with Oil shown throwing a gigantic rock at Granolah, with Granolah shown having to stick his arm out in an eerily similar way to that of Hakai, Granolah was from there shown having to completely dust the gigantic rock that Oil had thrown, as this even had gone to piss off Maki, with Maki having to respond, "Is that magic you're tossing around? I'll rip you apart and see what you are made of." As to when even Maki was shown having to jump on in trying to do her best in attacking Granolah, Granolah was effortlessly able to avoid all of her strikes by from there being shown wrapping his scarf around her arms, as he then carried on to swing on Maki forward in slamming her directly down onto the ground. This was now beginning to become very evident at Granolah's statement in now being much stronger than how he was before, until that was when Gas had immediately taken action by jumping on forward and saving Maki. With Alec having to now realize the gravity of the situation, that's when Alec went on to tell Gas, "No need to join this fight, Gas, stand down. That's enough. We got a good glimpse of his power," he says. "Granolah, I know you've been getting stronger as of late, but anyone can see there's something strange about your big power-up. What happened to you?" "Not for you to know." With Alec asking, "Then why should we tell you where Frieza is? If you screw up this quest for revenge, we'll be the ones with targets on our backs. We're gonna need some assurance that you're more than a match for Frieza," with Granolah responding, "Fine, I used the Dragon Balls." "What the?" "Thought so," Alec says. "So Planet Sorel has its own Dragon Balls then?" "It does," Granolah says. "Right. And that's how you became the strongest in the universe?" "Exactly." "Oh good, that's all I needed to know," Alec says. "But keep your shirt on. We don't know where Frieza is exactly, because finding that out is going to take some time. Go home and cool off your head and we'll be in touch." "Fine, but make it quick," Granolah responds. "I don't have much time to spare." "Oh, is that so?" Alec asks. "Want to elaborate?" "I don't have very long to live." "Oh, what do you mean?" Maki asks. "You're only around 50, right? Aren't Cerealians supposed to live for like, I don't know, like 2 centuries? I sacrificed 150 remaining years in exchange for this power." "What?" Alec says. As we only then get a flashback of Tarambo and Granolah, that's when Tarambo went on to address Granolah by telling him, "I am able to multiply your current strength by condensing any and all of your power that you could have accumulated in your lifetime." What do you mean?" Granolah asks. "By shortening your lifespan, you can become the greatest in the universe." How many years would I have left if I agree to this?" 3, Tarambo says. "You sacrificed your life just to beat Frieza?" Maki asks. "That's insane." "I'll be waiting, Alec." As with Granolah now shown taking his leave, the heaters were left speechless and visibly annoyed, as this was even shown during dinner, because it was only as everyone was eating where Oil went on to ask, "What are we gonna do, Alec? You gonna tell him where Frieza's at?" "If he ices Frieza for us," Maki says, "we can do our job without having to kiss up to that jerk's butt." "Not a bad deal, right?" With Alec responding, "Idiot. If Granolah takes Frieza out, he'll just take his place as the next boss," he says. "And that throne belongs to us, the Heaters." "Oh, that's right, duh," Maki says. "He's probably out to destroy Frieza's army too, and that would be bad news for us." "Yeah, our end goal is to take control of that army," Gas adds. "Exactly," Alec responds. "We'll have more business opportunities than ever with Frieza's notorious forces under our thumb." "Oh, speaking of," Maki asks, "scheming with Frieza's guys to attack Planet Sorel led to a real nice payday for us." "Yeah, those ignorant Shigarians handed over a small fortune for that planet," Oil adds. "Bunch of dumb chumps." "Don't forget that Frieza's still our business partner," Alec chimes in, "so we can't have him getting bumped off just yet." "Then what's our next move, Alec?" "Granolah's going to have to die," Alec responds. "How are we supposed to do that now that he's the strongest in the universe?" "I got an idea," Alec says. "We'll use the Saiyans." "Those guys?" Maki asks. "You mean the 2 who took down Moro?" Right. Based on 7-3's data, those Saiyans are really strong. We'll pit them up against each other 2-on-1, Alec says. "Oh, I get it," Oil chimes in. "Granolah's got a grudge against those Saiyans too, so he'll be itching to fight some warriors from that tribe," with Alec responding, "Bingo. Universe's strongest or not, if he's up against that pair, then it's game over." As all the while in the meantime, with Granolah shown traveling, Goku shown meditating, and with Vegeta shown training, it was only from that point where the narration went on to let us know at last fate will bring these 3 together, as it was only right then and there where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 70 then comes to a close. Now, what was interesting more or less about this chapter in specific was seeing as to how we finally now got to see the Heaters scamming and scheming and plotting and strategizing and trying to pick their spots very carefully after now having to see that in fact Granolah had indeed now become the strongest warrior in the universe by proxy of having to make this wish. So now that the Heaters are interested in using Granolah as a pawn to fight the Saiyans, only to have everybody die essentially, because the goal now is to ultimately destroy Frieza, capture his army, use his army's notorious reputation for business, and to simply go along the lines of carrying these acts out by growing and expanding the Heaters' name. We only from here now find ourselves entering Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 71, with Goku now being shown having to be overseen by Whis, as Whis went on to ask Goku, "Tell me, what is the decisive difference between us angels and you, Goku?" With Goku responding, I don't have a halo thingy? But unbeknownst to Goku from behind Whis, as soon as Whis had gone as far as to move his head, it was only from there where Goku was shown being struck by Whis' staff. As his body went on to fall back, that's when Whis went on to tell him, "It's that we're always in the Ultra Instinct state, while you, on the other hand..." "Yeah, I know," Goku says. "I gotta transform first into Ultra Instinct. My body just doesn't dodge stuff on its own, right?" "Not exactly," Whis responds. "It's that you're equating Ultra Instinct to a transformation. When your heart is calm, your body should move on its own no matter what form you are in," Whis says. As he only from there went as far as to now demonstrate his skills by spinning his staff around, you can almost feel the difference coming off of the pages between Goku and Whis with where they are using Ultra Instinct, because as soon as Whis had gone as far as to put his staff down, that's when Goku went on to ask, "So, you're saying that I gotta figure out how to use Ultra Instinct in my normal form?" "Yes," Whis says. "Doing that will free you of the stamina drain that is creating a time limit." "Oh, gotcha," Goku responds. "It does tend to cause a lot of trouble for me, yeah. As for the full transformation that accompanies Ultra Instinct, let's set that aside as a last resort when a battle demands that you surpass your limits." "Oh, this is probably gonna take a while," Goku says. "Well, about that," Whis responds. "Time may not be on your side." "Huh? Why's that?" "This concerns you too, Vegeta," Whis says. In which as soon as Vegeta was from there shown putting down this massive boulder and walking towards Whis, that's when Vegeta had gone as far as to ask, "What is it?" "While training, your rivals should be yourselves from the previous day," Whis responds. "Work hard to grow stronger than your past selves." Yeah, Goku says. "That's the plan, to get stronger every day." "We train daily," Vegeta says, "so naturally we grow stronger. Is this meant to be a nugget of wisdom?" "I say this just in case," Whis says. "Not long ago, something odd happened in the universe." "Oh? Does it have something to do with us?" Goku asks. "Hang on, is a really strong enemy about to show up?" "An enemy? I'm not so sure," Whis went on to look up by telling Goku. As during this time, as we then go back to planet Sorel and seeing how Granolah had came back down onto his planet, with his ship now being shown settling on down, that's when Oatmeal went on to contact Granolah by asking, "Are you not going to go back to the old man's place?" "I can't return until Frieza's defeated," Granolah responds. "I'll wait here for word from Alec." "But will he be okay on his own?" Oatmeal asks. "It's fine." But was it really? Because with Granolah being shown looking on out towards the mountain and seeing Monaito in his little house, it was only from there where Granolah went on to tell Oatmeal, "I can keep an eye on him from here." "I see," Oatmeal responds. "Your right eye is even stronger now." As we only then, while this was going on, head back to the Heaters, we only then see how Alec went on to address Maki and Oil by telling them, before jetting off to Earth, pay Zuno a visit to get some intel, with Maki asking, "We just gotta ask where the Saiyans are, right?" "Yes, that's important too, but you need to find out a few other things," Alec says. "Yeah, we've got the other questions jotted down," Oil responds. "Do you mind if we ask him what shop sells the tastiest grub rolls in the universe?" Maki asks. "Go nuts," Alec responds. "Ask whatever you want as long as you follow the plan." "Sweet," Maki says. In which it was only then where Maki and Oil were both shown going to Zuno, as Gas and Alec were left alone, with Gas having to ask Alec, "How will we get the Saiyans where we want them?" With Alec responding, "A great question for Zuno. Everyone has a weakness. Whatever theirs is, we probably have the capital to exploit it." "Is all this really necessary just to deal with Granolah?" Gas asks. "Oh, he's supposedly the mightiest warrior now, right? So, yes, just in case." "Oh, what's wrong strong, Gas, Elec asks, with Gas responding, I wish you had let me fight him as well, with Elec being shown walking towards Gas by putting his hand on his shoulder and telling him, I've got no doubts about how strong you are. You might have even won that fight, but I'd hate to think about the worst case scenario. Your moment to fight has yet to come, he adds. Listen, you're the only member of this family who can surpass Frieza himself. Just relax, the wind's blowing our way now. If everything goes nice and smooth when the dust settles, the supreme force in the universe will be the Heaters. As only a few weeks later, with Maki and Oil then shown having to arrive at Zuno's palace, it was only from there before Zuno could give any sort of answer to Maki and Oil, where Zuno had wanted a kiss in return from Maki, sort of like a gag in order to give them exactly what they came here for, as all the while in the meantime, a few weeks later, when then going back to Beerus's world, we only then finally see how Goku was in fact now able to close his eyes and definitively be able to counter Whis' staff, as this whole time what Whis is trying to do to Goku is allow for him to adapt by growing in his base form first, and from there being shown giving Goku the opportunity to better adjust himself while having to go up against Whis' staff, as towards the very end it almost appears as though Goku is now actually able to successfully outmaneuver Whis' staff completely, as all the while in the meantime, retrospectively when going back to Vegeta, he was now also being shown doing the same thing in training with Beerus as Goku was training with Whis, with Beerus so casually being shown sipping on a drink while throwing these gigantic logs down a waterfall for Vegeta to destroy, because the entire premise and lesson here for Vegeta is to completely nullify an object to its core, which by the very end it seemingly appears as though Vegeta was in fact able to get the better of this and allow for himself to become even more adjusted by being shown Hakaiing objects fully now. But despite nearly wiping out the entire waterfall, with Beerus being shown clumping Vegeta across the head with, as all the while with some time having to now pass, Maki and Oil have now finally found their way onto planet Earth, as with both of them now looking to get Chi-Chi and Bulma to contact Goku and Vegeta, that was exactly what it went down, because the moment Bulma had gone as far as to call Whis, that's when Whis went on to respond, oh, Bulma's calling? To where as Whis went on to answer, that was when Bulma went on to ask, are Vegeta and Goku there? We've got some guests asking for them. Guests? Who are they? Vegeta asks. A pair of aliens from the looks of them. Apparently there's some villain they want you guys to beat. A villain? Goku asks. Listen up, Goku, Chi-Chi shouts. They're gonna pay you to beat this guy up. Training's one thing, but it doesn't put a roof over our heads, she shouts. You need to bring home the bacon now and then. Yikes, Goku responds. You're there too, Chi-Chi? Sure thing. I'm on my way home. Tell us more about this new enemy, Vegeta says. They say that he just popped up and he's the strongest in the universe. Hard to believe that that title wouldn't go to one of you two, though. The strongest in the universe, Goku and Vegeta ask. You think this guy is the one that the Oracle Fish was talking about, Goku asks. That may be the case, Whis responds. Well, shall I send them away, Bulma asks, and with Maki pleading for them to come, that was when Vegeta went on to respond, no, and I intend to fight. None may claim the title of the universe's strongest without my say. No need for you to come, Vegeta tells Goku. No way, I'm going too. The strongest in the universe? Ooh, that gets me all hyped up. Well, they'll do it, Bulma went on to tell Maki. It'll be about half an hour until they're back, so do you mind waiting around? As with Maki deceptively having to act by pleading with Bulma and telling her yes, both her and Oil are only then shown leaving the main lobby, with Oil going on to tell Maki, that went great, Maki. Am I the only actor in this family? You pitch in too. Anyways, next up is... With their plans now being placed into motion, it was only from there where Whis went on to ask the two, an express ride to Earth, is it? Yes, please. Woohoo, it's been way too long since a real battle, and after all this training, there's no way I'll lose to anyone. You'll all see how my training paid off. Which, interestingly enough, as all of this was happening, if you haven't already noticed, Beerus had been eyeing Goku this entire time, and after now having to overhear Goku's statement and having to even surpass Vegeta in becoming the strongest, it was only upon having to now hear this where Beerus went on to shout, hey, Vegeta! Take this. But Vegeta has no idea manga as to what this is, with Beerus having to explain, "Stick it on your ear. It's a symbol of those who can use destruction. Now get out there and prove that the Gods of Destruction signature move is stronger than the Angels' techniques." "Very well," Vegeta responds, and Whis now knew that this was in fact going to be a competition between the two, because it was only from there where Whis had gone and spawning a marker by marking Goku and telling him, "Then I'll bring this mark back as well." "What the heck, Whis?" Beerus went on to ask. "You're throwing down the gauntlet?" "Oh, well, I believe you threw it first, Lord Beerus." "Calm down, Lord Beerus," Vegeta says. "I have no intention of losing to Kakarot." And with Vegeta shown clipping on the God of Destruction ear onto his left ear, it was only from there where Goku went on to tell him, "You're gonna eat those words. Your mutually beneficial rivalry is all well and good, but excess confidence may be your doom." Huh? Is this guy really that nasty? "Well, I cannot speak on his nastiness," Whis adds, "because, well, he's only just appeared," he says. "I cannot intervene in affairs of the mortal realm, but I will leave you with that warning. Now, shall we be off?" As it was only then where everyone was shown taking off and leaving Beerus's planet, it was only from there where Beerus went on to shout, "Oh, finally, peace and quiet. Time for a decent sleep." "Oh, there they go," the Oracle Fish adds. "Not that I care." In which, as they were now beginning to make their way back onto planet Earth, we only then observe and seeing as to how Oil and Maki were now beginning to ravage one of Bulma's offices, and later coming across the Dragon Radar and using this as a means to now find the Dragon Balls on planet Sorel, in which all the while as Chi-Chi went on to catch them, that was when Maki had gone as far as to lie to Chi-Chi by offering her money and manipulating the overall situation to such an extent to where finally enough, as Goku and Vegeta have finally arrived, Vegeta had seemingly enough been very suspicious at the overall situation, with Maki trying to do her very best in convincing them, and even now going as far as to boost their own egos by allowing for them to know that this individual, which just so happens to be Granolah, is a very strong opponent, to where not long after we then finally find our heroes on the Heater ship and now making their way onto planet Sorel, with Maki and Oil now going as far as to offer Goku and Vegeta anything they want in terms of food, in terms of luxury, in terms of doing whatever it was that they needed to do or wanted to do on the ship while now making their way unsuspectingly to Granolah. It was only during these events where Maki had gone as far as to contact Granolah, with Granolah having to then answer with Maki responding, "It's Maki, sorry for the wait, Granolah." "Good, I was running out of patience," Granolah responds. "Well, do you have it? Frieza's location?" "Yep, we finally found him," Maki says. "Really?" Granolah asks. "Where? I'm ready to ship out," with Maki responding, "The thing is, our scouting squad screwed up on this one, so they let it slip that you're gunning for Frieza's head." "What?" "Yeah, the word is 2 of Frieza's assassins are making their way for planet Cereal right now." "Members of Frieza's army are coming for me?" Granolah asks. "We think so," Maki responds. "Sorry about that." "No, this works in my favor, actually. The perfect chance for me to strike back and beat Frieza's location out of them directly." "Gee, what a great idea," Maki responds. "Ah, and one more thing that you should know." "Yes," Granolah says, "these 2 goons are apparently members of that extinct Saiyan tribe." What? Granolah asks. "Guess there were a few survivors, huh?" There are Saiyans who are still alive? The tribe that drove the Sorelians to extinction?" "Yeah, that's what they say anyway," Maki continues, "but you got this, buddy. We'll be in touch." And as Maki went on to hung up, that's when Oil went on to tell her, just as planned. Yeah, that last bit had gotten his attention just like we thought it would. In which, as Granolah was now beginning to make his way on top of his ship and now being shown staring out into the night's distance, and from there going as far as to see the old city that once stood for the Sorelians, Granolah from there went on to respond, "Saiyans are coming to my planet once again. It's 50 years overdue, but revenge will finally be mine." As it was only right then and there where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 71 then comes to a close. Now what chapter 71 tries to establish is creating the fundamental scenario in giving us the idea that Goku and Vegeta are both going to be subconsciously and indirectly competing in order to prove one another's power, in demonstrating that whoever it is that they're training with has now proven to be the superior path to walk down in terms terms of either one of them being stronger than the other, as we're all a while with the Heaters trying to do what they can in order to manipulate the situation in bringing Goku and Vegeta on over to Granolah. Chapter number 71 establishes itself as being the prelude to a massive battle to come, as we only from that point now enter Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 72, as 8 entire days have now passed, with our heroes now finally having to arrive on planet Sorel, with Goku having to ask, "So, this is planet Sorel, huh? Seems peaceful enough," Vegeta responds. "Yeah, the bad guy is lurking beyond that mountain," Maki went on to point out. "I don't sense any massive chi signatures," Goku responds. "Maybe he's suppressing his power? We do that." "Yeah, getting any closer could be risky, so we'll hang back here," Maki says. "I hope you do understand." "Sure," Goku says, "we'll handle it. Let's go." And the moment Vegeta and Goku then leave, with Maki being shown having to shout, "Good luck, you two!" It was only from there where Maki went on to tell Oil, "Go spy on their battle, Oil." "Got it," Oil says. "I'll give you the play-by-play. Are you gonna wait here, Maki?" "Yeah, cause I just got word that they're about to arrive, Alec and Gas." As coincidentally enough, right above the planet, we then see how Alec's ship was now hovering over planet Sorel, with Gas seemingly being unnerved by this. That was when Alec went on to respond, "I haven't been back here for 40 years. My memories of this planet are not particularly good ones," Gas says, with Alec responding, "It's fine, Gas. You've changed a lot since then. It won't be like the last time," with Gas responding, "Right. Of course." To where when going back to Vegeta and Goku, as they were beginning to oversee the landscape below, they're now beginning to notice something very unusual, with Goku having to ask, "Do you think this is where the big villain went on a rampage?" "I doubt it," Vegeta says. "These ruins appear to be quite old. And meanwhile, the new cities don't appear to have been attacked at all," he says. But it was only deep within the mountains, unbeknownst to Goku and Vegeta, where a stray energy blast had came in flying out of nowhere, as even Goku himself was barely able to avoid this. We only then witness how a barrage of energy blasts were then beginning to make their way towards Goku and Vegeta, as Goku went on to shout, "Whoa, these blasts are deadly accurate! I can barely dodge them!" with Vegeta responding, "Trace them to their origin! That's where we'll find him!" With Vegeta then quickly being shown having to power up into a Super Saiyan, they were both from there shown having to scan the entire area and trying to figure out as to where this came from. With Goku now noticing that everything had stopped, that's when Vegeta went on to respond, "Expect more," and more came, because the very second they were once again able to spot Granolah shooting from within the forest is where we then get to see how both Goku and Vegeta were now making their way into the fire and now deeper within the forest, because with both Goku and Vegeta then shown having to avoid all of these attacks and now making their way back down onto the ground, they were from that point extremely surprised to find nobody there, as Goku went on to respond, "There's no one here. What gives?" "Those shots were definitely coming from this spot," Vegeta says, but then, out of nowhere once again, this time from above, we then observe how another hailstorm of energy blasts were then beginning to rain down on our heroes, with Goku shouting, "Sir, now they're coming from above!" As both Goku and Vegeta were from there shown trying to do their best in avoiding each and every single one of these blasts, they were now shown having to fly directly up and trying to catch the culprit behind this, until, out of nowhere to their side, another barrage of energy blasts were then shown making its way towards them, as they were both essentially enough confused as to where this was now coming from, with Goku having to ask, "Again from the ground? You're saying that he's moving faster than we can keep up with?" Vegeta asks, "But that's not..." But then, unbeknownst to both Saiyans, Goku was from here on out the first to be struck by one of Granolah's attacks, as this ki blast itself was so precise and so accurate enough to hit Goku right in the back of the neck with, that by the time Goku had realized as to what had just happened, Goku's body was from there shown having to fly down onto the ground and essentially being rendered immobile, with Vegeta being shown having to make his way back down to help Goku. Vegeta at that point knew that something very bad was about to happen, as Vegeta went on to respond, "He struck a vital point with such accuracy from that far away. Damn it. I'd hate to use any of our sensu beans before we've even seen our enemy, but nerds, eat up you. We only brought 2 beans with us," Vegeta says. With Goku now shown doing exactly that by eating the sensu bean, that's when Goku went on to sit up by responding, "Sorry, Vegeta. Get up. The attacks could resume any second. You rely on your Ultra Instincts too much. If you haven't perfected it yet, then dodge using your mind." "Yeah, you're right," Goku says, and as soon as Goku then jumps into Super Saiyan as he and Vegeta were looking around, it was only from there where Goku had gone on and spotting something by shouting, "There!" In which as soon as Goku had then carried on by firing an energy blast deep within the Cerulean forest, we only from there in fact see as to how Goku was in fact right with his assessment, but before the blast could even register, Granolah from that point on, before the point of contact, had now gone and teleporting right behind Goku and Vegeta. As he eerily enough remained very quiet, that's when Goku went on to ask, "Instant teleportation? No, it's even faster than that." "I have no name for such technique," Granolah responds. "It's only a small fraction of the power that elevated me to the strongest in the universe." "Wait, so you're the one running his mouth about being the strongest?" Vegeta asks. "I am Granolah, the last of the Ceruleans." "Ceruleans?" Goku asks. "Ever heard of them, Vegeta?" "No, I can't say that I have," Vegeta says. "You may not know us, but I know your kind all too well, Saiyans." "So, there really were some survivors," Granolah continues. "You hold some grudge against us Saiyans?" Vegeta asks. But the second Granolah from there had begun to levitate up, that's when Granolah went on to ask, "Why should I tell you? Either way, your tribe is fated to meet its end here." As with both Vegeta and Goku now remaining eerily quiet, Granolah from there had taken initiative in squeezing his palm down below, which had from there created a gigantic explosion that was eerily enough similar to that of Hakai. As with both of them now being shown lucky enough to avoid this massive explosion, it was only from there where Goku went on to respond, "Ooh, that was a close one. Did you see that move, Vegeta?" "Yeah, it was similar to destruction," Vegeta says. "Does that mean that he can use our techniques?" "Ridiculous," Vegeta says. "Escaping into the air? You're stronger than I expected," Granolah says. "Hey, what now?" Goku asks. "Should we attack him together?" "Don't be absurd. I'm not in the mood for teamwork," Vegeta says. "I came here to prove my superiority over you." "Okay. You may fight him first," Vegeta tells Goku. "Huh? You sure? He's already hit you once, so you need to get payback for that," with Goku responding, "I guess, yeah." "What are you doing?" Granolah shouts. "Get down here, unless you'd rather be shot down again." "Okay," Goku says, "I'll take the lead on this one. Go on," Vegeta tells him. To where as soon as Goku had now gone and meeting Granolah face to face back down onto the ground, that's when Goku went on to tell him, "You're up against me first, Granolah. You plan to fight me alone? You really are a tribe of fools," Granolah says. As all a while now in the distance with Oil having to be shown watching, that's when Oil went on to comment, "Oh, come on. They're not gonna fight him together?" As even with Vegeta now being shown making his way onto the ruined city, that's when Vegeta went on to also comment, "This Granolah guy seems to be up to something. I'll keep my eye on the situation for now. There may be more to this than yet another villain to defeat." "So, where's the monstrous ape form you people are known for?" with Goku responding, "You sure know a lot about us. Based on my own horrible experiences, yes." "We can't pull off that transformation anymore," Goku says, "but I can do this." As the very moment Goku had now jumped from Super Saiyan directly into Super Saiyan God, Goku was by no means looking to mess around, as Granolah went on to respond, "First golden hair and now red? I thought all Saiyans had black hair," with Goku responding, "Thanks to our training, we've got a bunch of transformations up our sleeves. This one's called Super Saiyan God." "God? A bold claim," Granolah responds. "A name that's at odds with the savage nature of your kind." "Oh yeah," Goku responds. "Let's do this," Granolah says. "Ready when you are." As you can almost feel the tension between both Super Saiyan God Goku and Granolah now, it was only to Goku's surprise the moment Granolah had gone in dashing towards him, where Granolah had attempted in striking Goku's neck, with Goku barely being shown having to avoid Granolah's strike, but Granolah did not stop there, because it would only appear as though from the beginning Granolah was the one that was more or less on the offense while Goku was on the defense, because with Granolah shown attacking Goku over and over and over again, that was when Goku went on to say to himself, "I can't find an opening, or he's not backing down. In that case," and as soon as Goku from there was then shown closing his eyes, we only now begin to see how Granolah was beginning to miss his attacks, as even Granolah himself was surprised, because with Vegeta now seeing that Goku had adapted the the principles onto his Super Saiyan God form in avoiding all of Granola's attacks, it was only from there where Vegeta went on to comment, Ultra Instinct? I see. It becomes more accurate when used in conjunction with a Super Saiyan form. As Granolah seemingly looked as though he was not able to touch Goku now, so it was upon having to be shown leaping up in the air and creating multiple energy blasts on his fingers, Granolah had then carried on by firing multiple energy blasts down at Goku, with Goku being shown having to avoid each and every single one of them, to where in conjunction with Goku being shown having to avoid everything, it was only as Goku had gone and looking back up to notice that Granolah was in fact missing, as this essentially was the opening that Granolah was looking for in now being able to strike Goku precisely, because with Granolah now making his presence known in striking Goku directly in the stomach, Goku from that point was beginning to now be shown backing up while holding onto his stomach, as Goku went on to respond, "You almost got me there, I slipped up," but then, out of nowhere once again to Goku's surprise, Goku had then gone from a Super Saiyan God right back down to his base form and collapsing, as even Vegeta himself could not believe as to what had just happened, along with even Oil, as even Goku from that point was shown struggling and even having to get up, with Vegeta having to chime in, he targeted a vital point again. How is he learning Kakarot's weaknesses so quickly? Your reaction time is incredibly fast, Granolah says. I can tell that your body moves on its own before your brain can even process incoming attacks, he says. You noticed, huh? However, even a flawless fighter cannot hide his vital points. As you dodged, I observed your blood flow and muscle movement, and I learned exactly where to strike. But blood flow? You mean you can see stuff like that? This right eye of mine is the sharpest in the universe. It sees all, Granolah says. Sharpest in the universe, huh? A tribe driven to extinction known for their evolved right eyes, Vegeta says. Well, this is starting to sound familiar. And with Vegeta now being shown taking a look around at the destroyed city, that's when Vegeta went on to ask, could it be? And that's not all that my eye can perceive, Granolah continues. You're still concealing your power, aren't you? I don't know what you're up to, but you really don't have the luxury of holding back, Granolah says. You're right, Goku responds. I've still got an even stronger transformation. Hurry up and get on with it then, Granolah tells Goku. I have no duty to wait for your sake. As long as the other Saiyan is still alive, I can extract Frieza's location from him. It's no skin off my nose to kill you where you stand, huh? Frieza's location? What are you talking about, Goku asks. Don't play dumb with me, Saiyan. I've sacrificed my lifespan in order to take revenge. So I won't let you waste my precious time here, with Goku asking, revenge? Hang on, I thought you were the bad guy, with Granolah shouting, shut up, Saiyan! You'll pay for your crimes against the Saurelians! Take this! As the very second Granolah was from there shown powering up in such a ferocious state that even Goku himself could not believe the overwhelming power that was coming from Granolah, as Goku responds, whoa, you can boost your ki that much? As I mentioned, I'm the universe's strongest warrior, Granolah says. Superior to your people in every single way. Talk about confidence. But I've trained a lot recently, Goku says, so you can't claim that title so easily. As with Goku now getting ready to show Granolah what he was all about, it was only from there where Goku had gone as far as to unleash Super Saiyan Blue, where once again Granolah had now gone to put this into question by asking, blue hair? Yeah, we call this one Super Saiyan Blue. I can care less what it's called, Granolah responds. Just fight me already. Another round? Sure thing, Goku says. With the two now then being shown slowly levitating up as they then made their way towards each other, it was only from there where both Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Granolah were now shown engaging against one another in creating such a tremendous shockwave that even the Shugarians within the city were now able to feel this, with the two now being shown having to fight above in the sky, with Vegeta being shown having to continue to observe the landscape. It was only upon touching the soil below where Vegeta went on to respond, yes, I see. Oh, it's all starting to make sense now. I think I know who he is, as it was only right then and there where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 72 then comes to a close. Now, what chapter 72 goes as far as to establish fundamentally is that this was the initial chapter in which the Saiyans and Granolah have finally met in waging war on planet Sorel, and also going as far as to show us now that Granolah by by no means early on is going to be someone easy for Goku and Vegeta to face, especially when considering that Granolah still doesn't know the moves that he's doing but simply just does them. This in and of itself is a part of what makes Granolah now that much more dangerous than what they had originally presumed for Granolah to be, as we only from then make our way into Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 73, with Goku now having to be shown battling against Granolah as a Super Saiyan Blue. It would only now appear as though neither one of the two are looking to let up against the other, so with Granolah continuously being shown firing multiple shots at Goku, with Goku being shown having to avoid all of them, we from there only see how Granolah had led Goku within the Cerulean Forest, as from there we get to see how both of them were now beginning to fight from within, with Goku trying to do the best that he could in firing multiple shots now at Granolah, with Granolah strategically being shown having to use the surrounding trees to his advantage in not only going as far as to have all of Goku's blast hit the trees rather than himself, but Granolah also goes as far as to now use the trees as leverage in wrapping his scarf around one of the barks, in swinging himself directly around, in kicking Goku directly in the face, which subsequently results in Goku going deeper within the Cerulean Forest, as Granolah was now shown following him, in which as the two were shown engaging in a very difficult back and forth contest, the entire landscape around them seems to be shaking, trees are falling down, and the current result of this battle seems to be a brutal one because both of them are now shown getting scarred, getting battle damaged, and with Goku now deciding that he's finally had enough in powering up to such an extent, Granolah had no other choice but to from there fall back in exiting the forest, in which as Goku had gone as far as to meet him, it was only from there where Granolah had gone as far as to address Goku by telling him, "Your blood flow and the movements of your cells have changed. You must have activated that evasion technique. Is it the same as when you had red hair? Because I already know the ins and outs of that," with Goku responding, "Blue plus Ultra Instinct won't be so easy to counter," and Goku had now gone as far as to prove exactly that, because despite the amount of times that Granolah, through the assistance of Oatmeal, was trying to do his best in shooting Goku down, because Goku was now using the fundamental principles of Ultra Instinct with Super Saiyan Blue, this had now granted Goku access in being fast enough in evading all of Granolah's shots until Goku was trying to pick his spot very carefully by finding an opening, to which he did, in which as Goku from there was shown charging up for a massive Kamehameha, Granolah was also preparing for a vital strike of his own, to which the moment Goku from there had fired a point-blank Kamehameha directly at Granolah, at the exact same time Granolah had then managed to strike Goku's neck in creating such a tremendous shockwave and explosion throughout the landscape, in which by the end had left both fighters on the ground shaking, with Goku now being shown having to revert back down to his base form. As Granolah was trying to do his best in standing back up, that was when Granolah had then gone as far as to tell Goku, "Stronger attacks, faster evasion, they won't help you. My right eye will always lock onto your vital points," with Goku responding, "Damn it, oh you got me again with that. No matter what transformation you use, no one has zero openings," Granolah tells Goku, "just give up." "No," Goku says, "Ultra Instinct should have no weaknesses. If anything's lacking, it's gotta be my training," with Granolah asking, "Training? I'm not totally used to using Ultra Instinct as a Super Saiyan, so I'm still vulnerable." "Don't waste your breath on excuses," Granolah responds. "You people are dying here, so you'll never get to master that Ultra Instinct thing. The Saiyan line ends here by my hand," Granolah says, "just as you ended my people." To where as soon as Granolah was shown having to mimic a very familiar technique that we've seen in the previous arc, he from there had gone as far as to raise his arms up, with a gigantic blast now being shown emanating from the ground, with Goku being taken back by this while at the same time getting burned. It was only during this point in time where Goku was trying to do his best in holding this down, but unfortunately enough, due to the amount of force that was pushing Goku upwards, Goku instead had to now resort to using instant transmission in getting out of the way, to where the moment Goku from there had managed to lock onto Vegeta in teleporting nearby, it was only from that point where Goku went on to respond, "Ouch, that move looked like Moro's." "Struggling much?" Vegeta asks. "Oh, this guy's strength and moves are off the charts. I might actually have to go all out," he says. "Wait, where are we? What are you doing out here?" with Vegeta responding, "I know who he must be." "You do? I've heard old tales of a tribe in this area with red eyes specialized for sniping." Oh, a tribe of snipers, huh? Yes, Vegeta says, and it was the Saiyans under Frieza's command who wiped them out. We likely stand amidst the ruins left behind by that very invasion, he continues. So this Granolah guy is... He's most likely a survivor of that tribe, Vegeta chimes in. Well, that explains why he holds a grudge against us, Goku says. Oh, and why we're not seeing eye to eye on things. It seems Maki and Oil have played us for fools, Vegeta had figured out, as even during this conversation from behind Vegeta, we from there see a little spy drone that was eavesdropping on their conversation, as Oil had now figured out that indeed, Goku and Vegeta had caught on to their plans. It was only from there where Goku went on to continue. Oh, what now, Vegeta? Do we try and convince him that Saiyans aren't bad guys nowadays? I doubt it would matter, Vegeta responds. He's hoping to drive the Saiyans to extinction by killing us. So I gotta beat him first and then we convince him, Goku says. You still plan to fight? Vegeta asks. Do you have any hope of victory? With Goku responding, yep, I still haven't whipped out Ultra Instinct at full power, with Vegeta asking, gotta resort to that in the end, huh? As with Granolah left having to wonder as to where Goku had went, Granolah had not moved from that very spot, but instead from there, had gone as far as to now turn his head and noticing a silhouette through the smoke, as it was only right then and there before Granolah's eyes how mastered Ultra Instinct Goku had now emerged from the smoke, as Granolah's entire demeanor now was visibly shown changing, as even Oatmeal went on to respond, I can't perceive any vital points. What is that form? Granolah asks. It's perfected Ultra Instinct. The downside is I can't maintain this form for too long, so I'm gonna have to end this quick. And Goku had kept his word on that, because the moment Goku from there was shown being on the offensive in striking Granolah directly in the face, before Granolah could even register as to what had just happened, mastered Ultra Instinct Goku from there was shown beating Granolah around before knocking him right back down onto the ground. It was only from there with Goku now being shown approaching Granolah where Goku went on to ask, do you mind just hearing me out? Maybe we don't have to keep fighting, as Granolah went on to respond to Goku by shouting, shut up! Nothing you say can change the fact that I'm taking revenge on the Saiyans, so stop wasting my time! To where as soon as Granolah had once again attempted in striking Goku's vital point, it was only then with complete ease where Goku had gone as far as to stop him, in not only now going as far as to demonstrate the difference between what he was then and what he is now, but Goku was easily making light work of Granolah in avoiding all of his attacks, in flinging Granolah around, stopping him in his place, levitating his body up, in which Goku doesn't want to do anything else outside of at this point beat Granolah into submission, because Goku now knows that something seems to be going on as he was holding his body upwards, in which Goku from that point was from there being shown unleashing multiple strikes at Granolah, which subsequently resulted in Granolah's body being shown flying back towards the rocks. The overall difference in power now between the two was fairly evident, as with Vegeta now being shown watching, it was only from there where Vegeta went on to comment, over already? Seems as though Kakarot went and stole the entire show again. But that's when Vegeta had gone to notice something very interesting, because even with Granolah's body now being shown slumped on down, that's when Vegeta went on to continue, Granolah's power. It hasn't dropped as much as it should have. What's going on? What the? Now it's coming from over there? To where all the while with Goku now being shown having to meet back down with Granolah, Granolah from there went on to address Goku by telling him, Saiyans have grown pretty powerful. I didn't foresee this. You are also way stronger than I thought, Goku responds. I'm curious how you trained to get this far, with Granolah responding, for the purposes of this plan, it seemed like I've underestimated the Saiyans. We could all walk away now, you know, Goku says. You don't seem like such a bad guy. Why not train so we can spar again another time? You're not hearing me right, Saiyan. When did I say I've lost? As with Goku now being confused, that's when Granolah went on to continue. All I said was I made a mistake underestimating you. I shouldn't have split my power at the start. Split? Goku asks. What's that mean? Well, the Granolah you see here is me, but also not. As when then going back to Vegeta, it would only now appear as though Vegeta was the only one that had figured out as to what the overall situation was truly all about, to where the moment Vegeta had gone as far as to spot Granolah's ship, that's when Goku went on to ask, hold on, what are you saying? I took some power from my true body, Granolah says, and made a clone. An illusion. As with the clone Granolah now being shown dissipating, that's when Vegeta went on to shout, Kakarot! His real body is over there! I don't get it, Goku says, as the second Vegeta had once again gone as far as to turn his head, and now noticing that Granolah was no longer in his ship, it was only within that very moment before anyone could even react, where the real Granolah had now gone as far as to approach in striking Goku directly in the heart, with not only tremendous amounts of force behind the punch itself, which resulted in Goku being knocked out of Ultra Instinct, but the shot itself had almost nearly killed Goku, with Goku's body now being shown flying through the entire Cerulean forest, with the difference now being very clear by comparison to what the clone was able to do in reference to what the original can do, because the original Granolah now had seemingly no problem in finding, spotting, targeting, and essentially knocking Goku out cold by the very end, to which as Granolah from there was shown approaching Goku, that's when Granolah went on to comment, "I decided to have you fight that clone in order to save my strength for Frieza." In any case, it managed to kill some time, which worked for me since your accuracy drops over time in that silver-haired form. I knew I could find an opening eventually, but before Granolah could actually reach Goku's body, we from there see how Vegeta had now gone as far as to get in between the two, with Vegeta having to then tell Granolah, "You pinpointed Kakarot's vitals from a distance and sent him flying. Color me pressed." "Move aside," Granolah says. "I'm finishing him off." "That fool? He won't be up for a while," Vegeta says. "Leave him be. I'm your opponent now," with Granolah responding, "I'm not picky about which one of you two dies first," with Vegeta being shown spitting and asking, "Die? Why don't you? Go on, join the rest of your tribe," with Granolah asking, "What did you just say?" "If you're so intent on killing off every last Saiyan," Vegeta says, "then I'll use all I have to put you in the ground." The tribe that's about to go extinct is the Ceruleans, as it was only right then and there where Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 73 then comes to a close. Now, what I think this manga chapter illustrated very well was to not only go as far as to establish Granolah as being a legitimate threat to everyone, but to see Ultra Instinct essentially get one-shotted by the very end of this was kind of weird, because the question then becomes, why didn't Goku simply move out of the way? But the difference between the clone and the original Granolah were very, very clear in seeing as to how the clone wasn't able to keep up with Ultra Instinct Goku by comparison to the original who was, which only lays down the foundation now in getting the opportunity to witness Vegeta versus Granolah, as we only from there enter Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 74, with both Vegeta and Granolah now being shown having to circle each other around. It was only during that point where Vegeta went on to tell Granolah, "You should know tricks like fusions and clones won't work against me," with Granolah responding, "There's no need for any of that. I use the clone to save my strength because my ultimate goal is to kill your boss, Frieza." "You're still going on about that?" Vegeta asks. "I parted ways with Frieza's army long ago. As far as we're concerned, he's one of our foes." But even with Granolah being shown having to laugh in Vegeta's face, it was only from there where Granolah went on to respond, "You'd betray your own boss to beg for your life? You Saiyans are pathetic." "Hey Granolah," Oatmeal says, "do you not find it strange?" The other Saiyan also inserted that he is not an evildoer, with Granolah responding, "They're just trying to save their own skins." "Well, that is possible," Oatmeal says. "Think what you want," Vegeta shouts, "but know that I was but a child when the Saiyans invaded this planet. That had nothing to do with us," with Granolah responding, "Be that as it may, I will still have my revenge against all Saiyans." I expected as much. "If that's your stance," Vegeta says, "then why should I hold back?" In which within that very moment, as Vegeta was from there shown entering Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, it was only from there where Vegeta went on to tell him, "Prepare to perish along with your people's history." As with Vegeta now going as far as to make the first move by having to press down onto the ground in creating all of these levitating rocks around Granolah, Vegeta was attempting and having all of these rocks smash down onto him, but before Vegeta could even do anything about it, it was only from there where Granolah had gone as far as to not even move, but yet at the same time be able to destroy all of the rocks that were surrounding him, while at the same time Vegeta had used them as a means of exploding each and every single one of them around Granolah. By the time the dust and smoke was beginning to settle on down from behind Vegeta, we only from there see how Granolah was now levitating in the air by responding, "I see, your destructive power is lacking, so you make up with it for quantity." Let me illustrate the gulf between us, as with Granolah now being shown doing exactly what Vegeta had done, only this time instead of having multiple rocks being shown levitating around him, he had used one giant boulder behind Vegeta. We only from there see how the second he had then managed to make the giant boulder explode, as a result of the sheer force pushing Vegeta forward, Granolah did not waste a single second by then being shown winding his fist back and punching Vegeta directly in the stomach, which not only created a shockwave all throughout the landscape as Vegeta had now looked visibly hurt, but even as Vegeta was still standing and clutching onto his stomach, that was when Vegeta had quickly gone as far as to now blast Granolah, but even then Granolah had now proven that in fact the original Granolah was much faster than the clone, because not only did Granolah now go as far as to avoid it by flying upwards, but Vegeta followed through by also being shown flying up and attacking Granolah at the same time, which even then resulted in Vegeta from there being shown getting knocked down onto a nearby river, with Granolah continuously being shown striking Vegeta over and over and over and over and over again, with the only thing on his mind being the fact that he wants to redeem his people, he wants to get revenge by killing off Vegeta and Goku, so as a means of doing so, Granolah is going to do whatever it takes to get the job done, as with Granolah now being shown having to double axe handle Vegeta across the face and sending Vegeta flying within a nearby lake. Granolah by no means was looking to stop by seeing Vegeta drown, so instead, Granolah kept firing down as Vegeta's body was within the water itself, with Granolah shown pinpointing his location and following Vegeta as Vegeta was trying to get away, which essentially had now turned itself into a cat and mouse chase, with Vegeta being shown having to leap on down a waterfall, as with Granolah having to be shown standing above it, he just kept firing multiple energy blasts down at Vegeta, but with the water now acting as a distraction in keeping Vegeta safely hidden, Vegeta was slowly but surely from there shown having to float down the river, with Granolah now getting ready and unleashing a bow and arrow like attack and calling for the assistance of Oatmeal as he was now prepared in firing this attack directly at the nearby lake, in which the second Oatmeal had from there given Granolah the go-ahead in firing this blast at Vegeta. Vegeta knew that there was no way that he could avoid this, so instead, Vegeta ended up grabbing onto the blast and doing what he could to try to mitigate the damage that was done, as he had only from there taken Beerus' advice in blowing up the attack from deep within the lake itself, which by then resulted in Vegeta's body being shown flying out of the lake and now back onto the land, in which even as this was going on, with Granolah having to observe very carefully, Granolah could not believe that Vegeta was in fact able to actually nullify the attack from within the lake, as with Vegeta now being shown having to catch his breath and standing back up, it was only from there where Granolah was shown hovering above, with Granolah now going as far as to acknowledge Vegeta's strength by telling him, "Surprising, you people are far stronger than I expected." "Oh, you sound awfully high and mighty about it," Vegeta says, with Granolah asking, "Why wouldn't I? No matter how powerful you are, I remain the strongest in the universe. This struggle is pointless," with Vegeta responding, "I admit it, at the moment, your strength and techniques surpass my own, but I'm still going to win." "I don't follow," Granolah responds. "Has that overinflated ego left you unable to accept reality? It's almost sad." But that was when Vegeta had gone as far as to add even more insult to injury by telling Granolah, "Stop yammering and keep fighting, Mr. Strongest." In which even as they were when going back to Goku, he was only from there now being shown finally having to wake up in absolute pain, as he had gone as far as to look on down and going as far as to notice a massive wound near his heart, as he proceeded to sit on up by asking, "Where's Granolah?" But of course, seconds later, Goku had finally gotten his answer by looking on up and seeing Vegeta fight Granolah in the sky, with Goku not being able to believe the fact that Vegeta was by proxy holding his own better than how Goku did. The fight by no means was an easy one for Vegeta, as it looked as though even though he was doing better than Goku, he was still at the same time being shown losing, as we only from there see how Granolah had managed to knock Vegeta down, with Vegeta being shown firing multiple attacks upwards. Granolah quickly followed up by using the technique of destruction, aka Hakai, to destroy all of Vegeta's blasts as they were making their way towards him, which even then during that moment had prompted Granolah in asking, "You didn't really think that would work, did you?" But then, an even bigger blast had now managed to make his way upwards through the forest, which even even then, just like the other blasts, Granolah had gone to swipe away the attack by destroying it with ease, with Vegeta quickly shown having to teleport behind Granolah and thinking that Granolah wasn't going to notice, but Granolah did, with Granolah shouting, "I told you, resisting is pointless." But even then, to Granolah's surprise, Vegeta had quickly managed to leap on up in avoiding Granolah's blast, which of course for Granolah was not a good thing, because with Granolah's own blast now being shown heading towards the old ruins of the Cerulean City, as a means of his recklessness getting in the way, Granolah had accidentally then managed to blow up the last remnants of his older city, with Vegeta from there going as far as to point behind him and asking, "You're fine blowing up what's left of your city full of those precious memories?" "You're a dead man," Granolah says. "I can tell, you know, that you only recently acquired this absurd strength." How? How can you tell?" Granolah asks. "Oh, thank you for confirming," Vegeta responds. "You're clearly not used to your power. You are majorly lacking in the battle experience to back it up." To where the second Vegeta from there had gone in speed blitzing towards Granolah, as Granolah had gone as far as to throw a punch, we only now see how it was Vegeta who had gone as far as to grab onto Granolah's fist, with Vegeta having to ask, "What have you been up to since gaining this power? Have you put it to use with any training?" With Granolah asking, "Training? No need!" With Granolah then quickly responding by kicking Vegeta square in the stomach by then telling him, "Witness the gap in our power and admit defeat, Saiyan!" But even then, despite being in tremendous amounts of pain, Vegeta was not backing down by responding, "Need I repeat myself? You may be stronger, but there's no guarantee that I'll lose to you." As once again, with Vegeta being shown latching onto Granolah's leg and elbowing him directly in the shin, Granolah had quickly prompted in telling Vegeta to get off, as Vegeta had made his way back down onto the ground. With the two being shown having to pause yet again, it was only from there where Granolah had gone to tell Vegeta, "This power I've gained makes me the strongest. It's a given that I'll win here today." That's the great thing about a battle," Vegeta responds. "The outcome is never quite set in stone. It's exactly what I love about fighting." "Shut your mouth, barbarian! How many lives were sacrificed to your love of carnage?" In which, out of pure anger, the moment Granolah had gone as far as to strike yet again, Vegeta was trying to defend himself the whole time, as Vegeta had gone as far as to tell Granolah, "Here's another tidbit. Strongest, second strongest, rankings are well and good, but they only reflect a moment in time. Once that moment has been passed by, it's nothing but history. Take me, for instance. I'm already stronger than I was a few minutes ago. And I've grown more and more powerful throughout this little dance of ours." And Granolah is pissed, as he from there went on to shout, "Good enough reason for me to finish you off now!" In which, the moment Granolah had attempted in impaling Vegeta, with Vegeta trying to do his best to stop him, despite the fact of having to merely connect the attack just by an inch, Granolah was still actually even then able to damage Vegeta far enough that it had ultimately now led to Vegeta reverting back down to his base form and spewing out blood all over Granolah's arm. As with Vegeta's body now being shown shaking, with Granolah laughing, it was only from there where Granolah had gone as far as to spot something very unusual about Vegeta, because rather than backing down or admitting defeat, Vegeta instead was shown laughing, as he from there went on to respond, "What fun. Oh, this feeling. It's been ages. There's no planet to protect, no people to save, just me immersed in battle. My happy place," Vegeta says. "Just the thing to get a battle-crazed Saiyan's blood pumping." As this had now gone as far as to free Granolah out, with Granolah being shown stepping on back, Granolah from there had no clue as to what Vegeta was talking about, let alone as to what he was about to do, because it was only within that given moment where Vegeta had gone in powering up with such tremendous amounts of force behind it that it ultimately had gone as far as to send Granolah flying back, with even Goku having to notice this all the way from a distance, with Goku having to respond, "Vegeta's ki just changed. It feels like God Ki to me, but not just any old God Ki." As with Granolah now having to witness the metamorphosis of Vegeta and finally having to see his true power now brought onto the surface, rather than just waiting around and seeing what was about to happen, Granolah from there still managed to fire multiple blasts at Vegeta's aura, but once again to no avail, because Granolah's blasts were then shown completely having to dissipate, with Granolah now left wondering as to what was going on, with Granolah responding, "What now?" As lo and behold, through the fire, we finally then get to see how Vegeta was now slowly but surely beginning to emerge. With Granolah now being taken back by this, that was when he went on to ask, "What's happened to you?" As it was only then for the first time ever where we then finally got to witness Hakaishin powered, or better known as Ultra Ego Vegeta, now being shown finally debuting against Granolah, as Vegeta from there had gone as far as to calm down by responding, "A god of destruction taught me that power derived solely from instinct is unbounded." As it was only from that point, with Vegeta then being shown smiling, where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 74 then comes to a close. Now, this was without question a much better depicted battle than the battle we've seen go down with Granolah and Goku, only because Vegeta is now demonstrating as to what he can do by also being shown hanging in there with the original Granolah, whereas essentially enough, with Goku being shown dropping his guard, he was actually put down by the original relatively easily, and to only see by the end Vegeta achieve a Hakaishin-like transformation courtesy of his training with Beerus was without question one of the most hyped and talked about moments within the Dragon Ball fandom, as we only from that point now enter Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 75, with Granolah now beginning to put Vegeta's newly found powers into question by asking, "Your power is unbounded? What does that even mean?" But before Vegeta could even answer, Vegeta instead now had decided to power up in such an intense way that the sheer aura that Vegeta was now beginning to emanate was now beginning to blind Granolah, until the second Granolah had gone as far as to extend his arms in making sure that he was able to see. He was only then, surprisingly enough, to his own shock, then met by the sight of Vegeta, who was now standing in front of him, in which the very second Vegeta from there had gone as far as to grab onto Granolah's scarf. With an eerily enough demented look on his face, it was only then where Vegeta had gone as far as to tell him, "Your head's gotten too big. It's time to take you down a peg. Get ready for a dose of my tough love." And Vegeta had meant every bit of that, because not only did Vegeta from there go as far as to yank Granolah forward and headbutting him, but it was only right after doing that where Vegeta had gone as far as to now throw Granolah on the floor, in which the only other way Granolah was able to get out of this was to roll and leap on up out of the way, but to his own shock, once again, Vegeta was actually now fast enough in meeting Granolah in the sky, as he was only from there shown having to double axe handle Granolah back down onto the ground, in which once again, as Granolah had attempted in trying to get leverage by landing on his feet and creating distance, Vegeta had only from that point on had gone as far as to now appear in front of him again, and once again now being shown kicking Granolah up in the sky, with Granolah being shown visibly frustrated, as he had only from there taken the liberty in aiming his arm down onto the ground and sniping Vegeta. To Granolah's sudden surprise, he from there had noticed that Vegeta was no longer within the Cerulean Forest, but now instead had once again now appeared from behind him, as Vegeta once again had taken the liberty in kneeing Granolah back down on the ground. There essentially had seemed as though there was nothing that Granolah could do during this point in time to gain leverage over Vegeta, to where even despite having to be knocked back within the Cerulean Forest, Granolah had from there immediately still tried to attack anyway, with Vegeta not even caring on whether or not Granolah was going to make contact or not. We only from that point get to see how finally Granolah was in fact actually able to successfully land the blow. However, it's not as though anything even mattered to begin with, because Vegeta had welcomed this, as Vegeta went on to respond, "The thing is, the hotter my battle soul burns, the stronger I grow." In which only then, as Vegeta was then shown grabbing onto Granolah's skull, and from there being shown having to fall back down himself and throwing Granolah back within the Cerulean City, it was only as Granolah's body was shown crashing through the landscape and inevitably having to hit one of the buildings, where Vegeta had once again popped up out of nowhere and kicking Granolah so hard in the stomach that it almost appeared as though this entire fight was about to be over, courtesy of Ultra Ego Vegeta putting Granolah down for good. But of course, Granolah had proven to be durable enough in surviving all of this, as Granolah from there went on to comment, "It's like he's an entirely different person. He gets stronger by taking damage? And what's a god of destruction?" "There are these beings called gods of destruction," Vegeta went on to chime in. "Our universe has one." And and he's the one who taught me about this power, with Granolah falling back and asking, "So this god granted you this power?" "Did I say that?" Vegeta asks. "No, this power is my own. Our battle has awakened it for the first time, this innate power within me." "Oh, you mean I drew out this strength of yours?" Granolah asks. "Yes, precisely. I'm grateful, really." But Granolah seemed as though he was really getting sick and tired of dealing with Vegeta's antics, as Granolah went on to respond, "Enough nonsense! You stronger than me? That's impossible!" To where the moment we then see how Granolah had now gone as far as to fire a blast directly at Vegeta, rather than having to avoid the blast or even combat it, Vegeta instead stood perfectly still and clenching down on his fists, as surprisingly enough, Vegeta instead had now taken the blast head on, with Granolah not believing as to what he was seeing. It was only through the smoke, with Vegeta laughing, where Vegeta then went on to comment, Good, nothing revs me up more." Which this itself was from their challenged, as Granolah was then shown firing multiple energy blasts at Vegeta's body. The fight itself had now appeared to be so barbaric and so brutal in its nature that you can literally see it upon both Granolah and Vegeta's faces, as it was only from out of nowhere through the smoke where Vegeta was then shown having to dash on out in his attempts of attacking Granolah, but Granolah had quickly acted in defending himself by creating a barrier around him, in which upon initial contact it seemingly looked as though Vegeta was unable to break it, which fortunately for Granolah had now gone as far as to save him, with Vegeta falling back. That was when Granolah went on to ask, "Why don't you dodge? So this isn't like your ally's power that makes your body avoid danger? Oh, you speak of Kakarot's Ultra Instinct? Don't you dare compare his pathetic technique to my own," he says. "Kakarot's body may have a mind of its own, but I am all ego. In fact, go ahead and call this Ultra Ego." Ego, you say?" Granolah asks, as Vegeta had once again proceeded to dash directly towards him. Vegeta wasted little time, and from there being shown drop-kicking Granolah's barrier and finally being able to not only break past it, but he was also from there being shown strong enough in kicking Granolah so hard in the face that once again Granolah's body was sent flying all throughout the ruined Cerulean City. And interestingly enough, in the distance, with Monaito having to oversee this, that was when Monaito went on to comment, "I thought so. Granolah's caught in some kind of fight. But against who? Could it be Frieza?" As back with Granolah, as Vegeta was then shown approaching him, that was when Granolah went on to shout, "You aren't even Frieza! There's no way I'll lose to some third-rate Saiyan grunt!" "I have no idea what tales you've heard," Vegeta says, but our home planet Vegeta wasn't wiped out by some enormous meteor strike, with Granolah asking, "What?" "It was all Frieza's doing," Vegeta says. "He destroyed planet Vegeta himself. The Saiyan tribe is yet another pushed to the brink of extinction by Frieza." "Is that true?" Granolah asks. "Granolah, that contradicts what you were told," Oatmeal responds. "It doesn't matter. Even if you are telling the truth, it's no reason to call off my revenge," Granolah shouts. "Against all of you Saiyans!" As the minute Granolah was then shown striking Vegeta in the forehead, it was only from there as he was shown bleeding where Vegeta had gone as far as to smile in responding, "Believe what you want, but I speak the truth, and don't think for a second that I want your pity." To where right then and there, as Vegeta was shown kicking Granolah up in the sky, Granolah had once again used his scarf in wrapping it around one of the buildings in swinging himself around and maintaining his balance, with Granolah really not having an idea as to what he was going to do next. It was only from there where Oatmeal went on to tell him, "It appears that the Saiyans were the victims as well." "So what?" Granolah says. "That doesn't change the fact that the Saiyans killed my people." "And yet does it not seem as though these two are aware of that?" Oatmeal says. "Enough, Oatmeal!" As it did in fact seem as though Granolah had finally had enough of Oatmeal, so upon having to remove the strap from his head and throwing it out into the forest, it was only from there where Granolah went on to say to himself, "Now that I'm the strongest, I don't need your support anymore." In which, as Granolah had then once again made his way towards Vegeta, that was when Vegeta went on to respond, "Oh, is that red eye the mark of your people? You claim claimed, "I'm not used to my power," Granolah says. "I did," Vegeta responds. "You haven't seen enough battle in your time," with Granolah telling him, "Then I'll have to make up for that lack of experience now against you." "What?" Vegeta says. "You're not the only one who grows stronger the more he fights." And Granolah was not lying, as he was only from there shown levitating one of the ruined buildings behind him. He then quickly tried to crush Vegeta by throwing it directly at him, but Vegeta at that point was in fact strong enough in ripping the building apart by asking, "What's this? So you're willing to destroy this old city now?" But instead of responding to Vegeta's question, Granolah instead had then began to throw multiple old buildings at Vegeta in such a way that not only was Granolah shown destroying them right in front of Vegeta, but Vegeta from that point was now beginning to take significant amounts of damage, as Vegeta went on to ask, "Oh, you'll go to any lengths then. Fine by me. Bring it on," he says. As the second he was then shown ripping off his Saiyan armor and continuing the fight with Granolah, within the Cerulean Forest, Oatmeal was shown really disappointed and asking, "Really, Granolah?" But then, we only from that point actually then get to see how Oatmeal was in fact actually able to operate and control Granolah's ship, because upon having to redirect the ship and making its way back towards Vegeta and Granolah, we only from there see how in fact the two were now engaged in a very intense battle, as Vegeta had now gone as far as to look down on his hand and seeing his own blood. Vegeta from that point went on to comment, "Nah, let's keep this up. I can grow even stronger." But then, from beneath the forest, Vegeta, instead of from there being shown taking the blast head on, actually managed to barely avoid it, with Granolah now having to add even more insult to injury. It was only from there where Granolah went on to comment, "So, you can dodge after all, or are you hitting your limit at last?" With Vegeta responding, "Oh, it's unwise to doubt a Saiyan's combat prowess. We live for battle." As in the meantime, with Goku shown splashing water in his face and trying to wake back up, it was only upon having to look on up where Goku from there went on to ask, "Oh, is he for real? Oh, where's that oomph Vegeta had earlier? Oh, and Granolah's moves are sharper than ever. Is he getting the hang of fighting? Yikes, I can't be taking it easy on the sidelines forever," he says. "Come on, body, you gotta heal for me." As with Goku shown trying to do the best that he could in healing himself, when then going back to Vegeta and Granolah, Vegeta from that point was shown taking so many of Granolah's blasts that eventually enough he had responded with one of his own, in which even after the fact as this went down, it was only from there where Vegeta went on to utter, "Tenacious worm, vision blurring, I've taken too much damage," in which surprisingly enough from behind the smoke, Granolah was then shown finally having to emerge, but only this time Granolah had now seemingly looked as though he was preparing for a big attack and firing that at Vegeta, with Vegeta not finding this entertaining in the slightest. That was when Vegeta went on to respond, "Curse him, still standing and ready to fight? I'll have to end this now." To where within that moment, as Vegeta was shown powering up with such tremendous amounts of rage behind it, we only from there then see how he managed to form a massive Hakai ball up in the air, with Granolah not budging in the slightest. Vegeta from there went on to tell him, "This will destroy anything it touches. Want to protect your precious planet? Then you'd better stop this yourself." But once again, Granolah had no words for Vegeta, as Vegeta went on to continue, "Oh, you're a brave one. Then this will be your doom." As the minute Vegeta was then shown firing the ball down at Granolah, it was only from there where Granolah was shown having to patiently wait for it until, to the surprise of Vegeta, we then see how Granolah had now managed to activate his left Cerulean Eye, with Vegeta left baffled in the fact that Granolah was actually able to do this. So, as a means of responding to Vegeta's massive attack, Granolah from there was shown firing one of his own, as upon the moment of contact, we only from there see how a gigantic explosion had gone as far as to rock the entire planet in such a way that everyone now was beginning to feel it. Oil, Goku, Monaito, and even Oatmeal, who was piloting the ship, in which as the smoke and dust finally began to settle on down, in seeing as to how Vegeta was now on the ground, it was only from there where Vegeta had gone as far as to sit back up by responding, "Damn it, how did he?" But through the smoke on the other side, Granolah was only from there shown emerging, as Granolah went on to tell him, "I have to thank you, Saiyan. You're responsible for drawing this power out of mine." As meanwhile, back with the heaters, it only appeared as though Maki was now beginning to panic, as Maki went on to shout, "Hey, Oil! You want to explain that crazy explosion just now? I mean, are you okay? What the heck was that?" I'm in one piece," Oil says. "That was just Granolah fighting back. back! Oh, Alec responds, I'm impressed. I was sure Granolah would lose this fight soon, but I guess the battle's still undecided. Yet, Maki responds, those three can keep wearing each other down, she says. Oh, just as we planned then. They'll wipe each other out, with Gas then being shown approaching with the Dragon Radar and having to tell Alec, all's good with this device too, Alec. We're about to reach the first location. Good, Alec says. I can't wait to lay my eyes on those so-called Dragon Balls that grant any wish. To where with the Heaters now making their way in finding the Cerealian Dragon Balls, it was only right then and there where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 75 then comes to a close. Now, this was probably without question one of the most anticipated manga chapters within the story of Granolah, only because this was in fact going to be the first time for all of us in witnessing what Ultra Ego Vegeta was capable of in going up against Granolah, only for everyone to then by the end be surprised in seeing the fact that Granolah was also able to grow stronger himself in not only being shown going the distance in matching Vegeta's attack, in first going as far as to seemingly look as though they were stalemating until Granolah was shown having the upper hand. There was no doubt that this was one of the most engaging and entertaining manga chapters within the Granolah arc until we from that point enter Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 76, with massive wind gusts having to overtake the landscape as a massive explosion is then seen in the distance. As we then venture on over and taking a look at what is happening, we then oversee how Ultra Ego Vegeta is trying to do his best in both dodging and avoiding Granolah's attacks and doing what he can to survive. However, due to the fact that Granolah seems to be unrelenting and unforgiving in his pursuit in wanting to take Vegeta down, that essentially doesn't appear to be the case, because despite whatever it is that Vegeta is trying to do, eventually enough he was caught off guard by what Granolah had done, because as soon as Vegeta then went on to look up, he was then met by a hailstorm of blasts that have rained down upon him, and Vegeta is trying to do his best in shielding himself, in protecting himself, in doing what he can to stabilize and gain any sort of momentum in surviving long enough in this battle. But even then, as Vegeta's body is shown having to hit the ground, through the smoke on the other side, Granolah is menacingly enough shown having to walk towards Vegeta ever so sinisterly, with mind you, not only having to use one now, but both of his hands being extended in that of a gun. It's fairly evident that Granolah is not only enjoying himself in punishing Vegeta, but as he's doing so, he then went on to tell Vegeta, what's wrong? My attacks aren't invigorating you anymore? As Vegeta went on to stand back up by responding, curse you. But even then, during that moment, once again, Granolah was not shown having to let up, because Granolah had then went back on the attack and shooting Vegeta over and over and over again, to the point where Vegeta's body is literally shown not only having to sustain massive levels of damage, but at the same time, these ki beams or ki blasts are hitting Vegeta with enough force that it's causing his body to go flying backwards, and as it did, Vegeta's body is just tumbling backwards. He's rolling until Granolah had noticed this and using his speed feats to teleport behind Vegeta fast enough in stopping Vegeta in his place, and as he did, Granolah had stopped Vegeta in such a way that I absolutely love the bottom left-hand panel, where Granolah is just shown having to hold up Vegeta's head forward with his foot, and as he did, Vegeta has now reverted right back down to his base form, as Granolah went on to ask, no more super ego or whatever you call it? The universe is proving me right, since fate has clearly decided that you Saiyans are doomed to die. But then, rather than accepting death, Vegeta went on to clutch on to Granolah's leg, in which was holding his head forward, as Vegeta went on to tell him, you speak too soon. Granolah says, get off of me. I am the master of my own fate, says Vegeta, and with Granolah shown stepping back, he then went on to respond, learn to realize when you've lost, and Granolah is not letting up, because as right before Granolah ended up following through and wanting to end Vegeta right then and there, the only thing Vegeta could do during that moment was simply close his eyes and hope for the best, because even Vegeta had known that Granolah was simply too overwhelming for even Vegeta to handle, until out of nowhere, unbeknownst to both Granolah and Vegeta, Super Saiyan Blue Goku had then made his re-entry in the fight by not only saving Vegeta moments before Granolah had punched his head off, but at the same time, Goku had then carried on and rocking Granolah so hard in the face that out of the many scenarios and circumstances that could have presented itself in this battle, Granolah was not expecting for Goku out of all people to re-enter this battle, as even Vegeta himself was seemingly baffled by this, which had gone on to personally remind me of the good old days of Dragon Ball Z when Metal Cooler had Goku right within his vice grip, and for Vegeta to come out of nowhere and kicking Metal Cooler off of Goku are the kind of vibes that I got from this particular moment in time, and with Granolah's body sent flying back, that's when Vegeta went on to utter Kakarot. You again, asks Granolah? You're still on your feet? Hanging in there, Vegeta asks Goku. I'll take over from here, but Vegeta was not going to let that happen because, in a similar fashion in which Android 18 had done to Vegeta in Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta went on to do the exact same kick that 18 had done to him and kick Goku with such force and such fury that Goku's body was sent hurtling towards a water tank, as Goku even went on to ask, "Yeesh, what gives, Vegeta?" "Take over," Vegeta asks. "Not if I have a say," Vegeta says, as he proceeded to hold Goku up by the shirt. He was very adamant in staying in this fight, as he then went on to punch Goku in the face and sending Goku flying backwards. That's when Vegeta went on to tell him, "There's no one I'd rather beat to hell and back than you, Kakarot." "Come on, man," says Goku. "You sure picked the moment for this old attitude," as Vegeta responds, "You seem confused. But know that I've only ever agreed to fight side by side when we had something to protect." "Protect?" Goku says, "Huh? How about preserving our own life? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" As Vegeta responds, "Better that than teaming up with you." But this in fact would nearly cost Vegeta his life, because as Vegeta had spent more time having to talk to Goku, Vegeta was completely caught off guard in not being aware that Granolah was after him, because with Granolah then being shown having to rapidly approach Vegeta, with the only other person having to see this being Goku, by the time Vegeta had slowly made his way in understanding as to what was going on, by then it would have already been too late, because Granolah was in fact looking to kill, in nearly having to come inches away from impaling Vegeta through the abdominal section. So instead, with Goku being the only one between the two and having to see this, Goku did not waste a single second by then having to use all of the force that he physically could in pushing Vegeta away from death's clutches, because Goku knew that Granolah was in fact going to go for the kill. So Goku's immediate response was to help his friend, and indeed he did, because with all of the force that Goku had used in pushing Vegeta away, Granolah went as far as to nearly graze Vegeta, as of course we get to see a small laceration near Vegeta's ribs. But even then, Goku had gone on to use so much force in which Vegeta's body is sent hurtling out into the distance, and as it did, Granolah was caught off guard, and Vegeta's body had then been shown having to crash within the building, and that ultimately resulted in Vegeta momentarily having to be knocked out from this fight. And yes, Goku needed to do what he did, which ultimately resulted in Vegeta momentarily getting knocked out, with Granolah left having to process as to what had just happened, because the last person that he was expecting to save Vegeta was in fact Goku. As Goku was then shown huffing and puffing, Granolah went on to ask, "Lucky timing? No. How did you react in time?" As Goku responds, "I've got a read on your whole targeting our vitals thing. It's not gonna work on me anymore." As Granolah went on to laugh by asking, "A read, you say? Thanks for the laugh, but I'm calling your bluff." As it was only then during that moment, Granolah had carried on and speed blitzing right behind Goku. However, Goku is in fact very aware and very conscious that Granolah had gotten behind him, because prior to all of this, Goku had already garnered the knowledge from fighting Granolah's clone in knowing the fact that the original was in fact going to be a lot faster. But even then, Goku was still able to heighten his awareness in understanding as to where Granolah had gone, even to the point where as Goku had noticed that Granolah was right behind him, Granolah had then proceeded in chopping Goku directly in the back of the neck with so much force that one can only assume that this would in fact be the end of Goku, because from there, as Granolah was shown smirking in being proud of the fact that he was able to do this to Goku, the end result had led us to Goku once again powering right back down to his base form and falling down within the puddle of water in front of him, face down, with Granolah standing over him, seemingly happy that he had taken out Goku. As Granolah then went on to comment, "You really should have stayed down the first time I put you there. Wait your turn," Granolah says. "I'll extract Frieza's location from you in a moment." And as Granolah is then shown walking away, out of nowhere, he is then hit from behind by a massive energy attack, which sent Granolah flying backwards, in which he couldn't even believe it, as Granolah went on to ask, "What? How?" As once again he is met by Goku, as Goku went on to hold on to the back of his neck by telling Granolah, "That same move was never gonna work on me forever." And Granolah is pissed, as is Goku, because as soon as Granolah ended up charging back in, which interestingly enough, once again Granolah had carried on in targeting Goku's vital points, and as he did, he then carried on in striking Goku directly in the stomach. However, this time, Goku had used the principle and the power of Ultra Instinct within him in hardening specific parts of the body and preventing Granolah in having to do some real serious damage, because from there, even Granolah himself could not believe this because he was left speechless. And this goes as far as to show the insurmountable feats that Goku in Super Saiyan Blue, mind you, is going as far as to demonstrate, because as he proceeded to slowly remove Granolah's hand from his stomach, Goku then carried on in unleashing a counterattack of his own by punching Granolah square in the stomach that had then caused Granolah's body in flying out into the distance, in which, as it did, Granolah quickly spun in maintaining his balance in flying directly up in the sky, and Granolah was pissed because he was not expecting for not only to be caught off guard by Goku and having to fake the idea of him being hurt or at least staying down for this battle, but at the same time, he knew that Goku was not going to be as easy of a challenge as Granolah had perceived him to be, as Granolah then went on to comment, "Shifting your vitals out of harm's way? Yep. There's the smallest pause between you looking onto your vitals and the attack that follows. I can't dodge the attack completely, but at least I can shift enough in making sure that you don't hit where it really hurts." "You don't say," Granolah says. "You've actually thought this through. And I suppose your evasion technique makes that possible," in reference to Ultra Instinct. "Still, your strategy is pure defense. Without attacks of your own, you'll never manage to surpass me," as Goku responds, "You're not wrong, that could be a problem." In which, as we then make our way back to Vegeta, who is now shown being awake, Vegeta had put this into question in wondering as to what the heck had just happened, and as soon as Vegeta then went on to step outside in flinging the door towards the building, we get to observe in the sky in seeing Super Saiyan Blue Goku literally go toe-to-toe and swap hands with Granolah, in which one has to put into question in asking how much of a Zenkai boost Goku must have received in being able to do now in Super Saiyan Blue what he was not able to do in Mastered Ultra Instinct before, and that's not only be cognitively aware as to where Granolah was going to be and what Granolah was about to do, but at the same time, if you guys remember, Granolah's clone had gone on to give Super Saiyan Blue Goku such a difficult time that he needed the power of Mastered Ultra Instinct in order to put him down, but here, mind you, against the original, all we get to see is Super Saiyan Blue Goku and not Ultra Instinct, in which I would have preferred this battle to be involving Granolah and Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku, but even then, as Vegeta is overseeing this, he is pissed, as Vegeta went on to comment, "Kakarot." And with Goku shown having to rock Granolah with a vicious left hook, Granolah's response is simply to laugh in Goku's face, as essentially this attack itself didn't really do much to harm Granolah, or at least kind of halt him in furthering this fight with the Saiyans, so instead, Granolah countered with his own attack by having to Spartan kick Goku so hard in the chest that Goku's body itself was violently shown having to hit the ground below, and as it did, with the smoke beginning to now slowly settle as Vegeta is overseeing this, Goku is once again right back down into his base form. He's huffing, he's puffing, he's tired. You can only imagine how much this is literally taking out of all three of these individuals as this fight is progressing, which by no means is this an easy fight for any of these individuals, in which one might assume that this would be a cakewalk for one party when in fact it's not. And as Goku is trying to stand back up, he then went on to respond, "Darn, my body won't last much longer," while he's been taking us both on all on his own. "Kakarot," says Vegeta, "I'm tagging in." Really? Why are you so obsessed with doing this alone?" "Hard to say," Vegeta responds. "Think of it as stubborn Saiyan pride if you'd want." "And you can really beat him?" asks Goku, with Granolah shown huffing and puffing. It is very evident that even Granolah himself is very tired by this battle, with Vegeta then responding he only just learned to unleash this side of his own power, so he won't last long either. He'll most likely hit his limit soon. That'll be my opening for victory. Please, allow me to do this alone, with Goku responding, "Fine. Just try not to die, Vegeta." And with a moment of tension being shown as Vegeta is then shown walking away, Vegeta then took flight in not wasting a single second, as Granolah went on to ask, "You again? Still fighting alone? Your minds work in mysterious ways, I must say," as Vegeta responds, "and yours isn't exactly playing with a full deck. That drive for revenge has rotten away whatever's in your head." "Come again?" Granolah asks. "You think you survived all this time just to take revenge on us? There's nothing more to your life?" As Granolah remains quiet, that's when Vegeta continues, "Very well. Who am I to deny this grand mission of yours? No regrets then. Hit me with everything you can muster." As it was right then and there where Vegeta went on to transform back into Ultra Ego in such a way that even Granolah and Goku are both shocked, as Granolah went on to shout, But you already hit your limits. as I explained, this power is unbounded, Vegeta says. It has no limits. As it was only then, right then and there, during that moment where Vegeta was looking to erase Granolah for good, because that was when Vegeta went on to shout destruction in using the nullification variation of Hakai. Now, before anyone else asks, yes, if you take a look at Vegeta's positioning in the way his palm is clenched and the way he goes on to actually use this attack, as of course you guys can see here on your screen, if you pay very close attention, this variation of Hakai, which is often debated as being the true form of Hakai, is the nullification variation where it not only goes on to completely dematerialize anything it comes in contact with, whether that be rocks, objects, or even living creatures itself. Goku had gone on to demonstrate this against Merged Zamasu, and even Beerus went on to demonstrate this against Future Zamasu, which even during the events of the Moro arc, Goku is slightly shown having to use that exact same nullification technique on the rocks that were pinning down Moro during their battle as Goku had unleashed Mastered Ultra Instinct. So there is no question that Vegeta was using this exact same technique in wanting to end this entire battle for good, which I think is a good thing, because finally for once you're not going to let the character get jobbed out, or at least be perceived as having this power and not even use it to begin with. But then during that moment, as Granolah had seen what Vegeta had just done, in an act of desperation he had to counter, in which surprisingly enough he does, which in my own personal subjective opinion I'm calling plot armor, because logically speaking, if it were not for plot convenience in Granolah having to somehow counter, this would have been the definitive end of Granolah, courtesy of Vegeta having to erase him from existence. Which of course, when putting 2 and 2 together, it would have gone on to please the fan base. Vegeta would have gone on not only to get a major victory over one of the main antagonists of a major arc going on within the main canonical story of Dragon Ball Super, but at the same time, it would have given Vegeta so much more credibility to see him not only beat an opponent of this magnitude, but go as far as to erase them from existence. But even then, Granolah had a trick up his sleeve, because as Granolah saw this coming, he quickly acted on instinct in doing what he could to negate the effectiveness of this variation of Hakai, in which, in my own personal opinion, since Granolah subconsciously knows how to kind of use Hakai based on the previous manga chapters that we've seen, I'm only going to be under the impression that in order to stop this, Granolah had to Hakai the Hakai in order for him to survive, in which by the end of it we get to see how Granolah is very angry by this, because even his gloves are beginning to fall right through his hands, which once again goes as far as to show the effectiveness of this attack. But even then, Vegeta did not let up, because through the smoke, Vegeta had then carried on through in headbutting Granolah in such a way that it ended up causing Granolah in flying out towards a nearby city, and Granolah knew this because he was not looking forward in damaging this city or any of the people within it. So to prevent anyone else from actually being in harm's way, Granolah had stopped himself on top of the barrier, but by then it was already too late, because Vegeta was already in hot pursuit in swooping on down by kicking Granolah so hard in the stomach that it literally then caused them to go crashing right through the barrier and into the city itself, which once again I think is a pretty cool thing to showcase more of the barbaric nature of having these battles take place, in making them out to be as vicious as they are, with Granolah's body having to be shown skidding down on the ground. He then went on to slowly sit up by responding, "Wait, not here, take this elsewhere," Granolah shouts. But with Vegeta looking absolutely crazy, that's when he went on to tell Granolah, "Oh, and here I thought you didn't care about anything." And that's when Vegeta once again went on the offensive. He's attacking Granolah unrelentlessly, and if you take a look at Granolah's expression and his demeanor, he's pissed, he's angry, and he's annoyed, as he then went on to tell Vegeta, "I said not here!" But even as Granolah went on to punch Vegeta in the face, Vegeta once again had found his opening and used the move from Goku's playbook in biting down into Granolah's hand, which I personally disagree with. This has always been and always has been Goku's thing, but to see Vegeta do it, I guess, in a fight of survival, it is what it is. But even then, as he went on to bite his arm, Granolah is just shouting as he went on to slam him down by telling him, "You animal," as indeed he is, and he's acting like one, with Vegeta having to look up by laughing and telling him, "Haha, can't quite use your precious rapid fire moves here, can you?" But Vegeta spoke a little too soon, because as soon as Granolah went on to mount himself on top of Vegeta and pointing down directly at him, that was when he went on to tell him, "At this range, the city will be fine." And Vegeta is absolutely shook, because he knew exactly what was about to happen, and without even having to think twice about it, Granolah had then carried on in blasting Vegeta from point blank range with such ferocious and violent ki blast that even Vegeta's face best tells the story in being in tremendous amounts of pain, as Granolah is looking to put everything into this in making sure that Vegeta now stays down for good, so then he just continues to blast him and blast him and blast him and blast him with seemingly no end in sight, as we even get to notice from the barrier itself how smoke is now beginning to come through the little hole in which they fell through, which by then, as the dust began to settle and we get to see how Granolah's holding his arm and huffing and puffing because Granolah is in fact extremely tired by doing this, we then take a look and seeing how Vegeta is lying in this crater, once again reverting back down to his base form. He's seemingly knocked out, he doesn't seem to be conscious or aware of the situation at hand, and Granolah is shown in tremendous amounts of pain. He's clutching onto his arm, and this could be due to the overall nullification of the Hakai that Vegeta had fired on him, but even then, if you pay close enough attention to Granolah's left eye, he no longer has the red cerulean eye that he had before, but now instead, his eye is now back to normal. So it's interesting how the right eye stays as it is, whereas the left actually changes, and this to me is a sign that Granolah is no longer at his peak. He is no longer using his full power, because if he did, he would only under the assumption be using both of his red cerulean eyes versus one, which again is a testament to how durable and persistent these Saiyans are, because as we see Granolah's body stumbling backwards and having to fall down on the ground, Granolah is trying to catch his breath. He's seemingly exhausted. He now believes that he had completed his mission, as it was only then, as Granolah was trying to catch his breath, he then went on to comment, "Learned your lesson yet, Saiyan?" But even then, as he was trying to catch his breath, Granolah then went on to hear something, and as he proceeded to turn his head inside of this hole within the building, he then looks inside in noticing how there are in fact two Shigerian civilians, one indeed having to be a mother and the other having to be a child, and this really struck Granolah home because he wasn't expecting for there to be any Shigerians left within this city, and he was taken back as he saw a mother and a child within this building, which ultimately does have a direct connection with Granolah's past. PTSD had then kicked in, because as we then take a look in going back and observing a flashback from Granolah's past, a child Granolah is shown having to run away and fleeing from these gigantic great apes that are ravaging throughout the entire city. As you can only imagine the state of panic and the desperation that this kid is going through in trying to escape and simply wanting to keep his life, because as the poor kid is then shown having to run inside of a church, he is only then met by none other than his mother, as his mother went on to shout his name in being shocked and happy that her child was in fact alive, to where as Granolah fell into his mother's arms, that's when his mother went on to tell him, "You made it back to me, my little one." Yeah, Granolah says, "The others helped me get away," but then, as soon as both Granolah and his mom went on to look at something horrifying in front of them, Granolah comes back into reality as Granolah responds, oh no, as once again Vegeta is back up, as Vegeta went on to tell Granolah, "Any grudges against us Saiyans are well deserved. How could I object to you destroying me here and now? However, by eradicating the Saiyans, aren't you just repeating history? You Ceruleans were never such a savage tribe, were you?" And Granolah once again is catching heavy PTSD by then having to tell Vegeta, "That's nonsense. This planet was a peaceful one. Your people took everything from us, and I will never move past that." And Granolah is really sick of Vegeta's antics, because he then went on to use the exact same move that Goku had done in using pressurized force in blowing Vegeta back, so much so that Vegeta's body went crashing through the city barrier and hitting the ground below, and Granolah is slowly shown having to approach him because he was not looking to play any games despite the overall situation at hand. Vegeta just refuses to stay down, and this is really now beginning to annoy Granolah, because Granolah simply wants him dead and Vegeta is refusing to die. And as Granolah is then shown standing in front of him, he then proceeded to put his hands together by telling him, "At last, I found my true resolve. I'm prepared to burn away my every life here. I'll summon every bit of power to make sure that you stay dead." And that was when Granolah had then gone on to not only reactivate that same cerulean eye on the left side of his face, but also he had then managed to create this massive energy ball right in front of him, as Granolah then went on to continue, "My revenge against Frieza himself will have to wait until we are both in hell." And with the battle damaged and bloody Vegeta shown in a crater, he then went on to respond, "So I couldn't cut it. Apologies, Lord Beerus. I couldn't revert to the callous, unfeeling man I once was. That god of destruction power was beyond the scope of the novice like me." And with Vegeta then shown standing back up, he then went on to accept this by responding, "This is the Saiyan's fate. so be it. But Goku was not about to let that happen, because as Goku went on to see this, he then went on to respond, they're both willing to die? No, don't! And Goku at this point is running. He's trying to get there just in the nick of time to do something about it, but then out of nowhere, Granola's ship is then shown flying over Goku, with Goku asking, who is that? As inside of the ship we see Monaito, as even Monaito went on to ask, wait, that man, it can't be. Oatmeal, was that the Saiyan who Granolah was tangling with? Correct. There is another as well, Oatmeal says. Of all the crazy things, Monaito responds. As Granola's energy blast seems to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger, Monaito is overseeing this and noticing how Granolah is the one behind this, as even Monaito comments, there, Granola's down there. As nobody can be seen getting close enough, as of course this blast is shown blowing everyone back, including Goku, as Goku went on to fall down by responding, darn it, I can't get any closer. We meet our doom together, Granolah shouts, and Vegeta is legitimately prepared for this, and Monaito is not, because that's when he went on to open up the top of his ship by shouting, no, knock it off, Granolah! And everyone is surprised by this, Vegeta, Goku, and even Granolah, as Granolah went on to respond, Monaito, why are you here? And Goku had then found his opening, because he knew that he had to do something to stop this kid from literally doing what he was about to do, and that's exactly what Goku did, because as soon as Goku ran on in, he football tackled Granolah out of the way and dropping him down on the ground, as Goku then went on to shout, don't be stupid! You too, Vegeta, what are you thinking? But Vegeta's laughing, he's very battle damaged, but he doesn't seem to even care about literally anything going on, as Granolah went on to sit up by responding, you again. Oatmeal, I should have known, meddling in my business. And as the ship went on to touch on down, Monaito finally exits, and Monaito seems to have something of interest in which he wants to tell Granolah, because even Vegeta went on to ask, is that a Namekian? How, Goku asks. What's a Namekian doing here? As Granolah went on to shout, why did you interfere, Monaito? Stand back and let me finish this. I just want it to end. I need this to be over. As Monaito responds, you've got some facts wrong, Granolah. Sorry to say, it was a lie of mine that brought you here. There was one Saiyan who didn't earn your vengeance. And that's when Granolah stopped in his tracks, as he went on to ask, explain, I don't understand. 40 years back, Monaito says, the one who actually saved us was a Saiyan named Bardock. And with Goku and Vegeta absolutely taken back by this, that's when Granolah went on to ask, did I hear that right? A Saiyan was our savior? As only then, that was when Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 76 then comes to a close. Now, this was in fact without question one of the most pivotal moments for Vegeta's Ultra Ego transformation, in realizing the fact that even though Granolah himself had also gained a significant boost in power, was Vegeta actually able to do the best that he could within his own ability to put Granolah down, or was he going to essentially fall in battle? And it looked as though Granolah even himself kind of realized at that point in time that in order to take at least one of these Saiyans down, Granolah was actually even going to go as far as to risk his own life in seeing this all the way through, as we only then enter Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 77, with Monaito now going into great detail in describing the events of what had happened on that unfortunate day, and we get to see how Monaito and the other Cerealians are growing crops and they're farming, and it seems as though both the Namekians and the Cerealians seem to be getting along, which, as just mentioned, Monaito was not the only Namekian living amongst the Cerealians. As a matter of fact, there seemed to have been quite the population of both Cerealians and Namekians coexisting as one, which, as we get to see how everyone is smiling, everyone seems to be getting along, everyone seems to be helping each other, and this is very different by comparison to what we've seen go down on planet Vegeta, planet Earth, and any other planets within Universe 7, because instead of having these tribes and these different civilizations fight amongst each other, instead, they all seem to be coexisting very well enough within one ecosystem. And as we get to see them drinking and having fun, the narration while the Namekians and Cerealians are socializing went on to state, we Namekians got on well with the Cerealians, living in peace and helping each other out as good neighbors should, until one faithful night lit by the full moon. But it was only then where their moment of peace had then come to an end, because as soon as Monaito went on to look up, there was something about the moon that Monaito had been so fixated on and having to stare directly at it, that Monaito had appeared to be a tad bit curious, but at the same time a little concerned about what was happening, because as Monaito had continued to stare directly at the moon, it was only then during that moment where Monaito had spotted a fleet of ships having to quickly make their way down towards planet Sorel, which to his curiosity, Monaito had no idea as to what the heck was going on, nor who these individuals were, until, in a kamikaze-like fashion, we then observe how several Saiyan space pods were then beginning to slam their way down onto the planet itself in such a way that not only were these Saiyan space pods slamming directly into the crops and into people's homes, but these Saiyan space pods, if you really stop and take a good look at it, were also shown slamming into several Sorelians and Namekians that were inhabiting the land, which of course had gone on to kill them instantly, which to the surprise of both the Sorelians and Monaito could not believe as to what the heck was going on, as Monaito went on to fall down by responding, what in the world? As we then take a look by having an overhead shot and showing all of these craters now having to be shown within the crop fields, and presumably where either once the Namekians or the Sorelians were standing, they are no longer there, but instead we have Saiyan space pods. And out of these Saiyan space pods, as Monaito and the other Sorelians went on to look down, the doors of these pods were then beginning to open, but through them we then get to see, instead of a humanoid Saiyan having to step out, we then observe a massive shadow then beginning to cast over the Sorelians and Monaito. To everyone's horror on planet Sorel, the Saiyans have now evolved into gigantic Ozaru's great apes and stomping around and destroying everything, which ultimately was planned from the beginning. So all of this was originally orchestrated, and with the Sorelians having to look on in horror, with the Namekians having to look on in horror, it almost kind of feels as though there's no way out of this situation, because nobody that was minding their own business was ever expecting for any of this to happen, as we also get to see how more of Frieza's minions are beginning to leave some of the ships and descend on down onto the ground, as ultimately enough the invasion had begun, and we get to see how the Great Apes are literally stomping around and destroying everything. They're breaking buildings, they're destroying livestock and crops all throughout the land, they're grabbing onto Sorelians and crushing them, they're stepping on them, they're blasting them away, as over on the other side, while Frieza's men had rounded up all of the Namekians and placing them in this little tiny circle, what followed seconds after was an absolute massacre, and that came courtesy of Frieza's men having to not only draw their weapons and gunning down all of the Namekians at the same time, all while Monaito is recapping the events of this horrifying day, as Monaito went on to then comment, there weren't many of us Namekians and Sorelians on this planet to begin with, so their invasion went off without much of a hitch. Which in the end, once everything was said and done, we then observe how a bloody and battle-damaged Monaito is clinging onto his arm, and he is the only Namekian left on planet Sorel, because all of the other Namekian inhabitants have been slaughtered with the exception of Monaito, and with Monaito having to oversee a body-stacked pile of dead corpses, one could only imagine as to what was going through Monaito's mind, as there was a sole survivor among that group, which coincidentally enough was one of the elder Namekians, as he was clinging on to life before passing away. With Monaito injured, slowly making his way towards the elder, we then observe how in this elder's palm, he just so happened to have and protect the Sorelian Dragon Balls, in passing it over to Monaito by telling him, "The Dragon Balls, Monaito, you know what you must do." As Monaito's narration continues, I found myself the last surviving Namekian on the planet, and the Sorelians didn't fare much better. And as we see how Monaito is holding on to these Dragon Balls, elsewhere the Sorelians are trying to do their best in standing off by holding their own against the giant Great Apes that were attacking the landscape, with of course the Sorelians shown using their guns, while at the same time also trying to snipe these Ozarus down, but to no avail, because even then, despite the overall situation at hand, A, the Sorelians were outnumbered, and B, the Sorelians were outmatched, because all the while within the city, we also observe how a very familiar Ozaru with a scar on his face seems to be clinging onto a building very similar to the Western American King Kong, and having to scout the area while his comrade was going about his business in ravaging the city by destroying buildings and smashing down on all of the Sorelian people, which interestingly enough, this one giant Great Ape was the only Great Ape that wasn't causing any damage, and this Great Ape just so happened to be none other than Bardock. So it looked as though Bardock was seemingly enough interested and drawn to something, because while the others were stomping around and destroying the remnants of what was on the planet, Bardock was not, because it was in this moment where Great Ape Bardock had went on to oversee a child having to cry and running through the streets, and this was ultimately what was enough in catching Bardock's attention, which again, interestingly enough, Bardock seems to be the only Great Ape that seems to have somewhat of control over this gigantic body, because while all the other Ozarus were doing their thing, Bardock was the only only one that was not acting on violence. So instead, he kept his eyes on this kid in observing how this little child was running and running and running until ultimately enough, he kept his eyes on the kid long enough to see that he ran inside of a church. So what Bardock did was he let go as he proceeded to land on the ground and having to walk in that very direction, which had then led him to that very church with a giant hole in the ceiling. And with Granolah and his mother having to look up, Grade A Bardock had went on to stick his head through the hole and looking on down and noticing how these two were in fact alive, as this was enough to scare Granolah so much so that due to the sheer terrifying feeling of having to see this with your own eyes, this was enough to scare Granolah so much so that ultimately enough, Granolah ended up fainting in his mother's arms and going unconscious after seeing Bardock for the first time, which one could only imagine as to what a parent would do if they were in that situation, because that was exactly what Granolah's mother had felt like, especially when clinging on to her only child, which one could only make the assumption on whether or not Bardock was actually going to go through in ending both Granolah and his mother's life. As all the while when going back to the Cerulean City, we then continue to see how the Great Apes are stomping around and destroying everything, but there appears to be one Cerulean warrior on the rooftop of a building having to oversee the carnage happening below, as this individual seems to be prepping for a massive attack. As another Cerulean went on to look up, it was only then clear enough that this warrior had the intention in doing something to stop the Great Apes, as one of the Cerulean civilians that was on the ground went on to look on up and shouting, "The moon! Aim for the moon!" "You got it," the Cerulean says. And this one Cerulean warrior meant business. As one of the Great Apes went on to notice this, the sole intention of what this Cerulean was planning on doing was destroying the moon and causing the Great Apes to revert back down to their humanoid forms, but this one Great Ape was seemingly not going to allow that to happen, because the second this Great Ape went on to notice what this Cerulean warrior was about to do, the Great Ape then sprung into action by charging directly at the Cerulean warrior, but even then, the Cerulean warrior was not backing down, so instead, he ends up firing this blast anyway, which ultimately enough went on to graze right past the Great Ape's skull, which not only went on to blow the Great Ape back, but at the same time, it left a massive laceration on the top of his skull, which will ultimately turn into a scar, as even the other Great Apes went on to see this after having to catch their attention. But even after when having to notice what this Cerulean warrior had done, it was already too late, because the Cerulean warrior was in fact successful, and the moon was destroyed in such a way that as soon as we get to see this massive explosion occur, the Great Apes are then beginning to shake because there's nothing to fuel them and having them remain as they are. So in typical Dragon Ball fashion, the Great Apes are now slowly but surely beginning to shrink on down back to their humanoid forms. To which, as that same Cerulean warrior is then shown smiling, the Cerulean warrior then comments, We got him. Yeah? I wouldn't be too sure, says one of the Saiyans. Sorry, pal, but we're plenty strong even without our Great Ape forms. Strong enough anyway, as this spelled disaster for the lone Cerulean, because by the end of the day, when it was all said and done, his life was ultimately taken with an explosion taking place on the rooftop down below. We later notice how the same Cerulean warrior had gone to fall on down, and now he is dead, courtesy of the Saiyans having to end him once and for all. To where once the smoke cleared, the one Saiyan went on to comment, "Come on, Leek, let's mop up the rest and get out of here. Your head gonna be okay?" And with Leek shown pointing at his skull and noticing how in fact there was a massive laceration on the top of his head, this only now indicates that this individual Leek was the same Great Ape that tried to stop the Cerulean just moments ago. As all the while when going back to the church, we then take a look inside and seeing how Granolah's mother was clenching onto an unconscious Granolah, as standing across from Granolah's mother was no longer a Great Ape, but instead it was Bardock. And I absolutely love this one shot shown here where Toyotaro actually takes the time in dedicating one entire page for a specific character, which Toyotaro is not really known for doing, but he did so with Bardock. So Bardock is standing there, he looks great, he's analyzing and assessing the situation, because one can only imagine the amount of tension within the atmosphere between both parties, because Granolah's mother is assuming that this individual is probably out to kill her when in fact Bardock is eerily enough calm, right? So before Bardock could even say a word, he then notices how Granolah's mother had taken it upon herself to not waste any more time in being the first person to fire the first shot, shot, which really didn't do much outside of grazing Bardock's shoulder and blowing away one of his armor pieces, but even then, despite Granola's mother having to respond in a very hostile manner, which one could not blame her in doing so, Bardock is not responding, but instead, once again, he's standing there eerily quiet, analyzing the situation. And even then, when taking a look at Granola's mom and seeing the position that she's in, nobody can really blame Granola's mother in acting the way she did, because she's simply trying to defend and protect her son, which oddly enough, during this flashback, we then have a flashback to Bardock as a voice went on to cry out, "Ah yeah, of course you missed his birth. Do you have any idea how many months you've been gone?" Gine asks. "Oh, that explains why your tummy's flat again," says Bardock. "I swear," Gine adds, "do Saiyan men have anything resembling emotions?" "The little guy's in the incubator back there, thank you. Can you help me pick a name?" Which interestingly, outside of their house, we see how Raditz is playing with beetles with other Saiyans as Bardock and Gine then look in overseeing this massive incubation pod with Goku having to be inside, and Bardock seems to be surprised as Gine went on to ask, "What's wrong now? You've seen a baby before." As little Goku is shown resting, Bardock then comments, "Kakarot. We'll call him Kakarot." "Kakarot," Gine says. "Sure, that's a fine name." As she then went on to hug the incubator, she continues, "Grow up and be big and strong, my little Kakarot." As we only then go back to the present flashback, we can kind of gain a better understanding as to what was going through Bardock's mind, because during this moment in having to see Granolah and his mother, the first thing that Bardock went on to think about was in fact his wife and his kid back home. But fortunately enough, that moment of tension was ultimately broken as Leek went on to walk on over by asking, "Bardock, sir, we were looking for you." With Granolah's mother shocked, he then continues, "The mission's done, and we have orders to pull out." "Is that so?" Bardock asks. "You head home without me, Leek. I'm sticking around to check for survivors." "Very well, sir," says Leek, "but try to be quick about it because word is that Frieza himself will be here soon." "Good to know," Bardock adds. And with Leek then shown taking his leave, Bardock went on to use his scouter in commenting, "These two are the last of them." Which Granolah's mom is really putting this into question because she's baffled that Bardock had not gone on to kill her, as Bardock then comments, "Deep in the mountains, a power level of 5. Just an animal maybe? No. The movements are too deliberate. This is something intelligent," Bardock adds. As meanwhile, within the mountains, as we see how all of the other Namekian houses are destroyed and the landscape is ravaged, the only other house that was not damaged was in fact Monaito's. As within Monaito's home, we then see how Monaito is trying to do his best in either hiding the Dragon Balls or doing something of the sorts to protect them, until Monaito has this lingering feeling that something or someone is making their way ever so towards his home, and Monaito acts quickly by grabbing onto his cane and setting himself up in such a way that he was actually planning on attacking whoever was about to step through, as seconds later the individual that just so happened to have entered his home was none other than Bardock, as Monaito went on to raise his cane by shouting, "Take this!" But Bardock effortlessly, without even having to look, grabbed onto the cane by asking, "A Namekian? Your power level jumped to 213? Guess you can control it," which explains how you managed to keep hidden. And as Monaito went on to look on over towards Bardock's shoulder, underneath Bardock's arm, he then notices how Bardock was in fact carrying a Cerealian child, Granolah. To where once Granolah's mom comes in and Bardock hands the kid on over to Granolah's mom, that's when Monaito went on to comment, "Cerealians! I didn't dare to hope for survivors." "I'm Muesli," Granolah's mother says, "and this is my boy Granolah. Could we please take shelter for here?" she asks, as Monaito responds, "Of course you can. My name is Monaito," he adds. "Frieza is coming, and soon," Bardock comments. "Keep hidden and off his radar," as Monaito went on to ask, "Aren't you a Saiyan though? What's your ploy here?" "I just felt like it," Bardock says, "that's all. I better be off. Keep surviving as long as you can." "Wait," Monaito says, "tell us your name at least." As Bardock's back is turned, he then responds, "Bardock." As back within the present day, we then see how Goku and Vegeta and Granolah are all listening very carefully, as Granolah went on to respond, that means I'm only alive thanks to that Saiyan's mercy?" "Yep," Monaito says. "Sorry for keeping that from you." And with Goku and Vegeta eerily quiet, Monaito then went on to turn towards Goku by telling him, "And you're the spitting image of that Bardock fella." "Huh? Me?" Goku asks. "Yeah, you. Any of you go by that name, Bardock?" As Goku responds, "I don't know. I was raised by Grandpa Gohan on Earth, so I don't know much about the Saiyans." "Kakarot," Vegeta says. "Bardock was none other than your father." "Huh? My father?" Really? And everyone was shocked as Monaito comments, what a twist of fate. You're the man's son then. This is the son of the one who saved me, Granolah asks? I wish I knew a darn thing about my dad, Goku says, but I can't say that I do. In any case, Vegeta adds, your soft-hearted nature clearly runs in the family. Hang on, Granolah shouts. What about my mother? How come my mother didn't survive? As Monaito responds, well, you see, and with everyone once again paying very close attention to what Monaito was about to say, we once more go back to the 40-year flashback as Bardock is shown with Monaito having to cry out, wait up, Bardock, let me see that arm of yours. Which of course, Bardock does do exactly that by showing him his arm, and what Monaito does is in typical Namekian fashion, he heals the wound, as Bardock responds, that's something else. Never knew Namekians could do that, with Monaito responding, the really gifted ones can even restore your energy in the blink of an eye. Takes me all I've got to heal up a little scratch though, he adds, but then, all of a sudden, Bardock's scouter then begins to detect something as Bardock comments, someone's near. And with everyone trying to avoid being caught, it was only then during that moment where Bardock had went on to spot 4 individuals near the cliffside, as of course these individuals were none other than the Heaters, Maki, Oil, Gas, and Alec, as Bardock comments, the freaking Heaters. Who might they be, Monaito asks? They act as exterminators for planets that Frieza has conquered. Simply put, they're brokers. Guess they've set their sights on this planet, he adds. Treating our planet like some sort of thing to be sold, Monaito adds. And with the Heaters overseeing how the Saiyans are in fact leaving, Alec found this to be the perfect opportunity, as Alec went on to then comment, perfect. The Surelians and Namekians are out of the picture. Get word to the Shigarians and start negotiating on a price, Oil. Sure. As Maki comments, we're gonna piece them good, right, Alec? An arm, a leg, and then some, with Alec responding, uh-huh. Once we've cleaned the place up, I won't sell for less than 100 billion pull. What about the cut for Frieza's army, Oil asks? Toss them 1/10 of the total. Ha, easy money for us, Maki adds. Most of Frieza's people are just in this business for the carnage, Alec comments. Battle-crazed diehards without any brains to know a planet's true value. As of course Bardock is overhearing this on his scouter, Alec then went on to continue, as long as Frieza himself doesn't catch on, we're golden. Unlike his goons, Maki adds, he's got brains and a power level that's off the charts. So we've better watch our step, as Gas went on to chime in, one day we will reign supreme over Frieza's army. Right you are, Gas. And with Bardock overhearing this, Muesli walks on over by asking who's over there. The Heaters won't trump over Frieza with might, but with wits, wealth, and intel. Our day will come eventually. And until that day, Maki adds, we'd better save up a juicy fortune. Yeah. Exactly, Alec adds. The Heaters aren't destined to serve that nasty lizard forever. So, they're plotting to betray Frieza, Bardock says. As moments later, unbeknownst to Granolah, who had just woken up from being unconscious, Granolah had went on to walk outside in having to spot his mom and having to see Monaito, but at the same time, he also sees Bardock, and the first thing that Granolah sees on Bardock is in fact his tail, and because of this, Granolah goes into a frenzy as he went on to scream out, Saiyan! Which ultimately was the worst case scenario for everybody there, because this went on to alert the Heaters in giving away Bardock and Monaito's position, which out of all people there, Monaito had to act quickly in using somewhat of a technique to knock Granolah out, because although Granolah did not know any better, Monaito went on to put Granolah to sleep, as he then went on to comment, your boy's just fine, he's just taking a nap. That stupid little kid, Bardock says. Why did you have to shout like that? Is someone over there, Alec asks? Damn it. Quick, give me your robe! As once the Heaters go deeper into the forest, in discovering Muesli, Monaito, and of course Bardock, Alec seems to be a tad bit curious, as he went on to comment, a Namekian? And a pair of Surelians? And who might you be? I was just about to slaughter these survivors I spotted. Ah, you're one of Frieza's men. Get on with it then. To which Muesli and Monaito are scared because they really don't know as to what's about to happen, and Bardock seems to be very hesitant on following through with his plan, as Alec went on to ask, well, having second thoughts? Actually, Bardock comments, The Namekian just used some strange power. Maybe it's worth checking out before killing them, but then Alec was not having it, so what he does is Alec quickly went on to draw his gun and shooting right past Bardock, and the person that he ended up shooting was none other than Muesli, Granola's mother, and he had shot her seemingly right around the area where her heart is, and Monaito is shocked. Bardock is puzzled because nobody among that group was ever expecting for this to happen, as even then with Muesli shown having to fall on down and hitting the ground, you can ultimately feel the tension, you can ultimately feel the sadness going on here, because from there, as Alec went on to put his gun away, he then adds, there you go, kill the kid and take the Namekian and make it quick. And Bardock was angry because, of course, this wasn't his intention, and as Bardock, interestingly enough, went on to clench his fists, with, mind you, his back turned towards the heaters, the only person that was able to kind of understand what was about to happen was Gas, because the second Bardock quickly went on to turn around in unleashing an attack, the first person to step on in defending the heaters was, of course, Gas, because Gas went on to move in so quick in creating a barrier to prevent Bardock's attack from hitting, which went on to create a massive explosion to where once the dust ended up settling, that's when Alec comments, some nerve of that guy. What's really going on here? Is he working for Frieza or isn't he? What now, Maki asks? They gave us the slip. They must have been eavesdropping, Oil says. This could put us in hot water, Alec adds. As this bought Bardock enough time in grabbing onto Granolah, Monaito, and Muesli and getting away, as Monaito went on to then tell Bardock, so sorry, it's no use. My power ain't enough to save her. Damn it, Bardock says. What's gotten into me? Don't know, but what's your next move, Monaito asks, and with Bardock looking over towards Granolah, he then went on to add, the heaters are bound to come looking for us. They have to die, Alec says. Let me go, Gas comments. All three will perish by my hand. Oh? Fine. Get it done, Alec says. Meanwhile, we'll prepare a meeting with Frieza. Make sure this mess is dealt with before he shows up, Gas. Of course, Gas comments, and with Gas then shown taking his leave, the plan was set and put into motion as once again we go back to the present day, we get to see how on the heater ship Gas seems to be overlooking the planets as Alec went on to ask, a trip down memory lane of that day 40 years ago? Sure. The one you fought back then was a Saiyan, right? Yes, Gas comments. I get it. In a way, your own revenge is tied up in all of this. I will not suffer such indignity ever again, Gas comments. I have grown strong. You sure have, Alec comments, but never hurts to have insurance. Just one more and the set's complete. So step on it, Maki shouts. We'll nab you soon enough, Dragon Ball number 2, to where Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 77 had then concluded. Now, it goes without question that this in fact was a tipping point within the Granolah the Survivor story, because not only did this result in Granolah, Goku, and Vegeta ceasing their fight for Monaito's story and explaining to them of the history of what really went down involving the Cerealians, the Namekians, the Heaters, and even what happened involving Bardock, and now finally having to learn of what truly went down involving Alec and Granolah's mother Muesli, with the finger now being redirected in going from blaming the Saiyans to now blaming the Heaters, specifically Alec, as we kick off Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 78 with the Heater clan's ship being shown having to desperately dash towards the last remaining Cerealian Dragon Ball in such a way that as they're shown making their way ever so closer, Maki then gets a radio call from none other than Oil, as she is then also shown turning her head and looking outside of the window and noticing that everything now appears to be a lot more calm than how it was before, as Maki then went on to comment, what's going on, Oil? Any news? We're all good on our end, and with Maki looking down and noticing something very concerning, she then quickly went on to rush outside of the ship and having to scream for Alec by telling him, we've got trouble, Alec. Granolah and the Saiyans stop kicking the crap out of each other. Why, Alec asks. Some old Namekian just popped up and stopped the fighting. A Namekian, huh? Monaito, Alec says. He knows better than to meddle. Let's go kill them all, Gas suggests. A massacre, Maki asks? Good idea, especially since those three idiots are probably weakened from all of their fighting. Right. Fine, Alec says. You two head that way. Meanwhile, I've got the dragon to see about a wish. Cool, and here's the radar, says Maki, and the spell that you would need to summon the dragon. And we're off, Maki says. Get it done, Alec responds. I will see your wish fulfilled, Gas. I'm fine just as I am, Gas responds. Don't be silly. This is the only surefire way to achieve our goals. Our plans all rely on you. You know that, yeah? Yes, I know, Gas responds. Hey, no more time for chit-chatting, let's move, Gas! And as soon as Maki and Gas are then shown leaving, Alec is then shown sinisterly smiling as he seems to be up to no good, as meanwhile back with Vegeta, Goku, and Granolah just can't seem to believe that this entire time he seemed to have been lied to, as Granolah went on to comment, how can this be? Alec was the one who murdered my mother? As both Goku and Vegeta are then shown standing there eerily quiet, Granolah had then gone on by grabbing Monaito by the shirt and telling him, "You knew the whole time? And you still let me work for those heaters? You gotta understand," says Monaito. "It was the only way for us to survive." "Cut it out, Granolah," Goku says. "Let's hear him out." "You kept me in the dark," Granolah responds, "for all of these decades. Letting them use me like that." "Well, did he win?" Vegeta asks, with everyone looking very confused. That's when Vegeta went on to continue. "Did Bardock defeat Gas?" "He sure did," says Monaito. "That's how we've survived." "Glad to hear it," Goku says. "Bardock was a low-class warrior as far as I know," says Vegeta. "Was Gas really that weak?" "Nope, just the opposite," Monaito says. "Gas was very strong, but..." As right before Monaito can finish his sentence, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, the sky suddenly turns dark, with Vegeta then having to comment, What's this? The sky has now grown dark." "What the?" Goku responds. "It's like when we call Shenron," and with Monaito knowing exactly what this was, that's when Monaito comments this. "No, it can't be," as indeed, unfortunately enough it was, because Alec had gone on in finally summoning Tarambo the Dragon, to where once Tarambo had made his presence known, Tarambo went on to address Alec by asking, "You who have collected the 2 Dragon Balls, state your wish." "Look at that," says Alec. "A wish-granting dragon in the flesh." Why is it suddenly dark outside, the Shigarians ask, as this really didn't last as long as one would expect, because just before you know it, the sky was then suddenly back to normal, with Vegeta commenting, "The darkness is gone." "What was that about?" Goku says, but then both Goku and Vegeta suddenly then detect a massive energy signal around them, as Vegeta went on to respond, Hey, what's that enormous power signature?" "Don't know, but it's headed our way," Goku says. "Huh? What was that something about coming this way?" Monaito asks. I know that power," Granolah responds. "It's here," Vegeta shouts, as indeed it was, because with such energy making its way towards everyone, our heroes did their best in trying to maintain their balance in holding their position, as of course these individuals have finally arrived, in which as they did, Goku and Vegeta quickly went on to turn around in noticing 2 individuals standing on top of a cliff, with Maki then having to ask, "What's up? Looks like the gang's all here." "You jerk," says Goku. "We know the whole story now. Why are you here?" With Maki responding, "Now that our plans are in motion, all that's left to do is take out the trash. And hey, thanks for being a team player for all of these years, Granolah." And Granolah is pissed, as he then went on to respond, "You brought these Saiyans here to kill me, didn't you? You low-down dirty. You didn't leave us much of a choice," Maki says, "especially when you decided to become the strongest in all of the universe. Talk about cheating. Too bad for you, you're not the only one who could make a wish." "A wish?" Goku asks, and with Oil and Maki then positioning themselves and introducing someone, that's when Maki continues, "On that note, now presenting Gas, the actual strongest warrior in the universe." "What?" Vegeta asks. "Another one?" As even with Granolah having to look on in absolute shock, it was only then, during that moment, where the new strongest warrior of Universe 7 had emerged, and this warrior happened to be none other than Gas, which in a stunning fashion, as we get to observe how Gas is slowly rising up behind Maki and Oil, there is a drastic difference in Gas's appearance by comparison to the beginning of the manga chapter, because after using up the Cerealian Dragon Balls in now making Gas seemingly what is the most powerful warrior in Universe 7, not only was Gas now visibly much taller than how he was before, seemingly the tallest individual on the battlefield, but he also seems to have put on more muscle, his hair had gotten much more longer, and with Oyo and Maki introducing him the way he is, Gas is ready for war, and this is actually very symbolic to some of the other debuts we've seen be done before, which at the same time, very similar to when Granolah had first made his wish in becoming the strongest, it looks as though there is somewhat of a rapid aging process that goes into this wish having to be made, because not only is Gas much bigger than how he was before, but he also visibly looks much older than how he was before as well. As even then with Gas shown having to stare everyone down very intensely with malice intent, nobody on the opposing side can seem to believe as to what had happened. Monaito, Goku, Granolah, as even Granolah went on to then comment, Is that really you, Gas? I feared as much, Monaito says. They must have used the Dragon Balls. What? Vegeta asks. There are Dragon Balls on this planet? Yes, Granolah responds. I used them to become the strongest in the universe. That explains it, Goku responds. But by that point, nothing else mattered to begin with because Gas was the first to take initiative in going as far as to showcase his newly gained powers by slowly having to lift up his finger as he proceeded to observe our heroes from above in shooting down an energy beam beneath them, which mind you, he did have full control over, in which from there, not only were our heroes concerned as to what Gas was about to do, but it didn't take them long enough to figure out exactly what he was planning, because from there, Gas went on to quickly lift his hand up in the air and slice in between Granolah, Monaito, Goku, and Vegeta, which in a state of panic, Vegeta had shouted for everyone to move out of the way, and as they did, Gas's energy beam was nearly shown having to slice right through our heroes, which thankfully enough, as they had gone on to act quickly in jumping out of the way, Gas's energy beam instead was shown having to cut right through Monaito's ship in such a quick and vicious way, in making sure that even if something were to happen that they could not use Monaito's ship to get away. As soon as Gas had ceased fire and taking a look at everyone's reaction, Granolah then went on to comment, My ship! But even then, Gas was only simply demonstrating the fruits of his power, because Gas went on once again to not waste any more time by then being shown lifting up his hand in the air and creating an energy trident in his hand. Gas seriously meant every word that he had told Alec in coming here to do business, and that's exactly what Gas had done, because without even skipping a beat, Gas proceeded to throw the energy tridents directly in Granolah's direction, as by the time the energy trident got close enough, Granolah was not able to register as to what the heck was just about to happen, so instead, by the time Granolah had given off any kind of reaction, it was only right then and there during that moment where Gas's energy trident had gone on to impale both of Granolah's shoulders along with his legs that had not only hit Granolah with such tremendous force in causing Granolah to go flying backwards, but by also making sure that his prey remained where he was. Granolah was now stuck on one half of Monaito's ship, which one could only imagine the amount of agony that Granolah at this point is going through, because you can see it upon Granolah's face that he's screaming, that he's in pain, as everyone else seemingly can't even believe this, with Goku included. And the moment Gas went on to leap on down below, in now making his way ever so closer towards his victims, Gas had wanted to make sure that everyone there had already known what he was all about, as Gas then went on to comment, I never liked you. I provide enough muscle for the heaters. You are not needed. And with Granolah then shown screaming in agony, that's when Gas continues, at last, I am free to kill you. But despite Goku wanting to intervene in doing something to stop Gas, what Gas ends up doing instead is with one snap of his finger, Gas ultimately ends up creating these weighted cubes that end up appearing around Goku's body, which subsequently enough can be looked at kind of similar to what Hearts does in Super Dragon Ball Heroes by creating these gigantic cubes that end up weighing you down and using gravity against you. So this is kind of a similar technique used on Goku during that moment, in which caused Goku to hit the ground below, to where on top of being exhausted and tired from his battle with Granolah prior, not only was Granolah then vulnerable in being executed by Gas, but Goku was as well. Which again, when you stop and look at it, Goku's essentially defenseless in having to fight back against Gas, as Goku then went on to comment, whoa, I can't move. You must be that Saiyan son. Yep, says Maki. I heard him mention that earlier, says Oil. That would explain the familiar face, Gas responds. Does his father still live? That entire generation of Saiyans was slain by Frieza himself, Vegeta says. Only a few members of our tribe have survived the purge. Is that so? Gas asks. Works for us, Maki responds. We'll finish what Frieza started and take out the rest of the trash. Just hang on a minute, Goku says. Why do you have to kill us in the first place? You and Granolah must perish, Gas says, as do all who might threaten our plans. As seconds later, just as he had done before, Gas winds up spawning an energy axe right above his head and clutching onto the handle in such a way that Gas absolutely intends on using this against Goku, because as Gas proceeded to wind his axe back without even batting an eye, while on the ground unable to do anything to save himself from this particular situation, Gas saw this as being the absolute best opportunity possible in beheading Goku on the spot, which ultimately that's exactly what Gas was intending to do, because as he proceeded to swing the axe down, Goku couldn't do anything to escape this, but instead he closed his eyes because he knew that perhaps maybe this was going to be that moment to where he was going to be off for good, until out of nowhere a blast ends up hitting Gas from behind and throwing Gas off balance for a moment, which allowed for Gas to release his grip on the axe, which the axe came crashing down right next to Goku's head. And as soon as Gas went on to turn around, to his absolute surprise, it was Granolah that had gone on to save Goku as Monaito was shown holding the trident. Gas couldn't seem to believe it. With Granolah shown having to aim his arm out, he then went on to acknowledge Gas by telling him, "The title of the strongest belongs to me." But even then, Gas was having none of it, because with Goku shown on the floor, Gas immediately took initiative in not only once again dashing directly towards Granolah's direction, but at the same time, he had gone on to spawn another weapon in his hand, which once again, he had gone as far as to use this in smiting Granolah across the face with such tremendous force that you could visibly see how Granolah was in trouble and seemingly had no chance against Gas, and with one swing that landed across Granolah's face, Monaito was worried. With Granolah's body shown hitting the ground and sliding down on the floor, Gas was not done, because from there, he had gone to turn his weapon forward in positioning himself in such a way that he seemingly wanted to strike Granolah's body directly, and Granolah was shook, because as soon as Gas once again came dashing right towards him, Gas did not let up by attacking Granolah's body over and over and over, strike after strike after strike. The intensity of such blows was so much for Granolah that you could see once again how he's spitting out blood, he's getting knocked back, and there's really nothing that Granolah can do in this particular situation to make a difference, as this has now become a very bad situation for our heroes, because Goku can't do anything to help Granolah. Granolah himself is now being slaughtered by Gas, as Gas seems to not even let up in striking Granolah repeatedly, as with both Maki and Oil having to observe this by smiling, Maki then went on to comment, "You idiot, Gas's wish came after yours, which makes him stronger, duh." Which once again, when going back to Gas, we then get to see how there is an extension of the weapon that he was using, as he was now repositioning himself in now using this weapon kind of similar to that of a staff in knocking Granolah up in the sky, and as he did, Granolah's body was shown being thrown across the sky as he proceeded to then land back down on the ground, and as he did, the weapon that Gas was using was then beginning to dematerialize, as Gas went on to then acknowledge Granolah by telling him, "Alex saw value in your strength, but I never did." And with Granolah shown slowly standing up with his entire body shaking, even Vegeta had gone on and calling Gas scum, but then, unbeknownst to everybody else, Monaito ends up showing up and finally doing something and taking action to help our heroes, as Monaito had used his abilities in getting rid of the weights that were holding Goku down, as Goku went on to tell him, "Thanks a bunch. Let me heal you," says Monaito. "You sure?" "Nice one," says Maki. "You show him, Gas." "But I have a request," Monaito asks, as he's then shown healing Goku. He then continues, "I know I've got no right to ask you for favors, but please save Granolah for me." "Sure," Goku says. "I'll do what I can." But even when going back to Granolah, as he was shown attempting to punch Gas, he then went on to shout, "Take this! Why did you let me live?" And with Gas dodging each and every single one of his attacks, he then went on to respond, "We did not learn that you two have survived until several years after the fall of planet Sorel." As even with Gas shown catching on to one of Granolah's punches, he then went on to squeeze on down in literally breaking Granolah's hand right within his palm, as you can almost feel the agony coming from Granolah as he's screaming with blood having to pour from his mouth. Gas then went on to continue, "By that point, you had already made a name for yourself as a bounty hunter." And as soon as Gas went on to kick Granolah away, Granolah's body was shown being dragged down on the floor, with Gas having to continue, "Alex said it would be a waste to kill such a resource. so he decided to hire you instead. Which, to Granola's surprise, the moment Gas had gone on to bring this up in telling Granolah this, it then clicked in Granola's head as he began to remember his past, as we now dive into a flashback of Granolah when he was a kid again, in seeing how a little Granolah, after of course some time had passed following the death of his mother Muesli by the hands of Alec, as Granolah did not know this during that time. We then take a look at how Granolah during that point had actually gone on to become a bounty hunter by training in the woods, and you can see how Granolah then during that time period was beginning to come into his own in honing himself in becoming a very skilled sniper slash bounty hunters, with the Heaters having to oversee this. The intention that Alec had here was not to lose a prospect such as Granolah, as of course he might be useful to him as time goes on, so instead, Alec rather than had different intentions for Granolah rather than killing him, as Alec then went on to comment, "So, he's the bounty hunter who's been making waves. Why are you here, Alec?" asks Monaito. "You can't take Granolah." Heh, as if you could do anything to stop us. "I'm guessing you didn't tell him I killed his mother. If the boy knew the truth, he'd run with some half-baked plan for revenge. He'd get himself killed." "You're smarter than you look," Alec says. The boy thinks it was luck that he had survived. He doesn't know what really happened on that cursed day. "Good," says Alec, "and you'll keep that mouth shut, you old coot, because the second you blab, both of your lives are over." "Hey kid, come over here," Alec says, and as soon as Granolah had done exactly that, Granolah had no idea as to who Alec was, as he went on to ask, "Who are you? We've heard the tales, and they say that you've got some skills. Why not come work for me?" Alec asks. "You will be well paid for your trouble. Don't you want to help the old man move out of this rinky-dink shack?" And with Granolah looking on absolutely baffled, we then come back into the past as Monaito then went on to continue, "I think I made the wrong choice back then. It would have been better to die than serve Alec. You did it so the two of you can survive," Goku says. "You didn't have much of a choice. They are the bad guys here. I don't even live up to being an Namekian," Monaito says. "I can't even manage to restore your energy." And even with Goku then acknowledging this, he then quickly turns his head by shouting, "Vegeta, don't you have another senzu bean?" "Yes, but it's stored in my armor, which I tossed away." "What the heck, Vegeta?" But right before anything else, there was a massive explosion seen behind Goku and Vegeta, as that went on to interrupt their conversation, as through the smoke within the distance, Granolah's body once again is shown being literally dragged across the landscape, and there was nothing during that point where either Goku or Vegeta could do anything to stop Gas with, and Granolah right now is placed in such a difficult position to where he's unable to fight back, and because of this, it leaves him more vulnerable than anybody else on the battlefield. As Monaito and Goku proceeded to look on, Goku then went on to comment, "He's out cold and not getting up. Thanks for the healing, old man. I feel much better now. Vegeta, go back and find your armor. I'll try to hold my own in the meantime. Eat it as soon as you find it," with Vegeta asking, "Really?" "Only fair," Goku says. "I ate the first one, remember?" "Very well," Vegeta says. "Don't die, Kakarot. You can transform into your freaky face mode again and beat Gas," Goku says, and as soon as he ends up taking off, Vegeta took such offense to this as he then went on to ask, "Freaky face mode? It's called Ultra Ego, you fool!" Because from that point, as soon as Goku got in between Gas and Granolah, Goku then went on to tell Gas, "Listen, buddy, what you guys are doing here is just too cruel. So, the endangered species have become friends. Not your place, outsider." And as soon as Gas went on to spawn a literal sword from his hand, he then went on to continue, "This is just how the Heaters operate." Which from there, once again without wasting any more time, Gas attempts to impale Goku by using this sword, as with Goku seeing this and taking immediate action, what Goku ends up doing is he powers up back into Super Saiyan Blue in grabbing onto Gas's sword with his bare hands in preventing Gas from impaling him, which even then Gas himself had seemed to be very surprised by this, because Gas's intention was to just get rid of this guy without there having to be any pushback, but instead Goku is in fact kind of pushing back now, and if you look very closely, Gas was literally inches away from impaling Goku through the chest, to where Goku had made sure that Gas was not going to do this, so instead he ends up shattering Gas's sword, which really goes as far as to kind of show you how strong Super Saiyan Blue Goku really is, because mind you, he's doing this while at the same time fighting the new so-called strongest in the universe, right? As Gas takes a step back by looking at his sword in not believing what he had just seen, as Goku from there went on to tell him, "You won't kill me that easily," to where then it was Goku being the one shown charging directly at Gas, and as soon as Goku attempted in kicking Gas directly in the face, what Gas ended up doing was once again similar to the weapons that he has spawned. He spawned a shield literally right around his arm and wrist in preventing himself from being struck by Goku, as he kind of used this as sort of similar to that of a Captain America shield because it looks very identical to it, especially when you take a look at how it's structured with the straps having to go around his forearm and whatnot. So from there, Gas was able to neg Goku's kick, but Goku wasn't finished because once again, he attempted to attack Gas by punching him, but Gas ends up blocking it by using that exact same shield as a means of protection. But Goku wasn't letting up because shot after shot, punch after punch, Goku's sole motive during that point was to do as much damage to Gas as he physically could. So what he ends up doing instead is, as he rains down a barrage of punches on Gas, he ends up winding his left arm back, and very similar to what we have seen practically go down during the events of the Merge Zamasu story scene right here, which if you pay close enough attention to, you can see the attention to detail, you can see the similarities between Goku versus Zamasu and Goku versus Gas that ultimately led in Goku having to fire off an attack that ends up blowing Gas back enough to where Gas was seemingly on the ropes now that Goku had done this, and with this massive explosion then being echoed throughout the landscape, one could only imagine the sheer force of this explosion as Goku had landed this attack successfully on Gas, but through the smoke. With Goku expecting sort of like a different outcome, out of nowhere behind him, Gas is then shown once again wielding another weapon, this time a giant mallet in his hand, as before Goku could even react fast enough in stopping this, Gas ends up whacking Goku across the head with this weapon that it ultimately sent Goku flying out into the distance, to where Goku had to quickly maintain his balance by grabbing onto the ground, because rather than having Goku fly out any further into the woods, Goku was quickly able to stop himself in clutching onto his bloody head, with Gas looking on as Maki then comments, "This Saiyan's not all that tough after all. Maybe Gas didn't even need that wish to handle these chumps." But then Oil went on to notice something very unusual, as Oil then comments, "Look, Vegeta's gone!" As interestingly enough, when going back to Vegeta, we see how Vegeta had gone back to the exact location and where he had fought Granolah prior, and he seems to be looking for something. What exactly is he looking for? Well, Vegeta was looking for the armor piece that he had ripped off and thrown away during his fight against Granolah, and inside of it, we then observe how he had finally gone on to find the last senzu bean that he had brought on planet Sorel, as Vegeta then went on to comment, "Yes, it's safe." And the moment Vegeta clinches his fist in protecting the bean, over back with Goku and Gas once again had spawned another weapon, this time a weapon that kind of resembles nunchucks in a way, but not really, as he used this to strike Goku in the stomach, and whatever weapon this was had seemed to have done enough damage in causing Goku so much pain that the second Gas uses this in hitting Goku across the head with, Goku ends up hitting the ground back down below and reverting back to his base form, as Goku went on to ask, "What's the holdup, Vegeta? I hate to say it, but I'm not gonna last much longer." And as we then take a look at how Vegeta had finally landed somewhere, he did not in fact take the bean himself, but instead, he is then shown overlooking Granolah's unconscious body in such a calm and serious way that the moment he went on to kneel on down, he's trying to wake up Granolah by telling him, "Rise and shine, Granolah." Eat this." What is this?" Granolah asks. "It will restore your energy. Now eat it." You had something like that all along? Eating it could have helped you beat me. And take the coward's way out? Never, Vegeta says. Now eat the freaking bean and rejoin the fight. And as soon as Vegeta then aggressively went on to grab Granolah by the shirt, he then continues, "Your revenge must be satisfied, no? So settle this grudge with your own strength." And with Granolah shown seemingly speechless in not knowing how to answer Vegeta, it was only then during that moment where Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 78 then comes to a close. Now what this chapter I think does very well is go as far as to establish the fact that yes, there is a new enemy on the battlefield, and unlike Granolah, who is simply trying to get revenge by wiping out 2 Saiyans, the opposition now is essentially enough out there looking to murder everybody, not for the sole sake of getting revenge, but to more or less now prove themselves to their brother, i.e. Alec, and going as far as to now reassure him that Gas will do what he needs to in order to fully be able to take down Goku, Vegeta, and Granolah in murdering them off for good, to where as we only then make our way into Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 79, with Alec being shown having to drink wine aboard his ship, it was only then where as everything was going down with Gas in the distance, where Alec went on to ask, "I'm guessing Gas is now the mightiest in the universe?" "Alec, sir, shall we move the ship closer to the battlefield?" "Only once the fight is over," Alec says. "Have you ever seen an active battlefield? I don't want debris falling into my wine," with his henchman responding, "Very well, sir. Besides, I've got one more urgent errand to handle." To where in the meantime, when then going back to Maki, Oil, and Monaito, it was only from there where Maki went on to shout, "Spill the beans, geezer! Where'd Vegeta go?" "The heck if I know," Monaito responds. Playing dumb, are we? Maybe Oil can convince you to wise up." As with Oil shown getting closer, it was only as Monaito was shown standing his ground where Vegeta had forced Granolah into eating the senzu bean by telling him, "Hurry up and eat it." What is this?" Granolah asks. "One moment I was down for the count, but now this is incredible." "Go on," Vegeta says. "Don't waste the senzu bean." To where this was exactly what Granolah had gone and doing, because right before Oil could do anything to harm Monaito, it was only from there where Granolah was shown getting in Oil's face as Maki shouts, "Granolah? How are you still standing?" Oil asks. "The old man's off limits," Granolah says, as he from there took it upon himself in literally blowing Maki and Oil away. This in and of itself now had gone as far as to get Gas's attention, with Granolah from there being shown having to turn his head and looking on up. That's when Gas went on to respond, "Your energy has been restored. Were you healed somehow?" "Don't forget your partner, Granolah," Monaito went on to tell Granolah from behind, in which as Monaito was beginning to hand Oatmeal on over to Granolah, that was when Oatmeal went on to shout, "I swear, if you ever chuck me aside like that again." "Sorry about that, Oatmeal," with Oatmeal responding, "Does the universe's strongest have no need of my support?" "No, I'll always want you backing me up," he says, in which within this very moment as Granolah was from there shown powering up in such a way, this had now gone as far as to capture everybody's attention there, with Gas from there being shown throwing Goku off to the wayside as Granolah went on to then tell him, "Get down here, Gas, you're here to fight me." In which to Gas's credit, this was exactly what he had gone and doing, as Gas went on to comment, "Just so," as he was from there now being shown having to meet Granolah back down on the ground by from there being shown spawning 2 energy shields, as both Gas and Granolah were then shown getting into fighting position with Maki and Oil seemingly having to panic. It was upon both of them having to then be shown dashing towards one another where the fight had finally then begun, as it was during this time with Gas being shown attempting to strike Granolah with his shield, to where Granolah from there had made his way underneath Gas and from there being shown blasting him non-stop, as the battle between the two now seems to be a direct measuring contest to see which one of the two is in fact the strongest. Neither one of these warriors were looking to back down against the other, as Gas was shown getting visibly frustrated at the fact that he wasn't able to defeat Granolah off the gate. So what Gas ends up creating as a countermeasure are multiple different weapons in his best attempts of trying to get the better of Granolah, but it would almost appear as though now with Granolah fully healed courtesy of the senzu bean, Gas can't really do anything to stop Granolah with, so as a response he ends up still trying anyway by spawning multiple different kinds of blades, by spawning a gigantic wrecking ball, and it would only appear as though nothing seems to be working, as Granolah seems to be finding his way out by countering all of these attempted strikes. So Granolah for the most part seems to be holding his own relatively well. The fight seems to be a back and forth contest, and if anything else, it almost appears as though Granolah does seem to have the upper hand against Gas during the course of this battle, as even despite being at a significant disadvantage with Gas now shown getting desperate, Gas tried to do everything under the sun in order to get the better of Granolah by either having to attack him using multiple different kinds of blades. Gas tried crushing him. Nothing at this point was seemingly working now in Gas's favor, as even now with the others having to acknowledge this, with Monaito trying to do everything he can to heal the Saiyans, that's when Vegeta went on to respond, "The gap between them is evident. This is Granolah's last chance." But why is Gas just sticking to that one move using those strange weapons? "Hard to say," Vegeta responds. "Perhaps he gained that ability from the wish to become the strongest." "Nope," Monaito chimes in. "Gas has always use those weapons that he creates out of nothing. Oh? As once again with Gas now being shown having to spawn more weapons to his disposal, Gas was trying to do everything within the best of his own ability to shred Granolah into pieces, but there wasn't a single thing that had seemed to favor Gas in this battle so as long as Granolah was now in control, because the very moment Granolah had from there gone as far as to knock Gas back, that was when Granolah went on to ask, why? Why rely solely on that arsenal of yours? With Maki responding, I get it. Gas wants to beat Granolah with his own strength. To where even with Gas attempting to do so, that was when Granolah went on to continue. Didn't that wish give you new powers to use? Alright, ain't that Gas can't wield his newly found power right away. He just doesn't wanna. To where in the meantime, with Granolah shown having to disarm Gas by having to swipe away his sword, it was only from there where Granolah went on to shout, if this is all you've got, then you're done for. As it was only inches away right before Granolah had gone as far as to make contact with Gas's face, it was only to Granolah's surprise where Gas had then gone and extending his arm out to Granolah's face, and from there being shown unleashing a gigantic energy blast which had gone and consuming the entire landscape whole, in which everyone that had seen this was seemingly enough in shock, as with Granolah now shown struggling to get back up, it was only from that point as Granolah was holding on to Oatmeal where Granolah went on to comment, I knew it. You were holding back your new strength. I consider this failure on my part, Gas says. I had hoped to kill you with that technique I've honed, but Granolah was not having it because it was only upon being shown now firing multiple energy blasts at Gas, where Gas quickly had managed to teleport out of the way and now being shown standing directly in front of Granolah, with Goku and Vegeta seemingly shocked that Gas had now used instant teleportation. Gas from there went on to tell Granolah, any abilities you have gained are now mine as well. And without even wasting a second, that was when Gas had gone and punching Granolah in the stomach by then telling him, my power is far superior to yours. Which, similarly to the technique of destruction, we then observe how Gas had managed to squeeze his palm in creating a gigantic explosion by using Granolah's body. As with Granolah's body from there being shown thrown into the Cerulean forest, Vegeta went on to then tell Goku that looked like destruction. He never needed those extra weapons. As with even Gas now having to acknowledge this newly found strength of his, that's when he went on to respond, I see now. But then, to Gas's surprise, once again, Granolah had emerged from the forest and tearing off his vest by telling Gas, I never thought taking you down would actually be that easy. Well, go on. What can the universe's strongest muster? I've still got plenty of fight left in me, Granolah says. Which indeed from here, Granolah was not shown bluffing, because as Granolah had then managed to get behind Gas, it was only from there where the two had gone now to use instant transmission back and forth as a means of avoiding one another, because through the sheer instinctive act of using instant transmission without directly knowing what it is or how to use it consciously, the two were simply shown having to use this as a means of getting away from the other's attack, as towards the end of their scuffle, it only now appeared as though Granolah did have the significant advantage over Gas by not only displaying the fact that he could indeed actually be faster and much stronger than Gas, it was later confirmed by Vegeta that in fact Granolah still has a chance to win this battle against him, especially with all things considered now, as the two seem to be on an even playing field towards the end. It was only with Granolah being shown looking at Gas with a smile on his face where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 79 then comes to a close. Now, what I do believe that chapter 79 had gone as far as to establish very well was to go as far as to insinuate the overall idea that our heroes in fact actually may stand a chance in toppling Gas in this battle, all while at the same time seeing Goku and Vegeta's reaction upon witnessing Gas and Granolah subconsciously use similar techniques to them. This was only from here going to become the prelude to what's about to happen next moving forward, as we only from that point now enter Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 80, with everyone including Maki, Oil, Goku, Vegeta, and Monaito seemingly surprised by the overall situation of what's happening, while Gas continues to oversee Granolah from above. If you stop and pay very close attention, it would almost apparently seem as though Monaito is in fact actually attempting to heal Vegeta, but by the time anything else could happen, Gas erupts in a fit of rage in making that vow in never losing to Granolah, as Gas then begins to power up in such a way that it would almost seemingly appear as though he is attempting to use his full power in manifesting that on the surface, to where as Gas continues to power up, he then went on to comment, I'll figure out that move soon enough. Which from there Gas did not waste any more time in flying on down and punching the ground beneath him. For whatever reason this appeared to be the case, we see how rocks are beginning to fly all throughout the landscape. They're floating around Granolah, as all the while Granolah appears to be cool, calm, and collected. He's maintaining his focus and he's not taking his eyes off of Gas, which once again Gas did not waste a single moment in this fight, because the moment Gas had gone on in dashing directly towards Granolah, Granolah had once again used instant transmission in getting out of dodge and causing Gas to miss his punch, where once again Gas, as a result in missing his attack, had gone on and punching a pile of rocks. And as soon as Gas had then sensed how Granolah was indeed now behind him, in an instant, as soon as Gas went on to turn his head, Gas then quickly proceeded in unleashing these energy beams that came directly from his eyes, which, to the credit of Toyotaro in making Gas stand out that much more, we really haven't seen that many Dragon Ball Super villains actually perform such abilities and techniques. So as Gas was shown shooting these energy beams directly at Granolah, once again Granolah quickly used instant transmission in getting out of the way and appearing behind Gas again, but this time it seemed as though Granolah was using one of the floating rocks as a means of a distraction, because the moment Gas quickly turned around in assuming that Granolah was directly behind the rock, he quickly kicked it in, not knowing that Granolah had once again used instant transmission in getting out of dodge, except this time instead of being behind Gas, Granolah was back down on the battlefield. As Gas turned his head in anger, it was very clear by this point that Granolah was simply too fast for Gas to keep up, so Gas still attempted to try anyway as he went on to dash down below in his attempts of kicking Granolah. By the time he even attempted to do so, with Granolah shown backing up that much more, Gas just kept on missing as he was kicking rock after rock after rock, because as a means of using instant transmission, Granolah was simply too fast for Gas to keep up, which, to the brilliant mind and strategy of Granolah, as all of these rocks were shown floating around Gas, what Granolah ended up doing was clinching onto his fists and causing all of these rocks around Gas to explode, which not only had gone on in creating a massive explosion scene in the distance, but this little stunt was actually effective enough for the time being, because as Gas was shown seemingly in pain, Granolah took it upon himself to not waste a single second in this fight by dashing on in and kicking Gas directly in the gut, to where once again, even though Gas is still standing, he is seemingly enough being hurt in this fight as it's progressing, because number one, he can't seem to catch Granolah. Number two, with Granolah using his surroundings as a means of a distraction and then getting a clean shot on Gas, Gas is frustrated, Gas is angry, and Gas is seemingly losing, with even both Maki and Oil further acknowledging this, as Oil went on to comment, Gas might be stronger, but he's losing in the skills department, dang! Guess those Dragon Balls ain't all that after all, with Maki responding, hang on. Gas won't let it end like this. As even then, when going back to Gas and Granolah and seeing them exchange punches, it was once again fairly evident to see that both Gas and Granolah were then using instant transmission and having to avoid one another's attacks, because by no means were either of the two looking to hold back, because as we then get to see how both Gas and Granolah were attempting to kick each other and causing a massive collision with their legs, there seems to be something wrong as this fight is now beginning to progress, because based on Granolah's expression in showing signs of concern and anger, Gas, on the other hand, seems to be smiling, as Gas went on to comment, I can now track your every move. As the two are then shown continuing their battle, Vegeta went on to chime in, damn it, Granolah wasted too much time, and allowed Gas to grow accustomed to those new moves. As we only then make our way back to Gas and Granolah, Gas was then shown connecting a ferocious uppercut to Granolah's face, with Granolah seemingly baffled by this and wondering what the heck is going on, because it would only now appear as though in some kind of way Granolah seems to be losing his edge over Gas, with Granolah refusing to drop on down and maintaining his balance. Gas once again did not waste a single second by dashing towards Granolah and telling him, I won't lose sight of you again. But it was only then during that moment before Gas could actually connect another attack on Granolah, where out of the blue, another version of Granolah had gone on to appear and kicking Gas directly in the face, to where the moment Gas's body is then shown flying away, again out of nowhere, a third copy ended up appearing and essentially aiding the original Granolah by kicking Gas up in the air, to where back down on the battlefield now we have three versions of Granolah, two copies and one original, with Gas visibly not pleased by the overall situation, as Gas went on to comment, now it's clones? But before Gas could even strategize in figuring out what to do, out of nowhere 8 different copies of Granolah had appeared in surrounding Gas, in aiming down sight and firing multiple ki blasts directly at him, which, to the brilliant strategy of Granolah in doing this, not only was he able to cause yet another momentary distraction in getting the better of Gas, but this tactic itself is very similar to what Granolah had done originally when Goku and Vegeta had arrived on planet Sorel, in only using one of his clones as a means to fight off against Super Saiyan Blue Goku, which, speaking of, as we then get to see how Goku and Vegeta are carefully observing this, Goku seems to be very happy and pleased by the overall situation, as Goku went on to respond, "Relax, Granolah still has the skills to win this thing." But even then, despite having to be outnumbered, Gas was not having it, because as Gas was shown having to take all of these ki blasts head on, he quickly then made his way into dashing directly towards one of the clones, with one of the clones seemingly shocked, which from that point on, Gas connected a fearsome blow to one of the clones' stomach, in essentially laying one of the clones out for the time being, until Gas was then shown once again making his way towards another clone and being shown taking each and every single one of them out one by one, because by that point Gas had already known what to do, and what he needs to do is take out Granolah's clones before Granolah's clones could actually damage him enough, in essentially losing him the fight, as Gas was shown taking them down, to where as we see all of the clones stumbling in the sky, Gas went on to smirk by responding, "Making clones splits your power, how idiotic. This last move of yours was all or nothing then?" As with all of Granolah's clones then shown closing on in, Gas carefully went on to pick his spot in formulating an attack that went on to not only strike one clone but all of them at the exact same time, as he then proceeded in firing off a very eerily similar attack to what Frieza had done during the Tournament of Power, and that's spiking through each and every single one of the clones through the abdominals by using this key strike-like method in piercing all of the clones at the exact same time, which again, to Toyotaro's credit, we don't normally get to see full pages in action from him, whereas by comparison here we have an entire page being shown of Gas literally just mauling through each and every single one of the clones as if it were nothing. But this little course of action that Gas had ran did come with a small price to pay, because with all of the clones now shown in tremendous amounts of pain, with Maki and Oil shown laughing, as even Monaito and Vegeta could not believe as to what was going on, as Gas then went on to smile in responding, "You got lost in the power of those skills, Granolah." But by the time it was all said and done, Gas was not expecting for the following events to happen, because while Gas made it his mission in holding the clones in place with his attack, it was only then where out of nowhere the original Granolah had then appeared right in front of him, in finding the opening that he was looking for this entire time, in making sure that this was going to be the moment where Granolah finally goes on to finish off Gas once and for all, because even with Gas seeing Granolah appear before him right before his very eyes, not even Gas could believe as to what the heck had happened, with Granolah then shown smiling and responding, "Or I was just waiting for this perfect opening." As we only then see slowly but surely as the clones begin to dissipate, this was the exact moment that Granolah had been looking for this entire time, as Granolah went on to shout, "Now!" As it was only then shown right then and there during that moment where Granolah had left nothing on the table in giving it his all in unleashing an incredibly powerful attack, which went on to connect right on Gas's stomach, which if you look at the way Granolah had put in so much effort in making sure that this was it, that you can see the level of detail that Toyotaro went on to convey this with, because you can see his veins popping out, his muscles are literally poking through his shirt, and Gas looks absolutely horrified, not just at the fact that this blast made contact, but apparently enough this attack itself looks to have actually had damaged him, because both Maki and Oil's jaws actually drop as well, with Gas's body shown flying out with tremendous force out into the distance. One would only imagine that by taking an attack of this magnitude from point blank range that this would be it, because during that point Gas was sent flying out through the landscape, he was smashing through rocks, he was going through the woods, which again goes on to show the viewer the level of impact that this attack had had, because Gas was flying through everything until eventually enough his body was shown entering a nearby lake as he went on to plump inside of it, in essentially almost drowning, with Granolah shown trying to catch his breath and giving it his all in knowing the fact that this could have been it. You could literally see how exhausted Granolah was by the end of this based on his overall expression, as we only then make our way back inside of the lake and nearly seeing Gas drown right before our very eyes. Maki and Oil were not willing to let this happen, because they quickly went on to intervene in wanting to save one of their own from being destroyed and dying right before their eyes. With both of them quickly shown taking action, Goku went on to oversee Granolah by then commenting, "Way to go!" "Wait," says Vegeta, "what's wrong with Granolah? any damage taken by the clones is felt by his real body. That final ploy was a sacrificial one, and with Monaito desperately shown trying to make his way towards Granolah, Granolah did not want anyone else to get near him as he went on to stick his arm out by shouting, "Stay back! It's not over yet!" But when going back to Gas, fortunately enough for him, he was saved by both Maki and Oil as Maki went on to comment, "Come on, stay with us!" As Gas was shown sitting up, out of nowhere, the leader himself, Alec, had arrived, as this in fact was an unexpected surprise to the eyes of many, as Alec went on to ask, "What's wrong, Gas? This isn't like you." "Alec," says Granolah. "He's here too?" "Why is Gas getting his butt beat?" Alec asks Maki. "You're sure you made that wish to turn him into the universe's strongest, right?" "Of course I did," says Alec. Gas is undeniably the strongest fighter now, by a huge margin in fact, and with Alec shown leaning on down and reaching towards Gas's head, it was only then to the shock of everyone where Alec went on to remove the bone pendant that was around his head, as even Gas himself, who is now the strongest fighter, was not expecting this, as Maki went on to ask, What gives? "No point in being the strongest in the universe," Alec says, "when you have all of that precious power sealed away. I know you can withstand it now," says Alec. "So liberate that inner nature," with Oil asking, You sure, man? This didn't turn out so hot 40 years ago," Maki adds. As with Gas then being shown eerily enough struggling with something, Maki then goes on to continue, "This is clearly a bad idea. When our instincts are unleashed, we lose all sense of ourselves," and with Gas shown changing, Alec went on to respond, "Endure it, Gas. You're not the man you were back then." As with Gas then shown powering up in such a vicious and tremendous way, nobody on that battlefield had any idea as to what was about to happen involving Gas, because now that we more or less understood what would happen if this pendant were to be removed, it was all or nothing in finding out what the end result was going to be. As with Gas then being shown flying up in the air and completely losing control, we then oversee in taking a look at how his eyes are beginning to change, his pupils are gone, he's beginning to grow horns from his forehead, his shirt's beginning to tear up, as lo and behold we finally then get to bear witness to Berserker Gas, who eerily enough kind of reminds me of the gigantic version of Kami Orin that we've seen in Super Dragon Ball Heroes based on the teeth and the eyes that he has, along with giving me both Broly/Sagambo vibes from both Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. So this is what is supposed to be Gas's true power manifested on the surface, which the only problem here is despite the muscle increase and the size growth, Gas is literally crazy and he has no control over his emotions, he doesn't know what he's doing, which this could also be looked at as some kind of a reference in seeing how this was similar to Buff Boo before reverting back down to his original form in Kid Boo, as when then going back to everyone else including Goku and Vegeta and Granolah, everyone was left in shock by what they were looking at, because in the distance, we take a look at how Gas is unleashing this very powerful shockwave and electricity from his body, streams of lightning having to course all throughout the landscape, as Goku and Vegeta then went on to comment, "Is that Gas? Where did he find another power-up? What is he?" Granolah asks. "That look," Monaito says. "I saw it with my own eyes 40 years ago." "What?" says Vegeta, with Monaito continuing, "When Bardock had Gas on the ropes, he lost himself and turned into that." "He lost himself?" Granolah says. "So that's his last resort." But despite having to then lose his mind, Gas immediately then took action in knowing what he had originally come there for, in knowing who the opposition was, because from there, even Granolah went on to acknowledge exactly what was about to happen, because Gas did not waste a single second by dashing directly towards Granolah, which was done in such a violent and ferocious way that you can almost kind of feel the tension between the two, because as pointed out earlier, this definitely gives me Dragon Ball Z Broly vibes in the way Gas was kind of looking and being portrayed in wanting to grab Granolah, where mind you, if you stop and pay very close attention to Toyotaro's detail, you can see the muscle tone literally popping out from Granolah's back, where I think that this is a good and very solid representation of how you want your characters to look like. So props goes out to Toyotaro for making Granolah actually seem like an imposing figure, even though Gas by default kind of overshadows him in both muscle and growth. But despite having to be smaller in size, Granolah knew knew exactly what he needed to do in immediately taking action by leaping out of the way and avoiding the strike that Gas had initially intended, but despite Granolah trying to get away, Gas still ended up grabbing him to where he follows up by squeezing Granolah's leg in such a violent way that you could also see the lightning emanating from Gas's body onto Granolah and shocking him, which again, if you take a look at Granolah's expression and demeanor, he looks to be in absolute pain, and all Gas really did at that point was simply grab and electrocute him, but it does not stop there because even after Gas had grabbed him, he then follows up by tugging Granolah forward and slamming his body face down onto the ground, which again went on to create such shockwaves throughout the landscape as you can see the lightning flowing through the sky. This was of course now something a little different than what our heroes were normally accustomed to, because even after slamming Granolah's body face down on the ground, Gas had then proceeded in throwing Granolah's body out into the distance, where it was Granolah now who was shown flying through the forest. He was breaking all of the trees as he was going, but then fortunately enough for Granolah, he quickly went on to grab onto the ground in maintaining his balance, but something was off. His eye. It looked as though something had happened in which caused Granolah's eye to be severely damaged, because Granolah apparently enough could not see what the heck was going on, but it was already too late by the time Granolah had even figured out what was going on, because Gas was already hot on his trail, with Gas then following up and grabbing Granolah by the head and picking him up and then once again slamming him back down on the ground. However, this time, Gas didn't just simply slam Granolah down and let him go. No. What Gas ended up doing instead was he wanted to punish Granolah, so in taking the necessary measures needed to inflict as much damage to Granolah as possible, Gas was then shown drilling Granolah's body through planet Sorel itself, to where as Monaito, Goku, and Vegeta were overseeing this, they could not believe as to what had happened, because one minute they're overseeing the fight in front of them, and the next thing you know, there was a massive burst that then suddenly echoed behind them, which ultimately turned out to be none other than Gas himself, still clinching onto Granolah's skull, as he had not only dug through the entire planet and emerging through the other side, but the moment Gas had then gone on in throwing Granolah's body once again out into the distance, the heaters are now overseeing this with caution as Gas is shown huffing and puffing, there's saliva dripping down from his mouth, and Maki doesn't seem to be pleased by this, as Maki went on to comment, "See, he's gone and lost his mind again," and with Granolah shown on the floor with Gas getting on top of him, Gas was extremely unmerciful and unrelenting in his pursuit of smashing Granolah's face in, because with the first strike that he had landed on Granolah's head, he had not only managed to knock some blood out of Granolah's mouth, but at the same time, he also went on to knock oatmeal completely off of his head, to where as Gas kept hitting Granolah over and over and over again, Goku then went on to comment, "This is nuts! Granolah's not gonna last much longer." Hey, old man, says Vegeta, how in the world did Bardock defeat Gas when he was like that? But to the absolute uselessness of Monaito's character, he then went on to respond to Vegeta by telling him, "I was unconscious. I didn't see." To where as we then make our way back to Gas, who was once again shown punching Granolah's face in, Maki and Oil went on to arrive as Maki shouts, "Yo, Gas! Destroying stuff is great and all, but don't let that urge overtake you. Come back to your senses." And Gas tries. As he lays off Granolah and standing back up, you can see how Gas is struggling to figure himself out as he's drooling with saliva all over his body, but even then this doesn't do the heaters any justice, because then Gas goes on to turn against them and not only unleashing a terrifying scream and dashing directly towards the heaters, but the moment he did, he went on to momentarily strike both Oil and Maki before having to hit a pile of rocks in front of him, to where this goes on to demonstrate and further showcase the level of craziness that Gas has right now within himself, because even after crashing into this boulder, he then went on to lean back and smashing his own head into the rocks over and over and over again, which again kind of goes as far as to showcase the level of insanity that Gas is going through with having no control over his own body. But out of all people that are presently on the battlefield, Alec doesn't seem to be concerned, as he went on to arrive by responding, "It's fine." Nope, Oil says he's lost his freaking mind. "Now what, Alec? Huh? Gas is gonna wreck himself. The universe's strongest warrior should have greater control over his own power than any other," he says. As Gas then once again is shown flying up towards the sky, Goku and Vegeta went on to then oversee something very alarming in kind of being able to see that Gas was now slowly but surely making his way towards them. By the end, that was exactly what had happened, because as Gas made his way towards our heroes, the first individual that Gas had gone on and targeting among the group was in fact Vegeta, because not only was Gas able to move in with such speed speed to where Goku even couldn't see him, but the force of the kick itself that Gas had delivered onto Vegeta was so intense and so powerful that as Vegeta's body is shown being slammed up against the rock, as even Vegeta himself is now beginning to cough up blood, just like he had done with Granolah, Gas is now beginning to beat down in punching Vegeta over and over and over again, but Goku is not going to sit idly by in allowing for this to happen, as Goku went on to shout Vegeta's name by charging on in, as Gas is still punching Vegeta, but he also goes on to hear Goku, and the moment Goku went on to make his first move, Gas quickly went on to block Goku's punch with his wrist, but the second Gas had gone on in locking eyes with Goku in seeing his face up close, something then went on to alarm Gas in hitting him deep within, because then we get to see how there was a flashback in which predates 40 years ago in seeing how Bardock was able to defeat Gas, with Bardock being shown doing the exact same move that he had done to protect Planet Vegeta in going up against Frieza, in replicating and creating a similar spherical energy and firing it down at Gas, with Gas looking on up in utter shock. One can only assume that this gigantic attack was the end result of Gas's downfall, because when going back to the present, out of nowhere, Gas had then gone on and flying on backwards and tumbling on back, with even Goku wondering, huh? Because now Goku indirectly had triggered some sort of PTSD on Gas, because it was very evident that Gas was afraid of Bardock, and to some extent he did lose to him, but all the while with Alec looking on down and still keeping a smile on his face, Alec went on to comment, "Go on, Gas. Remember, you swore never to lose again, right?" As these were the words that were able to then finally calm Gas down, because with everyone looking on in utter shock and disbelief, Gas's body was then shown having to condense itself back down, as we see something different occur as his body is more toned, there's smoke emanating from his joints, and with Gas then shown opening his eyes, we then go back to Gas's adult form, with only this time additional horns being added to his forehead, with the assumption now that Gas was able to fully control his berserker form. As Gas was shown looking on, that's when Alec responded, "Yes, there you go. It looks like he had some kind of awakening," Goku says. "My little brother is the strongest in the universe for real now. Go on, Gas. Annihilate those who stand in our way." Which, interestingly enough, as chapter 80 comes to a close, this chapter established the overall idea that it would only now appear as though Gas seems to have more levels to him, as he had now gone as far as to visibly change due to a secondary transformation, which one would only imagine now would give Gas even more leverage than how he was shown having prior, as the overall fight between him and Granolah, I will say in my opinion, was a spectacular fight, only because you can almost feel their hatred emanating from each page, as of course Granolah and Gas have a long-standing problem. They were both looking to annihilate each other by the very end, as of course Granolah was shown holding the advantage briefly. Our heroes now, during this point in time, seem to be at a significant disadvantage now that Gas had powered up again. We now find ourselves entering Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 81, with Alec having to oversee the entirety of the battlefield, with Goku and Vegeta having to now bear witness to the transformation that Gas had just went through the admission of Alec, and now claiming that Gas now is without question the mightiest warrior in the universe. Our heroes at this point are trying to figure out and seeing what Gas was about to do next, until before Goku and Vegeta could even realize it, Gas went on to glare at both of them and freezing them in place, to where out of nowhere Goku and Vegeta seemingly couldn't move. They were having trouble standing, as they were left baffled as to what had just happened, as Vegeta went on to comment, What now, Goku asks? My body feels heavy. As with Gas just being shown having to stand there and smiling, Vegeta went on to continue, "Damn it, he's hit us with some sort of spell. This is bad. We need to keep it together, or we'll be crushed by his sheer power." But even then, despite having both Alec and Gas having to oversee Goku and Vegeta be frozen in place, out of nowhere, a bloody and battered Granolah ends up teleporting right behind Alec and wanting to finally get his revenge by finishing Alec off once and for all, as with all things considered, this is the first time that Granolah is directly targeting Alec for what he had done, as Granolah was not looking to play around and absolutely meaning business in what he wanted to do, because as Granolah was shown having to wind his fist back in assumingly going for the finishing blow. Alec could not believe that Granolah was still in this fight to begin with, but Alec wasn't the only one to have noticed this, as Gas had also gone on to spot Granolah as well, as before you know it, with Granolah shown having to then make his move, Granolah then went on to shout, "I won't stand for what you've done!" But it was only then during that moment where out of nowhere Gas had proceeded to raise his arm up in the air, in not only being shown having to point his fingers directly at Alec, but what Gas had managed to do was right before Granolah had gone for the finishing blow, out of nowhere Alec just disappeared, and what Gas had done was Gas had completely relocated Alec's body in having to teleport him away from Granolah, and from there displaying even more feats in now being able to teleport anyone he wants at any given time to essentially any location of his choosing, as he was then shown having to save Alec from Granolah, as even Granolah himself could not believe as to what had just happened, as this also left Goku and Vegeta baffled, as Alec was so casually shown having to stand there and smiling at Granolah. He then went on to acknowledge Granolah by telling him, "Didn't anyone teach you not to throw punches at your employer? That's just bad manners," as Granolah went on to shout, "You murdered my mother!" "Let's get one thing straight," Alec says. "I decided to let you live, Granolah. And not just my mother," Granolah says. "If not for you, nobody on this planet would have had to die." And as Granolah was then shown having to put his hands together and not willing to wait on anyone nor hold back any of his power to finish off Alec once and for all, Alec by no means was worried by what Granolah was about to do, as he kept on laughing in front of Granolah's face by telling him, "You've got quite the nasty attitude considering you owe me your life. You realize we could have killed you at any point, right? Even right now," Alec says. To where out of nowhere, it was only then right before Granolah had fired his attack at Alec, Gas had ended up having to emerge from beneath Granolah and then being shown having to kick Granolah directly in his arms, which had subsequently enough resulted in both of Granolah's arms having to snap upon impact, as the sheer force and intensity from the new so-called strongest warrior in Universe 7 was so impactful that you could literally almost feel the pain and anguish coming from Granolah's face, because without the ability to now use his arms in battle, Granolah was essentially rendered useless, as Granolah was shown having to scream in absolute agony until Gas had wanted to make sure that Granolah had felt every ounce of pain that he had coming, because with Gas shown having to extend his arms out and pointing out two fingers directly in Granolah's face, what Gas had carried out in doing was Gas ended up shooting both of Granolah's eyes out, and thus making sure that Granolah by no means had the usage of his cerulean eyes in combat, to where as Granolah's seemingly unconscious and bloody body having to be shown floating backwards, with Goku and Vegeta both shocked as to what had just happened, it was only then where Granolah had bumped into Alec, to where in a very sadistic and sinister way with Alec shown smiling, he then went on to address Granolah by telling him, "I gotta thank you for all of those jobs you did for us. Here, if nothing else, you get to die the same way your mommy did. See ya, Granolah." As it was only then, right then and there during that moment, to where Alec had gone in keeping his word to do to Granolah exactly what he had done to Granolah's mother, and that's going all the way by Alec shown having to pull the trigger and thus being shown having to blow a massive hole through Granolah's body, to where in my own opinion, I absolutely love the level of desperation that Toyotaro had captured in this manga chapter, because at this point the audience has no other choice but to sympathize for Granolah, because not only is Granolah tired from fighting Goku, from fighting Vegeta, but at the same time he has his arms broken, he has his eyes shot out, and at this stage in the game he has his entire intestines blown out by the very man that killed his mother, which ultimately resulted in Monaito and Goku and Vegeta being left absolutely baffled, because even they themselves could not believe as to how far Alec was willing to go to see this through, in which by the end, once it was all said and done, Granolah's body had then tumbled into one of the cerulean lakes, with Gas appearing next to Alec as Alec was shown having to casually put away his gun. He then went on to smile and responding, "That was a long time coming. You don't mind, do you?" Alec asks, "that I finished him off? I was no longer interested in him," Gas says. "How could they?" Goku says. "And my body, it still won't move right." But even then, despite not having the ability to move, to the unexpected surprise of Goku, similar to what Vegeta had done during the events of the Tournament of Power prior to Jiren eliminating Vegeta from the tournament, Vegeta from there had gone on and given Goku the remainder of his energy in making sure that Goku was the one to fully be healed up, as even Goku himself could not believe the actions that Vegeta had took in order to restore his energy, because despite the overall circumstances at hand, Vegeta knew that it was up to Goku to see this through, as a tired Vegeta was shown giving his all to Goku, with Goku then having to turn his head and responding, "Hang on, Vegeta, was that the last of my energy?" "Yes," Vegeta says. "Use it wisely." Are you sure about that?" Goku says. "Better than us dying here," Vegeta responds. "You can still fight, so do something about that scumbag," Vegeta shouts. As with Goku then shown having to heed Vegeta's words, Gas went on to address Alec by telling him, "Alec, I felt conflicted earlier, but in the end, it was indeed necessary that I become the universe's greatest warrior. I am grateful that you made the wish," he says. "Hey, enough of that," says Alec. "I'd do anything for my dear little brother. Besides, your job doesn't end here," Alec says. "We can't afford to waste any more time, so just kill them already," Alec says. "Very well," Gas responds, but then, as with Gas then being shown having to turn his head in noticing how Goku had jumped immediately into Super Saiyan Blue, this really went on to take Gas by surprise, as Goku did not waste any more time in dashing directly towards him, to where as Goku was then shown having to get close enough in getting ready to kick Gas directly down onto the ground, this was exactly what Goku had gone on and doing, but Gas was actually quick enough in shielding himself from Goku's attack, to where as quickly as it happened with Gas shown having to land on his feet and with Goku shown having to teleport down onto the ground, you can almost kind of feel the tension between the two, and yes, it is kind of disappointing that Goku is not using Mastered Ultra Instinct against him, but even then with Gas being shown smiling, he then went on to address Goku by telling him, "You broke free of my spell, I see. Good on you." And you can see it on Goku's face that he's angry, but at the same time he's trying to stabilize his emotions, which is ultimately Goku's biggest problem now, as he can't seem to stabilize his emotions, but he still tries to do so anyway, because as Goku was shown taking a deep breath in and then taking a deep breath out, he then went on to address Gas by telling him, "I've got no real reason to fight you, so could you just leave this planet already?" With Gas being shown laughing and responding, "Calm and collected, are we? No rage over the death of your friend?" "Oh, I'm mad," Goku says, "but anger is an emotion that messes with my special move." "I don't understand," Gas says, to where out of nowhere, Alec went on to chime in by telling Goku, "Now that you know our plan, we can't let you live. Begging for your life won't save you, Saiyan." "You heard him," says Gas, to where as quickly as he promised, Gas in fact actually meant business, because out of nowhere what Gas ended up doing was Gas was then shown having to spawn a massive wall of spikes that was then shown having to descend down on Goku, as Gas was ultimately looking to pancake Goku, but at the same time Goku was actually fast enough in moving out of the way. But with Gas having many tricks up his sleeve, by no means was Gas finished, because it was only then out of nowhere once again, Gas attempted to sandwich Goku in squishing him behind two gigantic walls of spikes, which Goku was shown barely having to hold on to, because Goku at that point had realized that Gas was willing to go to any extent in order to see Goku die, which as a means of having to go to any measure to see this through, Goku was shown struggling until he was quickly able to fly up above as the walls came crashing in on each other. But Gas was by no means finished, because from there, Gas ended up spawning even more walls of spikes, 6 to be exact, in which terrifyingly enough, Gas had control of each and every single one of them. So as a means of using telekinesis, he attempted to have these walls cave in on Goku as a method of having to smack into him, but once again Goku was shown having to act on instinct in ducking and dodging and getting out of the way from each and every single one of these gigantic strikes. But by no means was this an easy task for Goku to overcome, but it was only then during that moment where Goku had managed to grab onto one of them and use one of these gigantic walls of spikes as a weapon himself in smashing through the remaining walls that were around him, which ultimately prompted Gas in falling back a bit, until Gas had then looked on over to the side in noticing an abandoned city with a train station right next to it. So once again, as a method of doing everything and anything he can to see Goku die, Gas ended up levitating all of the surrounding objects, which included buildings and cars and buses, and had sent them all hurtling towards Goku's direction, with Goku being completely caught off guard by it, which even then, to Goku's credit, he was able to duck, dodge, and avoid each and every single one of these buildings that were thrown towards Goku. But even then, Goku was shown having to take a moment just to catch his breath, but it was only then where that would cost him, because out of nowhere what Gas ended up doing was Gas ended up throwing an entire train at Goku and causing a massive collision between the two, because as Goku's body was shown being smacked by the train and then being shown having to make its way around the planet, Goku could not believe as to what the heck was going on, as even Maki and Oil were observing this and responding. Gas can send super huge things flying now, I love it! As with Goku trying to do his best in stabilizing himself, what he ended up doing as an act of desperation was quickly leap on backwards, in thus having to make his way on top of the train. Until then, he was met by none other than Gas, in thus giving us a little bit of a reference in going back to Spider-Man 2 involving Peter Parker, Spider-Man, and of course Doc Ock, in which as Gas was then shown waiting for Goku, he then went on to acknowledge Goku by telling him, "Thank you for humoring me with my toys and tools. I wanted to test my power," Gas says. "I wasn't expecting this to kill you." Well, go on, show me the extent of your strength as the son of that vexing Saiyan. As Goku was then shown doing exactly that, because as Goku was then making his way towards Gas, he was attempting to do his best in connecting a strike on Gas, but unbeknownst to Goku, he wasn't even able to hit him. So not only was Gas making light work of Super Saiyan Blue Goku by avoiding each and every single one of his strikes, but Gas was essentially dancing around Goku. He was avoiding all of his strikes until Gas from there had found his opening in connecting a thunderous strike to Goku's stomach, to where you can visually see the pain that's on Goku's face, but even then, Goku's not giving up anyway, right? Because from there, he still attempts to strike Gas, but once again, to no avail, until Gas ends up grabbing Goku by the throat and telling him, "I see not even a hint of fire in your eyes." "Why?" Gas asks. But Goku can't really answer because he's getting choked out, so what Goku ends up doing instead is Goku grabs onto Gas's hand and he ends up flipping Gas backwards, to where once more, Goku's not about the talking, but he's more or less about the action, so he ends up going after Gas again, until once again Gas had ended up tricking Goku once more by now having yet another train slam into him, which almost now kind of feels like a nightmare. And with Vegeta having to observe this, Vegeta also went on to then chime in, "What does that fool think he's doing?" As with Gas shown having to stand on another train opposite to Goku, he then went on to address Goku by telling him, "When it comes to combat, your father's fierce resolve was like no other. I do not sense that from you," Gas says. But once again, Goku's not trying to hear it, because from there, Goku went on to leap towards Gas yet again, only this time, instead of having to connect a punch to Gas, Goku ends up connecting a punch to the train instead. As you can almost kind of feel the confusion emanating from Gas, as Gas went on to ask, "Are you truly his son?" with Goku responding, "I hit my head when I was little and lost all of my memories up to that point. So I don't remember a thing about my dad or the other Saiyans," Goku says. "That explains it," Gas responds. "You cannot comprehend who you really are then. I could never fall to one such as you," he says. As with the flick of a finger, what Gas ends up doing is, while Goku was still on top of the train, in making sure that he had held Goku in place, what Gas ended up doing was Gas from there had purposely sent the train having to fly on down into one of the Cerulean lakes, as Goku's body was shown having to descend on down deeper and deeper into the water. And with Gas then shown having to make his way down, not only was Gas able to create a massive whirlpool within the lake itself, but at the same time, it almost appeared as though Gas was using similar abilities to that of Darth Vader, because while on the other side of this massive wall of water, Gas was shown choking Goku from within by telling him, "The inability to breathe causes you pain? What a frail species. How about I suffocate you then," Gas says. What a pathetic death that would be. But despite having to be choked out at the bottom of a lake, Goku was then shown having to reach on out in doing what he could to stop Gas from choking him, as Gas went on to smile and responding, "Heh, not a fan of that idea, I see. It would not satisfy me either," he says, until Goku out of nowhere ended up shooting a ki blast, to where Gas ended up catching that exact same ki blast, in them being shown having to throw it right back at Goku, while mind you, while remaining at the bottom of a lake while still being choked out with nothing to defend himself with. So with Gas then having to throw this attack back at Goku, there was a massive explosion that had occurred underwater that ultimately sent water splashing everywhere, including hitting Maki and Oil, as Maki went on to respond, "Why did he have to aim that splash zone our way? Jeez." But to the heater's surprise, Goku was in fact still alive, as Goku was shown holding onto his stomach and responding, "Darn it. How can I beat this guy?" "I see now," Gas says. "That explains how you people keep recovering after enough time has passed," he says. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Goku had then gone on in sensing something, because as Goku went on to turn his head, he then quickly noticed how Monaito did in fact save Granolah from drowning in doing what he could in his best attempts to heal him, as despite his best efforts in doing so, Monaito then went on to shout, "I won't allow another soul to die. Not on my watch," Monaito says. As with Granolah now literally left for dead with his only hope now being Monaito, Goku went on to realize this and shouting, "Granolah! He's not dead after all!" As this went on to shock everyone, Vegeta, Maki, Oil, Elec, and even Gas, as you can visually see how angry Gas was by this, as Gas went on to respond, "Monaito possesses the ability to heal. He should be the first to die then." As this now became Gas's main mission in seeing this through by having to kill off Monaito once and for all, to where as Gas was then shown making his way ever so closer towards Monaito, Goku was not willing to let that happen, so what Goku ended up doing instead was Goku ended up catching up to Gas and then having to wrap his body around him in basically having to go wherever Gas was about to travel to, and with Goku then quickly having to reposition himself in putting his fingers on his forehead, Goku seemingly enough had a plan as Gas went on to respond, What do you hope to achieve?" As it was only then poof, out of nowhere, both Gas and Goku had then vanished, and this left everybody baffled as to where they went, as we only then take a look how Jocko was on this random planet and having to buy food, in really not being shown looking for trouble. He really wasn't on duty, so he was just minding his business until then, out of nowhere, because of Goku being shown having to use his instant transmission in teleporting on this random planet, both Gas and Goku came tumbling on down, as Jocko was absolutely shocked to see Goku there to begin with, because this was the last person that Jocko had ever expected to see, as Jocko went on to shout, "Is that you, Goku?" "You bet, Jocko," Goku says, "and I'm real glad that we're on a nearby planet." "Where are we?" Gas asks. Heck if I know, Goku says. "What I can say is that you'd never be able to make it here with your version of instant teleportation. You still believe a technique of yours is superior to my own?" Gas asks. "Sure do," Goku says. "I've been using that move for years and years, and it's not a simple one to master." But Gas was getting real sick of hearing Goku's mouth, so what Gas ended up doing instead was Gas actually attempted to attack Goku by striking him, but unbeknownst to Gas, to his own surprise, he ended up missing his attacks as Goku ended up adapting the principles of Ultra Instinct into Super Saiyan Blue, eerily similar to how he did against Granolah during the events of Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter number 73, as this in fact did go as far as to serve its purpose, with Goku then shown having to block off one of Gas's kicks, in literally being shown creating a shockwave that went on to rock the entire city, and with Goku noticing this, he then quickly came up with a plan in having to bait Gas by asking him, "Can you really follow me wherever I go?" And Goku did exactly that, because it was only then where out of nowhere once again, Goku had vanished right before Gas had kicked him, in stringing Gas along to follow him wherever he may go, and with Gas having to then look around, he then went on to respond, "Don't underestimate my power." To where just like Goku, Gas had then ended up using instant teleportation in leaving Jocko on the floor by responding, "Sheesh, that idiot already found another bad guy to fight? I'm gonna pretend I didn't see anything," Jocko says. And with Jocko left being shown standing there and breathing a sign of relief, it was only then during that moment where Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter number 81 then comes to a close. Now what this manga chapter I think establishes very well is the overall threat level that Gas is now by comparison to Goku, to Vegeta, and even Granolah, because despite Granolah trying to do the best that he possibly can in getting the better of both Gas and even trying to get to Elec, he was not only beaten down by both parties, but also was from there shown being shot from behind, as Elec had gone as far as to draw his gun, in almost succeeding in killing Granolah before anyone could do anything about it, as there is no doubt about the fact that I do believe that this manga chapter specifically illustrates the case in point of tension more so than anything else. It was only from there where we now find ourselves entering Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter number 82, only this time around it looks as though Goku had brought Gas by using instant transmission to a remote location where the Galactic Patrol members are seemingly enough looking as though they're fixing some of their satellites, which more so than anything else, even the Galactic Patrol HQ members are going on to put this into question by asking, what the? Because this was the last thing that any of the Galactic Patrol members were expecting to see, as Gas was then shown having to kick Goku with such tremendous amounts of force that by the time Goku had blocked it off by using his forearm, with Gas having to be shown letting off, we can then take a look at Goku's forearm and seeing the marks that Gas was beginning to leave on him, because not only was Goku's body from there being shown shaking, but even though he is overpowered by Gas, as Gas is the strongest warrior in Universe 7, by no means is Goku willing to let up despite Gas having to continuously attack him, because even though it kind of seems as though Goku's using more of a defensive approach than he is offensively, Gas from there just kept on attacking Goku over and over and over again until Goku's reaction time was fast enough, and from there having to use instant transmission in getting out of harm's way, and once again having to bait Gas into following him to another location in which which he did, because this time around, it looks as though Goku and Gas are fighting within an unknown area, once again within an unknown city, which surprisingly enough, at the very bottom, we then take a look at the Universe 6 versus Universe 7 ring announcer and singer, which coincidentally enough, we haven't seen since the days of the Universe 6 versus Universe 7 tournament, which even then from there, as Goku uses instant transmission again, Gas ends up following him, only this time, they both end up once again teleporting to a different location as they're battling it out with the Galactic Patrol members having to watch, which kind of seems as though Goku is dragging Gas from point A to point B to point C to point D in doing the best that he possibly can, and once again using instant transmission once more, only this time around, when Goku finally ends up using instant transmission again with Gas following him, that's when Gas went on to tell him, "You cannot escape me," but instead of responding, what Goku does is Goku simply goes on to point something out to Gas, as Gas shockingly then looks on over, without even having to suspect it, tons and tons of amounts of cement are then being shown poured on him, as the poor individual that just so happened to have done this was none other than Monaka, with Goku from there having to acknowledge as to what had just happened by making some cheeky comments at Gas by telling him, "That's what you get for warping so recklessly." And Gas is pissed, because as he's beginning to slowly then get back up, that's when Goku went on to make yet another cheeky comment at Gas by telling him, "Go clean up in the river over there, I don't mind, we can get back to fighting after that." But then, instead of actually having to listen to Goku and cleaning on up, what Gas does instead is he ends up rushing Goku once again by shouting, "Silence!" To where as soon as Gas was once again shown making contact with Goku, it was only then where out of nowhere, they disappeared. Only this time around, instead of being outside on a planet, they actually end up inside of one of these massive ships, to where as soon as both Gas and Goku are shown making re-entry, Gas actually ends up falling inside of a bathtub, which just so happens to house the Galactic Patrol King, as Goku went on to smile and responding, "There you go, perfect time for a bath." With the poor Galactic King being taken back by the unexpected arrival, we then notice how Gas was slowly beginning to rise up out of the tub, which one could only imagine the amount of embarrassment that Gas was beginning to feel with Goku having to make such comments, as all the while we then go back to Monaito, who was desperately shown having to heal Granolah, with Elec then being shown having to descend on down next to Maki and Oil. That's when Elec went on to comment, "Now where did those two go?" "He's buying time," Vegeta says, "jumping from planet to planet." Oil, "Get a lock on Gas's position via the tracker in his comms device," Elec says. "Got it," Oil responds. As we then once again go back to Goku and Gas, it looks as though they have now made their way onto the Galactic Patrol prison, with Gas being shown having to kick Goku so hard, in which Goku went on to hit the wall behind him, as all of the prisoners around them seemed to be getting quite the show. It was only then where Gas went on to tell Goku, "Enough of this, stop leaping from one location to another," with Goku responding, "You ready to admit that I'm better than you at instant teleportation?" "You're still going on about that?" Gas asks, as unbeknownst to all of the other prisoners, it was only right then and there where some of them went on to actually recognize in seeing Gas for the first time in a very long time, as one of them went on to comment, "Hey, ain't that the Heater's kid's brother?" "Oh yeah," Yumba says, "he used to be the real little guy. Psst, kiddo, remember us? It's been a while, huh? Looks like you got a bone to pick with Son Goku too. Bust us out of this joint and we'll lend you a hand," one of them says. As with Gas being shown having to look on over, he then went on to respond, "The dregs of Sagambo's gang, huh? I have no need of your aid. This kid's really full of himself, huh? Remember the first time we met him?" Yumba asks. "He was so scared that he wet himself," and Gas went on to pause by then responding, "I did not urinate on myself." "Nah, you totally wet yourself," Yumba said. All like, "Big brother, I'm scared, help me." As everyone within the prison was then beginning to laugh at Gas, including Goku, that's when Goku went on to ask, "Is that true?" "I said there was no urination involved," Gas utters. "What about the wet stain that we saw then?" Yumba asks. "Does your tribe cry out of their crotches?" "Sick burn, man." "I did not wet myself," Gas shouts. "It was only a few drops because I had been holding it for so long." As this now became very awkward within the Galactic Patrol prison, as Goku went on to comment, "Well, dang, you really did wet yourself." As in the meantime, when going back to the Heaters, Oil is trying to do his best in locking onto Gas, as Oil went on to respond, got a lock on his signal. He's in the Galactic prison. What are they doing there, Maki asks. Nope, just hang on, Oil says. They just warped even further away. That idiot, Alec utters, as once more we then get to see how indeed both Goku and Gas had leapt away onto another planet, with Goku then having to ask, so, you just do everything your big brother says? You're way stronger than him. I bet that you could make your own choices, with Gas responding, I seek power for Alec's sake alone. I follow his commands in order to make the Heaters the supreme organization in the universe. To where as soon as Gas was then shown having to fire multiple attacks at Goku, Goku was then quick enough in having to leap out of the way and instant teleporting behind Gas by then telling him, oh, gotcha. I guess you really respect your brother, huh? I was once the weakest among us, Gas went on to tell Goku, but Alec raised me to this level. I would do anything for him, with Goku responding, sure. That explains it, he says. Alec's will is absolute, with Goku then asking, are you sure about that? How far can you actually trust him? My own brother almost killed me a while back, so you might want to watch your back, Goku tells him, and Gas once again seems to be very, very annoyed, because as we once more then go back to the Heaters, that's when Maki went on to ask, so what's next, Alec? Never mind them for now, Alec responds. The only ones left are here and half dead already. Let's mop up these stranglers first. Sweet, Maki says. Sounds like it's our turn for some action. As with Monaito trying to do everything that he possibly can in patching up Granolah quick enough, both Maki and Oil look like they're just about to make their move, as all the while Gas was shown having to blast Goku down with a massive energy blast, with Goku trying to do his best and holding it back. You can almost kind of see the struggle between the two, because Gas is getting the better of Goku during this initial struggle, to where once again Goku demonstrates the usage of his instant transmission by having to completely vanish, and thus resulting in Gas's energy blast having to go right through the giant asteroid that they were on, as Gas looked baffled because he was trying to do his best in figuring out where Goku was, as Goku out of nowhere had then instant transmissioned himself within one of the Galactic Patrol's spaceships, with all of the patrollers inside seemingly confused, with Goku then shown looking down on his hands. You can almost kind of tell the physical amounts of damage that this fight is beginning to take on Goku, because not only are his hands beginning to get charred, not only is his body beginning to shake, but Goku now is beginning to understand the gravity of the situation, as he then went on to respond, darn, I can't keep playing defense much longer. But then, that's when Goku went on to, interestingly enough, detect something, as he then went on to respond, wait a second, there we go, he says, as right before Gas had made his initial strike behind Goku, all of a sudden, once again, Goku had vanished, and Gas is pissed, because again, he has to follow him, as to the surprise of everyone, we then take a look at how Whis and the Oracle Fish seem to be riding on top of a dinosaur, in simply going about by minding their business and eating upon a sundae, as Whis went on to ask, isn't it delectable, Oracle Fish? But then, all of a sudden, as they're eating their ice cream, Whis went on to notice how Gas and Goku had out of nowhere appeared, as Whis asks, Goku? Lucky for me you're hanging out in this realm, Whis, Goku says. And why have you come to me, Whis asks. Who is this, Gas asks. My master, Goku responds, who happens to be an angel. As Gas seems to be a little taken back by this, as Goku went on to ask Whis, sorry Whis, but can I leave this guy with you for a minute? See ya, Gas, Goku says, as out of nowhere, once again, Goku ends up using instant transmission to, interestingly enough, go back to each and every single location that him and Gas had battled on, in leaping from point A to point B to point C to point D to point E, and really throwing Gas off his game, because with the gap in distance that Goku had created in bringing Gas this far along, one would only imagine that Gas has absolutely no chance in using instant transmission to get back onto planet Sorel, because that was the exact location in which Goku was going to, as Gas was taken back by this by responding, did he just... no way! As lo and behold, right before Maki and Oil had made their move on Monaito, out of nowhere, Goku had used instant transmission in getting right in between them, in once again having to prove exactly why he is the man. As Goku went on to stand on up and turning back, Maki and Oil were shocked, as Maki asks, how are you back here alone? What did you do with Gas? As when going back to Gas, Gas is trying to do his best in using his own variation of instant transmission, but he can't seem to get a lock on Goku, as Gas went on to respond, crap, where did he go! If you must know, Whis adds, Goku returned back to planet Sorel. It is a distance too great for you to warp directly. Which way is planet Sorel, Gas asks. Which direction, Whis asks. That way, he points out. As the very second Whis had gone in pointing out where Goku was, Gas from there went on to display such tremendous amounts of speed in having to leap from the planets deep into outer space with such tremendous amounts of velocity that even Whis went on to acknowledge this by responding, oh my, why couldn't he have stayed more for a visit, especially when this planet has such scrumptious desserts, right, Oracle Fish? Who was that, the Oracle Fish asks. As all the while with Granolah partially patched up, that's when Goku went on to aid Granolah by then having to tell Monaito, Gas will be back soon, so I bought us some time. Let's get to safety for now, he adds. As out of the blue, we then see how a vehicle had then began to approach Goku, and in it, we see how Vegeta was already on board as Oatmeal seems to be operating it. As Oatmeal went on to respond, get in, let's take shelter at the old man's house. It's you, Goku says. Granolah's talking half goggle thing. You can turn into a robot too? That's neat. Heads up, they're gonna run, Maki shouts. Should we unleash our inner natures and fight them, Maki asks, with Alec responding, don't be stupid. The two of you could never beat that Saiyan. We'll retreat for now and wait for Gas to get back, Alec says. Oil, keep an eye on them in the meantime. Got it, Oil says. And with Goku, Vegeta, Monaito, and Granolah now shown having to head back to Monaito's house, it was more interesting than anything else to see how Whis had then gone in contacting Goku, as Whis went on to then ask, hello? Goku? Huh? Where did this thing come from, Goku asks. I planted it on you earlier, which you have to admit is very, very impressive for someone like Whis to do without anyone having to notice, because even Goku went on to put this into question by asking, you did? But how? When? I must say, I can't abide you by interrupting my dessert time. Sorry, Goku says, but you were just the right distance away and I knew that he had to behave himself around you. Speaking of Gas, Whis says, he's hurtling towards you at breakneck speed. Huh? He could fly through space, Goku asks? He should reach your location within 20 of your Earth minutes, he says. 20 minutes isn't enough for me to heal Granolah, Monaito shouts. By the way, has your training borne fruit yet, Goku? Honestly, I'm still having a lot of trouble with it, Goku says. I just can't keep my heart calm the way you do, Whis. That's understandable, Whis says. As an angel, I am a fundamentally different life form than you. How many times must I tell you, Whis asks? It's up to you to discover your own unique version of Ultra Instinct, which is very interesting, which from there Whis went on to continue by then telling Goku, listen to the voice within you. Deep down, what are you really? What am I? Goku asks. Hey, son of Bardock, Monaito shouts. There's something I should show you. Oh, Goku responds? To where as we only then make our way back inside of Monaito's house, we see how both Goku and Vegeta are placing Granolah on Monaito's bed, as Monaito went on to reach on for something by telling everyone, here we are, as lo and behold we then notice how Monaito had pulled out a scouter, to where both Vegeta and Goku were taken back as Monaito went on to continue, yep, left behind by Bardock himself, he adds. It's yours now, by all rights, he continues. This scouter was my dad's, Goku asks? Allow me, Vegeta says, and as Vegeta went on to put the scouter on, he then went on to test it out by responding, it's broken. However, there's evidence saved of audio data. I thought so, Monaito continues. I've had it for 40 years, but I could never get it to play. What kind of data is it, Goku asks? It should be a recording of the fight against Gas. We might figure out how Bardock won that battle if we can get it to work. To where as both Vegeta and Goku are shocked, Vegeta went on to chime in, Bulma could repair it, but give it to me, Oatmeal says. I can access the circuitry directly and play the audio via my speakers, as all the while deep within space, we then see how Gas is making his way ever so closer towards planet Sorel at such incredible speed that I absolutely love how angry he is, because of course he was embarrassed, he was left behind, and essentially enough he has a lot to prove, as the heroes are shown back on their ship. As Maki went on to respond, Gas is headed back our way and he's super fast. That's speed, and that's without a spaceship. He's really some kind of ultimate being now, she adds. As Oatmeal then quickly tries to scramble in accessing the circuitry, we then had finally noticed how Oatmeal had done it, with Vegeta responding, "It's powered back up," to where as soon as Oatmeal was then able to access the audio, we then hear how Bardock went on to shout, "That attack had to have had some effect. Monaito, use this chance to get as far away as you can," as even Monaito was shocked and responding, "That's Bardock's voice." "I'll slow gas down," Bardock shouts, "listen to me. The two of you have to stay alive." "Stay alive," Bardock mentions, and it was only this where out of nowhere Goku's memories were then beginning to come back to him, as this was the last thing that Goku had heard before having to be sent off to Earth before Frieza had destroyed planet Vegeta, to where as Goku's beginning to access his memories in remembering both his mother and his father having to bid their goodbyes, it was only right then and there where Bardock was shown addressing Goku by telling him, "You have to stay alive." As this went on to trigger Goku's memories so much so that we then go back 40 years ago in seeing Bardock actually fight Gas, to where Monaito was shown having to do his best in staying out of harm's way, as we only then take a look at how intense the battle between Bardock and Gas was, because as Bardock was shown having to wind his fist back and making his way ever so closer to Gas, Bardock was shown having to rock Gas with such tremendous amounts of force that as soon as Gas was sent crashing on through the forest and landing on his feet, that's when Gas went on to look on up by responding, "Judging from his tail, I suppose he must be a Saiyan, and a powerful fighter too. We believed only low-class grunts could be sent on this planet," he continues. "Perhaps we were wrong." As with Bardock shown having to make his way down and being the aggressor of this battle and fighting off Gas by himself, the moment Gas was shown having to step on back and then unleashing a gigantic energy blast directly at Bardock, Bardock from there was actually being displayed as being strong enough to knock the blast away, as he then quickly closed on in and uppercutting Gas directly in the stomach before kicking him in the face. One could only imagine as to how intense this battle actually was, because yes, Bardock was the aggressor, and indeed Bardock was the one that was bringing the fight to Gas, to where as soon as Gas had once again hit the forest below, that's when Bardock was shown having to catch his breath by responding, "I'm pretty sure that didn't finish him off." And as soon as Bardock landed back down below, he then went on to address Monaito by telling him, "Monaito, use this chance to get as far away as you can. I'll slow Gas down. Listen to me. The two of you have to stay alive." To whereas once again Gas was shown having to re-enter the battle and being shown not having to take any damage at all, that was when Gas went on to smile in Bardock's face by telling him, "You cannot escape me. There's not even a scratch on you," Bardock says. "What a monster. I'm going to end this now," Gas responds. "I cannot afford to have Alec lose faith in me, not here. And he ordered me to handle this without any delay." As with Gas now preparing himself in doing battle against Bardock one-on-one, it was only right then and there during that moment where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 82 then comes to a close. Now, it would only now appear as though despite Goku being the only one that's left conscious in fighting against Gas, Goku's now beginning to see that he can't be Gas alone, with Whis now having to remind him that he does in fact possess the power within himself to get the job done, but he's going to have to remember who he is and adapt a different version of Ultra Instinct to overcome the said enemy he is fighting. Otherwise, if he doesn't manage to figure something out soon, then Gas is simply going to shred everybody apart on the planet, in which to find the answers as to how Bardock was able to defeat Gas 40 years ago, it only now appears as though we're going to be getting our answers courtesy of his old scouter, as we only from that point move on to Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 83, with Gas being shown creating a mace and anticipating on what Bardock's next move was going to be, as with Bardock shown having to stand in the front line in defending both Monaito and Granolah, as rightfully so with Monaito being shown having to fear for his own life as well as the life of Granolah. It was from that point on where Monaito went on to address Bardock by telling him, "Bardock, will take what fate hands us. You've done enough," he says. "There's no reason for you to lay down your life here. Run and save yourself," with Bardock asking, What? That's crazy." As Gas went on to chime in, "I should mention, you could flee right now, but the Saiyans aren't fated to last much longer anyway." "Oh yeah?" Bardock asks. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Oh, nothing much," Gas responds. "Just something I heard from Alec." "I've heard enough cryptic crap out of you," Bardock shouts. "It's you and your gang who've got no future," Bardock shouts. As it was only right then and there where we get to see how Bardock had gone in throwing an energy blast directly at Gas, as with Gas being shown having to be quick enough in getting out of the way, and from there going as far as to use that exact mace that he had just created as a means of having to now swing that directly directly down on Bardock, Bardock from that point on had no other choice but to block it, but even then, as soon as Gas's mace had gone in making contact with Bardock, we only then get to see how the sheer force of this collision alone was not only strong enough in causing Bardock's entire body to shake, but from that point on, Bardock had gone in spitting out blood, as of course he was doing his best in trying to stabilize himself for the time being, until it was during this collision where Bardock had gone in grabbing onto the mace, and from there being shown having to throw Gas up in the air, which inevitably had launched Gas deep into the Cerulean Forest, as Bardock went on to turn towards Monaito by shouting, "Listen closely, this is my fight now, you two are in the way, so get out of here!" To where as soon as Bardock from that point on had gone in making his way towards the forest, instead of getting out of dodge, Monaito instead had decided to just stand there, as we then observe how both Bardock and Gas are now further engaging within the forest, as with Gas appearing to now be annoyed by this, that's when Gas went on to tell him, "Your blows feel like pinpricks against my kaching. Enough of these irritating sorry excuse for attacks," he shouts. "I said enough!" To where it was from that point on where we get to see how Gas's body was beginning to swell, in using somewhat of an electric attack and shocking Bardock in place, which from there had gone in causing Bardock to hit the ground below. That's when Gas went on to tell him, "I cannot afford to waste any more time on you. You wouldn't mind if I unleash a bit of my inner nature, would you?" As it was during this moment where we get to see how Monaito had finally listened to Bardock in having to run and make his way back home, as he was not only shown having to place Granola's unconscious body on the bed, but he had also gone in searching for the Cerulean Dragon Balls, to where as soon as Monaito had found them, he then went on to respond, "Using the Dragon Balls for our own benefit is forbidden, but it should be okay if my wish helps someone from another planet," he says. As all the while with Monaito trying to make up his mind, the dumbass, we then get to see how Bardock was getting smashed within the Cerulean Forest, as Gas wasn't only shown having to punch Bardock's scouter off of his head, but he further went on to send Bardock flying, as Bardock from that point went on to stand back up by responding, "Ugh, damn it, so your kind can adjust their power levels, huh? Oh, this is far from the full extent of the power slumbering within me," Gas says. "I suppose you've lost the will to fight back now," with Bardock responding, "Heh, you wish. Nothing gets my blood pumping like a powerful foe," he adds. But even then, Gas had enough, because he thinks that Bardock is taking him for a fool, which inevitably resulted in Gas being shown having to dash directly towards Bardock and kicking him in the stomach by telling him, "Enough!" Which from that point on, now Gas was shown being in complete control of this battle, because as soon as he was then shown having to double axe handle Bardock's body into the distance, it was only after Bardock's body had gone in smashing into the cliffside where we then get to see how the Cerulean Dragon Tarambo was shown in the distance, as Monaito had used this opportunity in summoning Tarambo and making a wish, as Tarambo went on to ask, "State your wish. If it's within my power, your single wish is my command," with Monaito responding, "Send Bardock back to his home planet," he says. As with the dragon shown patiently waiting, Bardock all the while is getting stomped out by Gas within the forest, as there really doesn't appear to be any sign of Bardock having to bounce back from this. It was only during that moment where Tarambo went on to contact Bardock by telling him, "Hear me, Bardock, it is Monaito's wish that I should transport you to your home planet Vegeta." What? Bardock says? "Whose voice is this?" "I am the wish-granting dragon known as Tarambo." As with Gas having to oversee that Bardock seemingly enough is now talking to himself, he appears to be a bit confused by this, as Gas went on to ask, who is he speaking to? But then, it was only after having to spot the dragon for himself where Gas went on to ask, What is that?" As lo and behold, finally Tarambo had an answer, as Tarambo went on to tell Monaito, "I am afraid he has refused." "What?" Monaito asks. As we then go back to Bardock, who is shown once again attempting to attack Gas, that's when Bardock went on to clench his fist by responding, "A Saiyan would rather die than run from an enemy," he shouts. As Bardock from that point on was shown having to make contact with Gas having to block it, there seemed to have appeared to be a bit of hope for Bardock during that moment, as Gas went on to respond, "Your attacks barely tickle." "Like I said," Gas shouts, as he then followed up by being shown having to kick Bardock in the sky, to where as soon as Bardock had once again fallen back down on the the ground. We then see how instead of Tarambo contacting Bardock, it was now Monaito, as Monaito went on to tell him, "Listen, Bardock, so it's you this time, Monaito?" Bardock asks. "I sure wish you wouldn't put voices in my head. You showed your real moral fiber by saving us back there," Monaito says, "but that was more than enough. I've got no doubt that the kindness in your heart is going to save someone else someday. That's why you need to live," he shouts. "Sorry, but I don't take orders from anyone," Bardock adds, "and I'm not leaving this place until I've beaten him." "What's it going to take to make you see reason?" Monaito asks. "Fine, then tell me, is there any other wish that I could make for you? I'm just trying to help you," with Bardock responding, "What's this all about anyway? Are you making a wish on a shooting star or something?" "But sure, I'd wish that my sons, plural Goku and Raditz, end up thriving." As from that point on, once again through sheer determination alone, Bardock was shown having to once again dash in attacking Gas again, as all the while in the distance, all of the commotion caused had seemingly gathered the Heater's attention, to where as soon as Oil was then shown turning around, that's when Oil went on to comment, "This is really dragging on. I guess Gas has met his match? Hey," Maki says, "what's that weird glow over there?" "Huh? I don't know," Oil says. "That isn't even where the fight's going down." "But it is near the old Namekian's hut," Alex says. To where as the two Dragon Balls were then shown having to split off in the sky, that's when Oil went on to respond, "I wish for tasty food. I wish for tasty food. I wish for quit it, you idiot," Maki says. "Those probably aren't shooting stars." "I'm curious now," Alex says. "Let me check it out. You two go ahead and prep to greet Frieza's ship." "Sure," says Maki and Oil. "Yeah, he has the right idea," Monaito goes on to say to himself. "A wish is a way to create hope for the future. Selfish wishes can only bring about doom. And I was about to make a grave mistake," he adds. "I'm meant to protect what hope we've got left with all I've got," he adds. As once again when going back to Gas and Bardock, Gas was then shown having to fire several energy blasts directly at Bardock, with Bardock shown having to fly backwards in his best attempts of having to avoid them, but unfortunately enough for Bardock, these attacks actually had gone in making contact, to where there was no other way to better describe this outside of Bardock literally being dragged all throughout the forest, because as soon as Bardock's body had gone tumbling and bumbling around within it, to his own horror, Bardock had then seen how multiple energy blasts were then being shown having to make its way towards him, as they had finally gone in making contact as Gas had went on to float on down below and touching the ground, to where as soon as the dust and smoke began to settle, that was when Gas had noticed that in fact Bardock was indeed still alive, which really went on to irritate Gas that much more, as Gas went on to comment, "You've overstayed your welcome." As from that point on, Gas did not waste any more time, so instead, he decided to walk on over and grabbing onto Bardock's tail, and from there being shown swinging Bardock and slamming his body on the ground over and over and over again, which of course, if you're probably asking, Gas already knows that indeed the Saiyans can transform into giant great apes, so what Gas had attempted to do was to actually do his best in doing what he could to rip Bardock's tail off, because as soon as he had gone and from there having to hold on to Bardock's tail and Spartan kicking Bardock in the spine, it was within that moment where we finally got to see how indeed Gas had managed to rip Bardock's tail off. With Bardock now being in such a vulnerable state, that's when Gas went on to tell him, "No more giant ape form for you now. It's over, Saiyan. Prepare to die." And Gas indeed did not waste any time following this, because as soon as Gas had gone to once again create another weapon, which just so happens to be that of a spear, it was during this point in time where Gas had already assumed victory, and from there being shown throwing the spear directly at Bardock, in which Bardock had no means of escaping this, but to Bardock's shock as well as my own, out of nowhere, Monaito had gone in stepping in front of Bardock, and from there being shown having to take the spear head on as the spear had gone in impaling his shoulder. This was probably the first time that Monaito's character was ever shown having to be actually useful, as even Bardock himself went on to put this into question by asking, "Why'd you?" "Sorry about before," Monaito says, "but now I'm ready to protect Granolah, no matter what. So do me a favor and win this one for us, Bardock. And Gas is pissed because as Gas's blood was beginning to boil, the last thing that Gas had said before having to go absolutely berserk was, at every turn, you two just insist on disrupting my work. As both Monaito and Bardock could not believe as to what Gas had just done, but before they could even react, Gas had already gone in, swooping on in his attempts of having to punch Monaito, but instead Gas ends up grazing Bardock in the spine again as Bardock had jumped in the way in saving Monaito, which once again proved to be effortless because Monaito's body had gone in crashing into the cliffside as Bardock went on to shout for his name, but before he could even do anything, Gas had already gone in grabbing Bardock by the throat and hoisting him up by telling him, "The Namekian you sought to protect is gone, and I will soon track down and kill the child. As you die, know that you have failed to protect anyone." "That's not your call to make," Bardock says, "and I'm not dying before I've beaten you." As we then see how Bardock had opened up his palm in being shown having to create what seemingly looked as though an energy blast. As soon as the energy blast itself had gone in making contact and creating a massive explosion, at first Gas didn't seem fazed by this, as through the smoke we then see how Bardock had gone in swooping on in and being shown having to punch Gas in the face, in repeatedly attacking Gas over and over and over again until it was from there where Bardock was shown having to kick Gas out in the distance, to where, mind you, this is supposed to be Gas's 100% full power, and as a means of actually having to protect someone, Bardock was able to hold his own momentarily. That is, of course, until Gas had gone in powering up once again as Gas went on to ask him, "What did you hope to achieve? Why fight a battle you can't win? Is this atonement as you face death? Are you atoning for the sins of all Saiyans by protecting the child?" "No," Bardock says. "Revenge then, giving into your rage over us killing the Namekian and the Cerealian women?" "Wrong again," Bardock tells Gas. "Then why? Why fight? What is running through your skull as you do battle?" Gas shouts. To where within that moment, as Gas was shown having to charge directly at Bardock, all of a sudden there appeared to be a mysterious aura that had enveloped Bardock's body, to where Bardock was in fact able to from that point on stop Gas's attack. With Gas being taken back by this completely, that's when Bardock went on to ask him, "Isn't it obvious by now? In a life and death battle, what sort of idiot would think about anything less besides victory?" To where once again through sheer focus and determination, Bardock had gone in punching Gas directly in the stomach with such tremendous amounts of force that Gas was at this point appearing to be hurt. As this was the opportunity that Bardock was looking for, that's when he went on to tell Gas, "I fight when there's an enemy I want to beat down. Nothing more to it," he says. To where as Bardock was then shown having to place his hand on Gas's stomach, Bardock from that point on had gone in blasting Gas into the distance, with Gas visibly being shown having to clutch onto his stomach. That's when he went on to respond, How are you doing this? You Saiyans have no ascended states besides the Great Ape." "You're ignorant," Bardock says, "and that's my fault? Nah. See, we Saiyans have a way of growing and evolving every time we push past our limits," he says. That's absurd," Gas shouts. "I represent a limit that no lonely Saiyan can surpass. I cannot be," he shouts, and as soon as Bardock had once again gone in kicking and punching Gas in the face, as all the while with the Lek having to observe this, it was clear at this point that Bardock had gained the advantage in being the one that was now fully in control of this battle, as Lek went on to comment, "He went and let his inner nature loose," as right before Gas could do anything more in clutching onto his head, with Bardock being shown having to float above him, he had then gone in creating an energy blast as Bardock went on to shout, "I'm ending this," which indeed Bardock had, because the moment Bardock had gone in firing this gigantic blast down on Gas, this blast alone had overtaken Gas completely, to where as the smoke and the dust began to settle, the once known berserker state that we have just seen Gas in was no longer there. So instead, Gas had now reverted back down to his little form as he was laid out within the crater below, with Bardock also being shown having to be extremely exhausted in hitting the ground below. It was only from that point on where out of nowhere Alec had gone in making his presence known, by from there being shown having to step forward and touching on down in front of Gas by responding, "I didn't think you'd lose control after unleashing yourself. A real shame. We'll have to double down on training," he says. As right before he had gone in picking his brother up, he he had then gone to notice that Bardock was in fact squirming down on the ground and yet again still being shown having to be alive, with Alec asking, he's still alive? Really? I thought you were loyal to Frieza, Bardock says. When it comes to business, there's the hand that you show and the hand that you don't, Alec says. Speaking of, your kind doesn't even know what Frieza is really planning, right? What? Bardock asks. You Saiyans are such gullible saps. While you're in a daze playing catch-up, don't be surprised if a meteor drops on your head. Of course, alluding to the destruction of planet Vegeta, that's when Bardock went on to stand back up by responding, explain, what do you mean? Wouldn't you like to know, Alex says. Well, how about... nah. To where, shockingly enough, as soon as Lek had gone in drawing his gun and blasting Bardock in the shoulder, that was when Bardock's body had gone in falling off of the cliff and down into another forest below, to where Alec seemed to be annoyed by this, as Alec responds, I missed. As he had then gone in walking towards the edge, as right before having to fire down below, all of a sudden he then had a radio message from Maki and Oil, as Alec went on to ask, what, Maki? Frieza's ship is incoming, get your butt over here, she says. Fine. I'll be right there, Alec says. But right before actually doing so, Alec had gone in firing multiple shots down within the forest, in doing what he could in his best attempts of having to kill Bardock, to where just before Alec had left, that's when he went on to respond, whatever, he doesn't need my help to die after all of that anyway. And as soon as Alec had gone in grabbing gas and then having to leave, Bardock's body was shown on the floor. He's hurt, he's injured, there seemingly appears to be no way that Bardock could have possibly survived this until Monaito was shown having to emerge from the rubble and slowly making his way towards Bardock, in which as he did, it was Monaito's duty to actually do something about it, as Monaito went on to respond, where's Bardock? There, Bardock! Are you still alive? I'd ask you the same thing, Monaito, Bardock says. Takes more than that to put an Namekian down, Monaito claims. You don't say. Good. I take it that the Cerealian kid is okay too? Yep, Monaito says. He is. Those thugs left us for dead and headed off, he claims. You've won the battle, Bardock. And as Bardock's scouter was then shown having to slowly shut down, as it was only then during that moment where Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 83 entitled Gas vs. Bardock 2 then comes to a close. Now, it only now appears as though Gas seemingly doesn't have the resolve within himself in order to complete a fight and see it all the way through, because it almost appeared as though Gas was asking Bardock for some kind of form of validation in questioning Bardock as to what exactly he is fighting for, only for Bardock to tell Gas that, hey, I'm just simply fighting to win and I'm going to do everything within my own ability to see this through even if I die. It was only during these events where we now enter Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 84, with Bardock's scouter now being shown turning off its recording, with both Goku, Vegeta, and Monaito left baffled by the recording that was left behind by Bardock's scouter, with Goku now having to put everything that he had just overheard now into question. That's when Monaito went on to comment, Bardock left this planet as soon as he was on his feet again, and only his scouter was left behind. As it was during Monaito's comments where Goku had come into his own by remembering what had happened when he was a baby, and now having to take us all the way back to when Bardock actually had returned back home to Guinea, we from there see how an infant Goku was able to open his eyes in seeing his father battle damaged right before his mother. Goku was from this point on slowly but surely beginning to remember both of his parents, as a very battle damaged and bloody Bardock had walked on over to the incubation pod and putting his hand over the glass and smiling. Goku in fact does appear as though he has very vague memories of these moments before having to fall asleep, as before having to do so we also then see how Bardock had left his house after having to recover in basically partaking in one of his final missions before Planet Vegeta's destruction, with additional flashbacks being shown of Guinea having to partake in housework, and even going as far as to show Goku's final moments with his parents on Planet Vegeta before having to be sent off to Earth. It would only now appear as though Goku does seem to vaguely remember all of these events as they had occurred, as similar to the moments seen during the events of Dragon Ball Super Broly with Bardock and Guinea having to send Goku to Earth. Goku is now beginning to remember each and every single one of these circumstantial events, as back within the present, as Goku remembers how he was sent off Planet Vegeta, that's when Goku went on to comment, Vegeta, I feel like I finally understand what Saiyan pride is about, or Rather, I remember what it's about along with my dad's face. The thing is, I haven't had total faith in my power, he says. I've lost sight of it as well, Vegeta responds. My burden is not the sins of all Saiyans, but our people's pride, he says. Why did it have to be your father of all people who helped me realize this, Vegeta asks. And to think that you and Raditz survived when you were young because of a wish on the Dragon Balls. That's not fair, Vegeta shouts. Wishing for you to thrive and all, Vegeta asks. Who ever heard of such pampered Saiyans? Well, how about the way you pamper and spoil bra, huh? One has nothing to do with the other, Vegeta shouts. Bardock Monaito comments, what a funny way for your will to be passed down, he says. A people's pride is about atoning for sins of the past, he says. And it ain't about taking revenge, it's about accepting your nature and sticking to your convictions. And that's true of any tribe out there, Monaito adds. Over here, you two. Let me patch you up a bit before Gas gets back. Thank you, Vegeta says. Yeah, thanks again, Goku comments. But first, your clothes, Monaito says, as he then went on to spawn Saiyan armor on both Vegeta and Goku. This was the last thing that either of them were ever expecting to wear, as Goku went on to ask, could I just have my original outfit back? I can't get used to this jacket, Vegeta responds. What? You don't want to dress how Bardock once did, Monaito asks? But even then, all the while as this was going on, deep within outer space, we then venture on back in seeing Gas speed blitz his way back onto planet Sorel. As you can see the anger on Gas's face in the fact that he was played by Goku in being left behind this entire time. It was only as Gas was making his way back onto the planet where he then had discovered Goku and Vegeta's chi signature, and from that very moment on having to announce that he had finally locked onto them, as he was not looking to waste any more time by flying through space to get to planet Sorel. So what Gas ends up doing instead is within the blink of an eye, Gas ends up using instant transmission and smashing his way down onto the planet, which mind you, ironically enough had occurred right in front of Monaito's house, and the moment Goku and Vegeta had gone to sense this, they both knew exactly what they were about to be in for, because it was basically going to be a do or die moment, with Gas being shown slowly having to stand up and staring directly into Monaito's house, because Gas knew that all of the parties that he was looking to destroy, including both Monaito and Granolah, were inside of this house, as he was basically now ready for war. It was only then where Gas went on to comment, "Get out here, Saiyans," and with Oil having to spot Gas, that's when he went on to radio back to Maki by telling her, "Yo, Maki, Gas is back, he's at the hut." "Oh, sooner than we thought," Maki says. "What now, Alec?" Maki asks. "Let's move the ship over that way," Alec says, but only within view of the battle and not too close. And with Oil shown having to rush towards Gas, that's when Oil went on to shout, "Hey there, brother, how you feeling?" "I'm feeling like I just wasted too much time," Gas responds. "Tell Alec that I'll be finished here shortly." "Okay," Oil says. "Good luck. We'll have a tasty meal waiting for you," he says. As it was only then where we get to see how both Goku and Vegeta were slowly emerging from the shadows within, with both shown having to slowly make their way and walking outside of Monaito's house and now having to confront Gas for themselves. You can almost kind of feel the tension emanating from the page, as Gas went on to smile by responding, "I assumed you would have run off by now. It's you and your gang who are gonna leave," Goku says. "Leave? We plan to as soon as we've slaughtered you two," Gas says. "I want to defeat this one," Vegeta says, "even if it kills me. How about you?" he asks. "Well, I'm not letting you have all of the fun, Vegeta. Fine. We'll fight together then," he says. In which, as both of their auras are now beginning to emanate, Gas went on to ask, "Huh? I'll be the one to end this," Goku says. "Not on my watch," Vegeta responds. As it was only then, right then and there, within that moment, both Goku and Vegeta were shown having to unleash their most powerful godly transformations in what is without question one of the absolutely best pages that we've seen thus far within the Granolah arc, in witnessing these two transform in their own unique way, because as we see the way Vegeta is transforming and looking very ferocious in his approach, Goku on the other hand appears to be very calm in the way he's transforming, but at the same time, he appears to look very serious and very in tune to what's about to happen going forward against Gas, as even Gas himself cannot seem to believe this. And I love the way Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego's auras are merging together in this, because in a similar like fashion, the way Goku had unleashed Ultra Instinct against Moro 7-3 during the events of the Galactic Patrol Prisoner arc, both of their auras are not only only shown having to envelop the entire landscape, but at the same time, the sheer intensity and magnitude of their auras having to combine is even being shown having to be thrust up into the sky, as even with the heaters themselves having to observe from their ship, even they themselves cannot seem to believe this, and one can only imagine as to what this moment would look like once it's animated within the Dragon Ball Super anime, because the very moment Vegeta and Goku had now come into their own in unleashing both Mastered Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego onto the surface, the heaters cannot believe this, as Maki went on to shout, what sort of forms are they using now? That Goku guy is using Super Duper Instinct, and Vegeta's got his massive ego boost thing, I think? Like, I give a crap about the names, Maki says. I'm asking if they're strong or not. Oh, yeah, Oil says, for sure, real strong. And with Alec eerily quiet, that's when Gas went on to ask, you intend to face me together? Saiyans are as mindless as ever, I see. You still fail to comprehend that such a strategy will not matter given the gulf between us? No, Goku says, you're the one who doesn't get it. Oh? Yeah, it's got nothing to do with our odds of victory, Vegeta says. What drives us now is the sheer desire to win. As this was it, with both Goku and Vegeta now going on to make their first move and being the ones to dash at Gas directly, Gas quickly got into fighting position in anticipating both of their attacks as Vegeta and Goku came rushing on in, as the very moment both Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku and Ultra Ego Vegeta had gone in making contact by striking Gas, not only was it interesting to see Gas actually be able to hold his position in standing his ground, but he also within that moment had gone in demonstrating to be exactly what he had claimed to be, which is that of being the strongest mortal within Universe 7, in showing no signs of pain, no signs of struggle, nor even signs of anger. He actually went as far as to stand his ground by blocking off both of their attacks with simply one arm, without even having to show any expression on his face, and going as far as to tell us, the reader, that yeah, Houston, we have a major problem here, because despite how strong Goku and Vegeta may potentially be right now, the fact still stands that as they went on to attack Gas, Gas simply had just stood there, as neither Goku or Vegeta during that moment were even able to make him budge, as the very moment how we then see how both Ultra Ego Vegeta and Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku had gone and breaking away, the first individual between the two having to be shown taking any sort of action was in fact Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku, in which as Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku had gone in attempting to kick Gas, interestingly enough to I believe the shock of everyone, Gas was actually cognitively aware of everything that was about to transpire, because before Goku could successfully land any sort of strike on Gas, Gas was actually fast enough in having to duck in avoiding Goku's strike, which from a power scaling speed perspective is a very impressive feat to see Gas perform with, because we are talking about a much stronger Goku than we've ever seen before, and with Goku being shown having to attack him, Gas was actually fast enough in being able to avoid even the strongest form that Goku is currently wielding, with both Goku and Vegeta being shown having to circle around Gas and attacking him simultaneously. The moment Vegeta had gone in attempting to do the exact same thing, Gas had ended up repeating this by leaning on back and avoiding Ultra Ego Vegeta's punch, which again, from a speed feats perspective, is a very impressive thing to see Gas actually utilize here, because not only is Gas now dealing with one mega level warrior, but in fact he's dealing with two at the exact same time, in which the moment Goku was shown having to dash back in and assisting Vegeta, with Vegeta having to step on back, Goku had again attempted in creating somewhat of an offensive tactic in trying to get the better of Gas while Vegeta had leapt up in the air, because as Gas was in the moment and having to fight off Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku from above, Vegeta was making his way towards Gas in his attempts of having to double axe handle him, but even while being shown having to be cunningly evasive against MUI Goku, Gas was actually once again fast enough in having to dodge and getting out of the way, which had resulted in Vegeta having to smash his way down onto the ground, with Goku also being shown having to avoid this, with Vegeta being shown visibly angry, and with Goku noticing that Gas is now up in the air. Once again, Goku had then taken immediate flight in chasing Gas down, and from there being shown having to swap hands with Gas and doing the best that he could to get the better of him, as with Vegeta now also having to notice this and looking back up, Vegeta did not also waste any more time by them being shown having to dash right back into the action, in which as Vegeta had gone in kicking Gas, with Gas doing the best that he could to deflect it, you can kind of see Goku already being aware of this and stepping on over to the side and attacking Gas from a different direction, which from a synchronization standpoint, when looking at how they were attacking Gas together now, it's fair to say that during this moment, Goku and Vegeta were actually able to drive Gas back a bit, because now you can see the frustration having to emanate from Gas's face in realizing that when these guys are in sync and attacking you at the exact same time, this could, hence the word could, be a problem going forward. But even though momentarily to some extent they were able to drive Gas back a bit, the moment Gas saw that Ultra Ego Vegeta was then being shown having to go for a punch, Gas was actually able to see this for himself in latching onto Vegeta's punch and then being shown having to use Vegeta's own fist in driving it back and causing Vegeta to basically hit himself, in which sent Vegeta flying down onto the ground, which ultimately what had followed was Gas quickly turning around and doing the exact same thing to Goku and kicking him down onto the ground as well. But even then, despite this having to go down, Goku and Vegeta had managed to somehow land back on their feet, and once again being shown having to be in hot pursuit and chasing Gas down to fight him off 2-on-1, because the very moment both Vegeta and Goku had gone in uniting their attacks and kicking Gas at the exact same time, you can see Gas be taken back, as of course once again he is showing signs of anger, he is showing signs of frustration, as once more the Saiyans are not letting up, because again they're in hot pursuit, they end up chasing Gas down, and they end up fighting off Gas to the point where they're traveling through the air and fighting at the exact same time. But even then, Gas ends up backflipping away and having to avoid their strikes and landing back down onto the ground, in which as he did, he was waiting for a moment just to kind of set up this trap in which Goku and Vegeta nearly fell for, because as Gas had gone and sticking his arms out, he then proceeded to unleash a gigantic blast which had nearly enveloped them whole if it were not for them having to quickly leap out of the way, as they themselves now have positioned themselves above Gas and charging up for both the Kamehameha and the Gallic Gun. As with Gas now realizing this, it was already too late, because with both Goku and Vegeta having to fire this down on him, one would only expect that these blasts would inevitably connect, but in fact they didn't, because Gas was actually fast enough in using instant transmission and getting behind both Goku and Vegeta by them being shown having to spawn a mace, which ironically enough, the first person that he ends up clocking with the mace is in fact Vegeta, with Vegeta's body being shown having to hit the ground below, and with Goku visibly angry, Gas had attempted to do the exact same thing with Goku in trying to do his best to strike him with the mace, but it only appears as though Goku is simply too fast for Gas to handle, and this pisses off Gas a lot actually, because Gas actually ends up throwing his mace away by then having to shout, "Why you?" So instead, he ends up flying and driving his leg forward and kicking Goku in the stomach, which ultimately had resulted in Gas taking the lead by dragging Goku's body down on the ground and having to hit the pavement below, and essentially kind of curb stomping Goku down into the ground, which mind you, Goku at that point was showing signs of pain. It was only as Gas went on to stand above him, that's when Gas went on to tell Goku, "Don't get cocky, you pathetic monkeys," but then that's when Vegeta from behind Gas went on to shout, "Move aside, Kakarot!" This is a god of destruction move, Vegeta says, one capable of erasing mere mortals. If you truly are the universe's strongest, then try standing up to this. As the moment Vegeta had gone and launching this attack directly at Gas, what Goku ends up doing as an end result to counter this was Goku had quickly used instant transmission in having to avoid this, with Gas then being shown having to spawn a shield, in which as Vegeta's giant attack was then making its way towards Gas, that's when Gas went on to tell him, "Observe as I deflect your worthless move," which essentially is what Gas tries to do by using the shield as a means to defend himself with, because after realizing that in fact if he were to touch this he could be erased, Gas wasn't going to chance this, so he is actually sufficient and strong enough to be shown holding this attack in place, as with Vegeta doing everything he possibly could in trying to get this attack to be driven into Gas, Goku ends up teleporting behind Vegeta and assisting him by having to push the blast forward together, which results in Gas being driven back as his shield is slowly being shown having to disintegrate. But in a similar like fashion to Jiren during the events of Dragon Ball Super's Tournament of Power, Gas is showing massive signs of resiliency in refusing to back down and giving up by allowing this attack to overcome him, as with all of the heaters having to watch this, Maki went on to shout, "Is he gonna be okay? Gas is losing ground to them. They already used those transformations, right, Oil? Yep, I saw both of these forms when they were duking it out with Granolah." "Then he's fine," Alex says. "The wish to make him the strongest came after that." "Right, makes sense," Maki says. "He can still win this." "Relax. I assume they might team up against him," Alex says. "As the strongest in the universe, Gas outclasses Granolah. Oh, yeah, Maki says. Just watch. And with Goku and Vegeta shown desperately trying to do everything they can to drive this attack into Gas, we only then begin to see exactly what Alec was talking about, because without even having to touch the blast, Gas was shown having to use force in driving this attack back at Goku and Vegeta, to where now both Goku and Vegeta realize that this is a bad situation, as Goku went on to shout, "We're getting pushed back!" Damn it, Vegeta shouts, "It's no use!" But then out of nowhere, that's when Vegeta had decided to just simply let go and flat leave Goku behind, as Goku went on to shout, "Vegeta, oh come on!" Which inevitably leaves Goku to deal with Ultra Ego Vegeta's attack all by himself, which from that moment on we get to see how Goku was literally holding on to this massive Hakai ball with his own hands in trying to do the best that he could in not allowing for this to overcome him, as all the while with Vegeta making his way towards Gas, Vegeta was ready for war, but so was Gas, because as Gas ends up kicking Vegeta in the stomach, you can see the pain emanating from his face, as Gas had gone and grabbing Vegeta by the hair and continuously being shown punching him in the stomach. As Gas was looking to keep his word and slaughtering the both of them, Gas had then gone and punching Vegeta out into the distance, in which as Vegeta's body was shown hitting a pile of rocks with Gas slowly having to be shown walking towards him, that's when Gas went on to tell Vegeta, "What's wrong, Saiyan? Losing too much blood? Do you still think you can win?" "Why wouldn't I?" Vegeta asks, as with Gas standing over Vegeta now with his arm out, that's when he went on to respond, "Save your prattle for the afterlife," he says. As back with Goku also being shown losing ground and now realizing the Shigerian city behind him, Goku did not want to take any chances in having this Hakai ball erase the entire city, so as a means of trying to do his best in deflecting this, Goku ends up actually launching this attack directly up in the air, which had subsequently saved both himself and the entire Shigerian city, until Goku had then quickly realized that Vegeta was on his own and maybe perhaps Vegeta was in trouble, because the moment Goku had used instant transmission in coming back into the fight and having to call for Vegeta's name, to Goku's shock, Vegeta was then shown having to punch Gas extremely hard in the face, with Goku asking, "Oh?" And Gas right now seems to be taking note of this, as Gas went on to ask, "You worm? What trick is this? How is your body still moving?" With Vegeta being shown wiping the blood from his face and responding, "Damage is nothing but fuel for me. Do you realize what that means? I'm only getting stronger." As with Gas now shown visibly angry at what Vegeta had just said, it was only right then and there during that moment where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 84 then comes to a close. Now, you can make no mistake about the fact that Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 84 is probably one of the most hyped chapters within the Granolah story, only because this was in fact now the first time that we got to bear witness to that of Ultra Ego and Ultra Instinct working together side by side, by also in comparison seeing how Gas was able to fare up against both transformations, in establishing the overall fact now that Gas still is stronger than the both of them even while they're using their strongest transformation slash power. This by the end of it now becomes a question on whether or not Goku and Vegeta do in fact have what it takes to take Gas down once and for all, as we only from that point now make our way into Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 85, with Goku now appearing to be very surprised at the overall situation at hand. It was only during that moment where Vegeta went on to comment, "Damage is nothing but fuel to keep me engaged in this battle, which for you presents quite the dilemma. What now? Would you like to make me even stronger?" Vegeta asks. But even then, despite the conversation that they were having, Gas was not looking to have any of it, so instead, Gas from there had immediately taken initiative in dashing directly towards Vegeta and punching him in the stomach, in which, judging based on Vegeta's own reaction to this, it looks as though Vegeta now is feeling tremendous amounts of pain. But even then, it did not stop there, because Gas had immediately gone and from there being shown having to kick Vegeta up in the sky before following him, as he quickly from there had gone in kicking Vegeta right back down onto the ground and basically ping-ponging him around. As you can also see Vegeta's body basically bounce up off the ground, that's how hard Gas had hit him, to where from the jump, Gas was not looking to keep Vegeta around during this fight any longer, so after delivering 3 thunderous shots and knocking Vegeta down, to cap it all off by adding the icing on top of the cake, Gas had then gone and immediately being shown flying on down and kneeing Vegeta directly in the stomach, in which had not only resulted in Vegeta displaying tremendous amounts of pain and even going as far as to cough up blood, but Gas really made sure that he drove this knee deep into Vegeta's guts, because essentially by the time Gas had stood up and aiming his arm downwards, one would only imagine at this point that Vegeta was finished, as Gas went on to then tell him, "The answer is simple, I will kill you in one blow and be done with it," Gas says. As with the overall situation itself, even now seemingly having to annoy Goku, we only then see how Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku is then shown getting into fighting position and assumingly getting ready to jump back into the fight, until it was only before Goku could make his move where out of nowhere Gas was struck directly in the stomach, in not only reacting in a very shocking and painful way, but the momentary impact itself had even gone to surprise Goku, as this itself had come from none other than Ultra Ego Vegeta, because it was within this very moment where Ultra Ego Vegeta had gone in making his move by leaping on back and punching Gas in the stomach, to where even then with Gas's body being shown shaking as he was in tremendous amounts of pain, with a very battle damaged and bloody Vegeta then being shown smiling, Vegeta from there went on to tell Gas, "Thank you for the prime fuel, you vermin," Gas says. But even then, despite Vegeta's overwhelming amount of confidence being displayed, Gas by no stretch of the imagination was even close in being done with Vegeta, so the moment Gas had the opportunity in knocking Vegeta away by punching him, we only then observe how Gas was able to land multiple shots on Vegeta, including having to kick him away, but this time, instead of allowing Vegeta to move on his own and do his own thing and possibly having to retaliate, Gas had immediately gone in sticking his arm out by pointing out at Vegeta and having to freeze him in place, as even with Vegeta from that point on not realizing as to what the heck was going on, what Gas ended up doing as a means of having to use telekinesis and manipulation was Gas from that point on began to teleport Vegeta all throughout the landscape, in not only going as far as to control his movements and his body and not allowing Vegeta to break free, but this only had gone as far as to give Gas the opportunity to hold Vegeta in place, in not only being shown having to kick Vegeta back down onto the ground before having to lunge him out into the distance, but what Gas continued to do was fling Vegeta around in having to use him to his own advantage, until Gas was then shown having to kick Vegeta up in the sky before tugging him back forward, and from there being shown having to Spartan kick Vegeta so hard in the stomach that you can see Vegeta literally spit out blood, as all the while with Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku now being forced having to watch from a distance. It was only from that point on, as he was watching Vegeta get pummeled, where Goku went on to comment, he can use instant teleportation on others? As with Gas now continuing to pummel on Vegeta, Goku then from there went on to shout, "Enough!" But to Goku's surprise, that's when Vegeta, as he was getting hit, went on to turn his head by shouting, "Stay back, Kakarot!" As even with Vegeta's body being shown driven back as he was shown shaking, after holding on to his head by then being shown smiling, that's when Vegeta went on to respond, "Yes, with this ideal stimulant, my Ultra Ego continues to evolve." "But what of your Ultra Instinct?" Vegeta went on to ask Goku. "It seems no different than before," and with Goku now questioning this, Vegeta went on to continue, "Figure it out fast. Until then, he's mine." As it was only right then and there within that very moment, with Ultra Ego Vegeta being shown having to dash directly towards Gas, Gas could not believe as to what he was witnessing, especially with the idea that Gas had about Vegeta and believing the fact that he wasn't going to get back up. It was only during Vegeta's initial reaction in dashing towards him where Vegeta had gone in headbutting Gas directly in the face, which really went on to stagger Gas back, as of course he was shaken up by this. By no means after the headbutt was Vegeta finished, because the moment he had done so in charging back in at Gas, Vegeta just kept on attacking Gas, despite the fact that Gas is supposed to be the mightiest warrior in Universe 7. This was exactly what Goku had realized within that very moment of Vegeta's struggle with Gas, that perhaps maybe Vegeta was in fact onto something in helping buy Goku the time he needed, in hurrying on back and discovering something more to this form, which was exactly what Goku had done, because it was during this initial boxing session and seeing Vegeta throw down with Gas to where Goku was shown having to fly off on a nearby cliff and landing on down and having to now figure out for himself as to what exactly he needed to do in order to get on by in this fight with Gas, as Goku was shown having to look down at his fist by responding, "My own Ultra Instinct." To where as we only then see how Goku had calmed himself in reverting right back down to his base form, we then observe how Goku had gone about by closing his eyes and slowly but surely now beginning to meditate, with an energy-like barrier now having to surround him in doing the best that he could with the time given to him in figuring out a way in mastering Ultra Instinct that better suits him, because contrary to popular belief, it doesn't appear as though the silver-haired UI form is suiting Goku properly during the course of this battle, as of course he seems to be getting nowhere with Gas, so Goku's trying to figure things out, as all the while when going back to Ultra Ego Vegeta and Gas, by no means was Ultra Ego Vegeta letting up against Gas despite having to be severely battle damaged, because Vegeta just kept throwing punch after punch after punch until Gas was shown having to retaliate by punching Vegeta in the face and shouting, "Cease this pointless struggle!" As with Vegeta's body being shown hitting the ground, Gas went on to continue, "Enough of your deranged technique." But to Gas's horror, once again, a bloody Vegeta was then shown slowly having to stand back up by responding, "Enough? No, not yet," he says. "Sheesh," Maki says, like some sort of zombie. "Take him down quick," Gas Oil went on to shout, to whereas we only then see how Gas had gone about by punching Vegeta so incredibly hard in the ribs that not only was Gas's strike so powerful in its own right, but the initial strike itself had gone in literally tearing a hole through Vegeta's suit, as one would only imagine the amount of punishment that Vegeta's body is going through right now, in now serving as the ultimate detractor in getting Gas's attention away from Goku, but to now also add further insult to injury by suggesting to Gas that none of his attacks seem to be working, so as a means of responding, Gas just keeps turning it up on Vegeta in continuously being shown inflicting more and more damage, the highest amount of damage that he possibly can, in further reassuring himself that this time around Vegeta will stay down for good, as with an enraged Gas then being shown shouting and uppercutting Vegeta straight in the face as Vegeta's body went flying up in the air. It was only during mid-flight with Vegeta's body being shown having to hit the ground and rolling back, where Vegeta had not appeared as though he was going to continue at all, as this looked to be it, to where interestingly enough, as this was happening, despite Gas having the upper hand, it would only now appear as though Gas is getting tired from continuously inflicting this much damage on Vegeta, to where as Gas was shown huffing and puffing and trying to catch his breath, that's when Gas went on to comment, "You won't be standing back up again." But to the horrifying shock of Gas, as he was observing Vegeta very closely, even while remaining face down on the ground, Vegeta had gone in opening his eyes in looking directly at Gas, in basically indicating the fact that no, he wasn't done by any stretch of the imagination, as this itself had gone to terrify Gas enough, because this was the last thing that Gas was expecting to happen, especially when he himself is under the impression that he cannot be beaten, and that essentially anything and everything he does is met with violence. Here, it doesn't look like it appears to be the case, because Vegeta is slowly now beginning to stand back up, as Vegeta from there, as he was beginning to move, went on to respond by telling Gas, "As I said, I am no longer bound by limits." As it was only during this moment where Ultra Ego Vegeta had once again gone and dashing directly towards Gas, with Gas now visibly concerned in the overall fact that he wasn't expecting for Vegeta to stand back up and continue. Even the other heaters, Maki and Oil, went on to recognize this, as they themselves were also concerned for Gas, as we only then see how Gas now had quickly taken initiative in putting up his guard in defending himself. We can visibly see how scared Gas was in the overall idea of Vegeta having to come at him, but something seemed to have changed during the course of this initial engagement, because Gas had now recognized that Vegeta had in fact not come into contact with him, as it was during this moment with Gas being shown opening his eyes and slowly lowering his arms, he was only now shocked to find Vegeta literally standing in front of him, inches away from punching him in the face, as the end result of Vegeta having to endure so much punishment had now led Vegeta in literally passing out during the midst of battle, with Vegeta being shown slowly having to fade forward as he went on to hit the ground below. One could only imagine the amount of physical punishment that Vegeta had to endure, only for his body now to go in shock, as even Gas himself could not believe this, in literally being shown having to be relieved. It was during this moment where Gas went on to comment, "I guess he burned himself out. A technique that damages the user. How stupid." Phew, I was freaking out there for a second, Oil says. As with Gas then out of nowhere spawning yet another sword in his hand, he then went on to continue, "A stupid end befitting a Saiyan." As indeed Gas had now meant every word that he had mentioned, because the moment Gas was shown attempting to stab Vegeta through the skull, it was only out of nowhere as Vegeta was lying down passed out, where all of a sudden a barrier had gone to appear in front of Vegeta and now being shown having to completely shattered Gas's sword, as even Gas himself could not believe this, in making the assumption that this had come from Vegeta, but Gas knew that Vegeta the whole time was in fact passed out, so this barrier itself couldn't have come from Vegeta, so it was only when Gas had now turned his attention in looking on over in the distance and seeing Goku, where Gas had now seen that not only was a barrier beginning to protect Vegeta from his attack, but also there was also a barrier surrounding Goku, with Goku being shown having to use his fingers without even having to look, and further going on to demonstrate Goku's skill by saving Vegeta without even having to open his eyes. As with Gas now getting extremely annoyed by the overall situation, Gas went on to comment, "Is this your doing?" But even then Goku was not having it, because it was during that point where Goku had gone in levitating Vegeta's body upwards, and from there being shown slowly but surely having to levitate Vegeta's body on over next to him, and gently placing Vegeta down as he was still meditating, as Gas from there went on to comment, "What are you up to?" As the moment Gas was shown firing multiple energy blasts directly at Goku's barrier, even the blasts themselves that had seemed to come from the so-called mightiest warrior in Universe 7 had seemingly gone to do nothing to Goku's barrier, as Goku had remained intact, to where once again now we are beginning to see even more frustration come from Gas, as Gas from there went on to respond by telling Goku, "Do you plan to hide behind the shield forever? Emerge now so I may kill you." Which was kind of what Goku had done from there, as the shield had then dissipated, with Goku then responding, "Phew, okay, yep, that was my only option, so I might as well try it out," he says. "Despite your impending death, you remain carefree," he says. "Well, I guess so," Goku responds. "That's just how I am." As the very moment Goku had then gone and leaping on up and having to meet Gas back down on the battlefield, clearly now there seemed to have been something very different about Goku this time around that Gas had noticed, because it was during this initial interaction where Goku had gone in clenching his fist and now beginning to power up, this time however in a different way, with Gas having to notice this, as Gas went on to then comment, "Another form, silver hair this time or blue?" "Neither," Goku says. "See, I figured out the best transformation to make use of my power." As it was only right then and there during that moment where Goku had gone in unleashing the power of Ultra Instinct Sign or Ultra Instinct Omen, which had not only gone in piquing Gas's curiosity, as of course he's never seen this form before, but also with the heaters now seeing this too and acknowledging the fact that nothing seems to be different about Goku this time around, as of course they were presently there to see Goku transform multiple times against Granolah in using Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and even the mastered variation of Ultra Instinct, which is that of silver-haired Goku. The last time anyone had ever gone to see this variation of Ultra Instinct Sign Goku was in fact during Goku's initial engagement against Moro, as with Goku now standing ready and clenching his fist and preparing himself for battle, it was only during this initial moment where Oil went on to comment, "Still black? Why? I thought silver hair indicated maximum strength," Gas says. "Why not use that?" With Goku responding, "For Ultra Instinct to work, I need my heart to be calm and tranquil, but in this form, I can put my emotions to work for me, and believe me, my heart is not calm now." And with Goku being shown giving Gas a very sharp look, Gas had immediately caught PTSD by remembering the same look that Bardock had, as Gas went on to shout, "Stop that! That look! No! Don't look at me like that!" As this was now it, with Gas having enough and now beginning to dash directly towards Goku, Goku now stood ready and anticipating what Gas was about to do, as of course he was not willing to back down, but instead now having to solely focus on one thing and one thing only, and that was getting the job done and finally defeating Gas once and for all, to where as soon as we see how Gas was now preparing himself in making contact with Goku, the moment Gas had gone in attempting to punch Goku, with Goku now attempting to do the same thing, there was only one major difference during this initial engagement, and that was Goku had actually managed to connect his strike, to whereas Gas on the other hand had barely managed to graze Goku by the cheek, as you could almost kind of feel the impact emanating from the page itself, because Goku had gone in not only having to strike Gas with such tremendous amounts of force that the heaters themselves, as they were observing this, could not believe it, as a crater was beginning to form underneath their feet, but Goku at that point had gone to deliver such impact effect behind his strike that it ultimately resulted in Goku breaking off Gas's left horn, and from there creating a massive explosion to where the heater ship were caught right in the middle of it, and now forcing all of them to quickly leave the ship before it was destroyed, with all of them now seen having to watch from above, with Elec now seemingly very annoyed at the fact that his little brother could not simply get the job done, as of course he had wanted him to do so from the very beginning. The moment we had gone to see Gas's body flying out in the distance with Goku having to maintain his momentum, similar to what Bardock had done 40 years ago against Gas, we then see how Goku was unrelenting in allowing for Gas to escape or even have leverage in this battle, so instead of just waiting around, Goku instead had decided to dash right back at Gas as Gas was shown having to be on the floor, and not just screaming in absolute agony, as of course it was during that moment where he had felt such tremendous amounts of pain courtesy of Goku's punch, but the second Gas had gone to sit back up and noticing that Goku was coming right after him, Gas quickly had decided to roll on over as Goku had gone to miss one of his strikes, but even then, Gas was not on the offensive, but this time around he was trying to be on the defensive and running away, but Goku wasn't going to stand for it. Despite having to run away or not, Goku was immediately in hot pursuit and chasing Gas down despite Gas having to be attempting to leave, as with Goku then quickly using instant transmission to get behind Gas, with Gas quickly having to find out at the very end. By the time he came to realize that Goku was behind him, it was already too late, because the second Goku had gone to kick Gas up in the air, he from there quickly acted in unleashing an instant Kamehameha directly at him, which one would only imagine the amount of pressure that Gas is feeling, because he can't seem to hit Goku, he can't seem to even get away from him, so at this point he was left with no other option but to face off against this Kamehameha, with to which he did, as the moment the Kamehameha had made impact in connecting up in the sky, with everyone shown watching as the dust began to settle, Gas was then shown extremely battle damaged by responding, "How? What is happening? Seems like I'm just barely stronger than you now," Goku says, "but I don't have long, so let's get this done." As through that, the very second we then see how Ultra Instinct Omen Goku had gone in dashing right back up at Gas, Goku just kept attacking Gas non-stop, shot after shot after shot, in going as far as to now demonstrate the initial difference between Ultra Instinct Sign and the silver-haired mastered Ultra Instinct form, in the overall idea that initially Ultra Instinct Sign is allowing for Goku to tap more into his Saiyan instincts in using this in battle, which he is now without question going as far as to demonstrate, because the moment Goku was then shown having to kick Gas away, as all of the rumblings are happening in the distance, we finally then see how Vegeta had now come into his own, in finally waking up after enduring so much punishment, only to look on forward and noticing how Ultra Instinct Sign Goku is in action with Gas, as innately with Gas even attempting to fight back, nothing seems to be working, because with Goku essentially being shown having to counter everything by responding and punching Gas in the face, Gas had enough, and finally with succession he was able to kick Goku right in the chin, but even then this did not appear to work, because the moment Goku had come into his own, in going as far as to maintain the momentum he had, it was only as a response where Goku had gone in unleashing a mouth blast, which mind you he had never done before but has seen, to where not only did Goku's mouth blast go as far as to consume Gas completely, but by the end of it with Gas being shown standing there incredibly battle damaged, Gas from there went on to comment, "Curse you!" This fighting style, Vegeta says. "This meant to be Ultra Instinct absurd. I sacrificed my pride to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Behold," Gas shouts, "a cretin like you could never hope to surpass me." As to Goku's surprise with Gas then being shown having to spawn all of the weapons that he had used before now up in the air, in an act of rage in wanting to do everything and anything he can to put Goku down for good, Gas was then shown having to, instead of using these weapons, throw all of these weapons right at Goku, to where instead of running away or doing something about it, Goku actually ended up embracing this by from there being shown dashing directly towards the weapons and avoiding each and every single one of them, until Goku had now come face to face with Gas's gigantic wrecking ball, in which as Goku had gone and moving out of the way, this time around, unlike the other weapons, Goku had managed to latch onto the chain of the wrecking ball, and from there being shown swinging it on down forward, in basically turning this whole thing around now on Gas by using his own weapon against him, with Ultra Instinct Omen Goku now shown swinging this gigantically heavy wrecking ball down at Gas. Gas from there had no other choice in doing what he could to stop the wrecking ball from crashing into him, in which he did, but it was the sheer impact and force of this gigantic object weighing down on him, where Gas from there went on to comment, "A weapon of my own creation could never bring me down." But before before Gas could do anything to turn this entire situation around, out of nowhere, Ultra Instinct Omen Goku had gone to come in out of nowhere by kicking Gas so hard in the chest that you could see all of the pain now emanating from Gas's face, because not only were both of his horns now broken, but he's essentially done. There's nothing at this point that Gas can do to stand up to Ultra Instinct Omen Goku, in which with his body now being shown flying across the sky with Maki and Oil having to see this, they were both in panic because they both knew during that point in time that Gas was losing the battle against Goku. As they had both from there gone to realize that Gas had now finally crashed into the distance, they also had went on to notice that Alec was nowhere to be found, as Maki went on to comment, "Gas! Crap, he actually might lose! Where did Alec go?" As all the while with Gas now on the floor seemingly defeated, we now found out where exactly Alec had gone to, because with Alec now having to appear in front of his little brother, that's when Alec went on to tell Gas, "Hey Gas, what do you think you're doing?" Alec, why did I make you into the strongest warrior?" Alec went on to ask. As of course he went on to grab onto his brother's throat, he then went on to ask him, "Answer me." "To elevate the heaters," Gas says. "To the universe's greatest organization." "Correct. And what is needed to achieve that?" Alec asks. "Must kill the Saiyans." "Wrong," Alec says. "You have to kill Frieza." Stamping out the Saiyans was only a stepping stone along the way. As with the other heaters having to now join in and carefully listening, that's when Alec went on to grab onto Gas's head by shouting, "So find the resolve to die in battle if you have to. The power I gave you has to be worth more than this pathetic showing." "Alec, come on," Maki says. "That's a little too harsh." "You don't gotta push him so hard," Oil chimes in. "Hey you," Goku shouts. "Don't force the guy like that. If he wants to fight us again, we're up for it whenever," with Alec responding, "Shut up, Saiyan. There won't be a next time for Gas." And with Goku now questioning this, he then went on to ask, what does that mean?" Until, out of nowhere from behind Alec, we only then see how a gigantic aura eruption had then occurred, with both Alec and Goku having to turn around in finding out as to what had just happened. We only then see how through the aura itself, Gas now was in fact fully healed with his horns being grown back out, but there was a significant change in his appearance, as of course he looked much older and bonier than he did before. As with everyone looking on in absolute shock, that's when Goku went on to ask, "What is up with your face?" With Alec responding, "I think you see what I mean," as it was only right then and there where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 85 then comes to a close. What Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 85 tries to capture is the essence of Goku now finally realizing what it took for Bardock to win, and for Goku to finally now realize that he's going to be using his own quote-unquote variation of Ultra Instinct, to where, similar to his father 40 years ago, Goku wants to fight to win. Goku's only motive now is to try to do the best that he possibly can in putting Gas down once and for all, only for Gas towards the end to once again, courtesy of Alec's words, become inspired enough in now having to shatter through his limits again, and from that point being shown having to exert even more of his life force than before, to now being shown aging rapidly, while at the same time now becoming even stronger than how he was before. As we kick off Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 86, with Gas now being shown having to finally complete his evolution, with Goku now being shown having to be taken back by this, as this was the last thing that Goku was expecting to come from Gas. Gas now, due to the extreme measures that he was shown going through in overexerting himself just to simply overpower Goku, had now been shown appearing as though he had been fully healed in battle, as with Alec now being shown smiling. That was when, interestingly enough, Alec had then taken it upon himself to leap on back and joining the other heaters to watch this, as we only then take a look in seeing as to how with Gas being shown having to slowly but surely raise his arm up in the air, that was when out of nowhere Goku was then shown being choked by Gas, as he was only then shown levitating his body upwards. It only now had appeared as though Gas was looking to strangle Goku to death without even touching him on top of that, as we only then take a look in seeing as to how with Goku being shown having to scream in absolute agony, you can tell that Goku was trying to do everything within his own ability to break free from this, but it appears as though despite Goku's best efforts in trying to move his body, he simply couldn't do so, because with Gas now being shown holding Goku in place, as he then went on to look up at him by smiling. It was only from there where Gas went on to then tell Goku, "Behold as your head twists clean off." Which even then, with Goku's body shown shaking as he was desperately trying to place his fingers over his forehead, the only other option for escape was for Goku to try to do his best in using instant transmission to get away, in which Goku from there had barely managed to do so, as he was then shown teleporting away from Gas. As quickly as it happened, we only then take a look in seeing as to how Goku had now appeared behind him, with Goku now being shown closing in as he was attempting to strike Gas. It was only from that point on where Gas had managed to backhand Goku so casually without even having to look at him, which not only had gone as far in stopping Goku in his own tracks, but this one casual backhand to Goku's face was actually strong and effective enough in bringing Goku nearly back down onto his knees, as he was only from there shown holding on to his bloody nose before having to look back up. The very second Goku had done so, in noticing that Gas was no longer in front of him, to Goku's horror, before he could even react, Gas was now being shown having to squat down behind him, as Gas went on to tell Goku, "It's as if every cell in my body is burning away, fueling me. A new flavor of ecstasy." In which only from there, within that very moment, Gas was then shown grabbing onto Goku's skull, and casually from there being shown throwing Goku back, as Goku was shown crashing throughout the Cerulean Forest, as the sheer difference in power between the two now was so evident that Goku was trying to do his best in maintaining himself from flying out any further, in which the very second Goku had assumed that he had escaped, it was only then shown where out of nowhere, he was then all of a sudden caught in a whirlwind-like attack, as his body was shown spinning around over and over and over again, as this too had gone in inflicting massive amounts of damage to Goku's body as Gas was looking to punish Goku. It only from here on out had appeared as though Goku had no chance in doing anything to stop Gas. It was only from that point on where Gas went on to acknowledge Goku by telling him, "You cannot escape this power of mine," as he quickly from there had carried on in firing a blast directly up at Goku. Goku was actually lucky enough in having to avoid this attack, which went on to slice right through his shirt and chest, to where from that point on, Gas was then shown firing multiple energy blasts up at Goku, to where the only other thing that Goku could do at this point was guard himself, as all of these blasts were now beginning to hit him, because with Goku now being trapped in this twister-like attack as he was being fired at from below, the heaters were shown casually observing, with the Lek being shown smiling, and with Maki and Oil having a different expression on their face. When it was all said and done, as the twister had subsided, Goku's body was then shown crashing right back down onto the ground, as with everyone now having to observe this, that's when Lek went on to ask, "See? He gets the job done once he starts trying," with Maki responding, "Okay, sure, he's winning, hooray, except something's kind of off about Gas," to where as Gas was then shown grabbing onto Goku's throat and hoisting him up above, Gas then took it upon himself to spawn literally an energy fist right in front of him that he had from there used in punching Goku square in the face, which resulted in Goku's body being shown flying out into the distance, as with the other two heaters having to observe as they themselves have now noticed that something strange was going on. It was only from that point on where Oil went on to comment, "What's with the wrinkly look? He's totally ancient," with Lek responding, "Not to worry, his power is very much intact. In fact," Lek adds, "he's stronger now than ever before." But even then, with Goku now being shown standing back up, Goku is not willing to back down, because that was when Goku went on to respond to Gas by telling him, "Your body and your power are way out of sync. My power has been liberated from my flesh," as he was only then shown kicking Goku up above. Goku from that point on had quickly gone to maintain balance, and from there being shown dashing right back down below, as we only then take a look in seeing as to how Gas had now gone in spawning two gigantic energy fists above him, as he only from there had gone in welcoming Goku's attack by dashing right back at him. It was only with Gas being shown smiling and with Goku looking very serious right before having to collide, they both from that point on had stopped in noticing a random energy blast heading right for them, as they were both from there being shown quick enough in stopping by backing up as the blast went right past them, with everyone including the heaters from that point on having to try to figure out as to where this came from. We only from that point on finally get to see how Granolah had now re-entered the fight yet again, as he was now shown fully healed but also at the same time shown huffing and puffing and trying to catch his breath. Goku at first had appeared to be very happy to see Granolah, as Goku went on to shout, "Granolah!" to whatever Lek says, gas. Cocky of him to show up again after refusing to die, in which surprisingly enough, the very second Granolah had then gone in dashing back into the fight, instead of going after Gas, Granolah from that point on had quickly gone to punch Goku in the face, which from there had left everyone speechless, especially Gas, as he was trying to figure out as to what the heck was going on. It was only from there as the leg was shown laughing where he went on to respond, haha, still holding a grudge against the Saiyans, huh? Smart choice there, Granolah. Kill him for us and maybe I'll toss you your old jobs again. As this exact comment did not go on to appease Gas at all, because with Granolah now being shown having to stand over Goku's body, that was when Granolah had gone in lifting Goku back up by responding, as I dreamt, I too heard your father's voice, he says. Now, you need to let me do what I must, Granolah adds. Are you willing to wager it all on my strength? As to even he himself was trying to figure out as to what Granolah was doing, we only then see how, to the surprise of Gas and the Heaters, how Ultra Instinct Goku and Granolah were now shown standing side by side, with Granolah at that point being shown charging up for his most powerful attack, with the leg now being shown more annoyed than ever before in assuming the position that Granolah was in fact going to help him. It was only from that point moving forward where Goku went on to tell Granolah, I'll keep Gas busy until you charge up enough power to bring him down. Thank you, Granolah says, in which the very moment Granolah had gone in leaping up towards a nearby cliffside, a furious Gas was then shown dashing right back down to Goku by shouting, not on your life! But even then, despite Gas's overwhelming power having to trump Goku, Goku from there still was shown powering up and dashing right back at Gas to distract him. We only then quickly see how Gas had gone in creating yet another massive energy fist, as he was from there shown punching Goku, with Goku barely being able to grab on and hold on for dear life. So, as a response, Goku ended up kicking Gas in what appears to also be that of a key strike, because this also went on to hurt Gas visibly so, because now Gas was angry, and now Gas was looking to turn it up even more against Goku, in which he did, because right after initially having to go as far as to spawn his first energy fist, that was when Gas had proceeded to spawn yet another energy fist along with energy legs, and continuously being shown striking Goku until he hit the ground below. That was when Gas quickly followed through by having to stomp directly down on Goku with his gigantic feet, in which literally had gone to create a massive crater with Goku now being embedded within it. But even then, Gas was now shown breathing heavy, he was bleeding from his stomach, and the very second he quickly went to turn his head in noticing as to what Granolah was up to, that was when, to Gas's horror, he had then realized exactly what Granolah was planning, as Gas went on to comment, no, how is he doing this? How does he still possess such strength? To where that was when Gas had responded by throwing an energy blast directly at Granolah, but it only appeared as though there was a shield that was now protecting Granolah, and this shield had come from none other than Goku. In a similar like fashion to how Goku had protected Vegeta, that was when Goku went on to tell Gas, guess what? Nobody's given up on beating you down. And Gas was pissed, because from there, he ended up firing even more energy blast at Goku, which had gone to rain down upon him, as Goku was shown screaming. There was nothing for him that he could have done at that point, because essentially enough, he was already in the ground. Gas was just virtually blasting him over and over and over again, until that was when Gas's body was shown having to break down little by little as he was shown shaking, as Granolah went on to respond, no, not yet. I'm not ready yet. But even despite being very exhausted, that was when Gas had gone to now redirect his attention at Granolah by telling him, what a shame. But before he could do anything to Granolah, it was only from there where, out of nowhere, Vegeta had rammed his way into the fight by headbutting Gas and throwing him off his game, which not only had resulted in both of them having to go down, but that was when Vegeta had gone to turn his head by shouting, any day now, charge up fast or else. Vegeta, oh, let's help him out, Oil Maki says, to where even the Heaters now had tried to intervene by jumping in to help Gas, but then it was almost as though hell had frozen over, because now Monaito was shown having to intervene by telling them, you're not getting past me. Listen, Maki says, no generic green old man is gonna stop us. But then before she could finish, that was when Monaito had proven himself to be actually useful in this story, because the second he had gone and sticking his arms out and putting both of them to sleep, that was when Monaito went on to comment, hypnosis is my one and only combat skill. Almost ready, Granolah? I sure am, Granolah says. I've charged up way more energy than he could possibly handle, he says. To where all the while in the meantime, we then see how Gas had managed to stand back up, but it was Vegeta who was grabbing onto him and trying to hold him in place, because the entire point of this was to have Gas remain in place for Granolah to fire his attack with. But the second Gas was then shown throwing Vegeta on over to the side, that was when Elec went on to comment, "Ha you wouldn't. Firing that blast near the ground would destroy planet Sorel, the home you hope to protect." But it was only then, as Goku had appeared to be knocked out during the course of this engagement, where Goku had managed to tap into his own subconscious, and from there being shown reigniting his massive gigantic key hologram, aka the Susanoo, as this itself had appeared now behind Gas, with Gas not even having to be aware of it. This was in fact the first time Goku had gone to do this since battling against planet Moro in the previous arc, in which the very second Gas had stopped and turning around to see this, that's when Gas went on to ask, "Well, what now?" But then, before he could do anything about it, that was when Goku's massive key hologram had gone in, grabbing onto him and holding him in place, in which during that point Gas was desperately shown trying to struggle in breaking free, but he couldn't, in which as we only then see how Goku's gigantic key hologram was then shown winding his arm back and getting ready to throw Gas, with Granolah then being shown having to charge up for his most powerful attack behind him. Goku from that point moving forward was not shown having to waste any more time, because the very second Goku's massive Susanoo-like hologram had gone in throwing Gas up in the air, Gas was from there shown being launched up so high that he almost went out of orbit, and from that point on being shown lingering above the planet as Granolah was charging up for this attack. Granolah from that moment on had known that he had Gas locked in his sights, as Granolah went on to shout, "Damn it, my eyes still damaged, my vision's all blurry. Allow me to assist with aiming," Oatmeal adds. "Oatmeal," a bit higher, Oatmeal responds. "Do it," Vegeta shouts. "Granolah, shoot!" As with Granolah finally having to lock onto his target, that's when Oatmeal went on to shout, "There! Fire!" And that was when Granolah had not wasted any more time by launching this gigantic attack up at Gas, to where as Granolah was shown putting everything, his heart, his soul, everything that made him who he was into this attack, the very second we then see how he had gone to fire this thing above, the only thing at that point that Gas could have done was look down in absolute horror, as he could do nothing to prevent this from hitting him, as with the massive explosion then seen having to rock the entire planet, we only then see how Granolah had grabbed onto Goku and Vegeta in making sure that they weren't blown away, as this attack was so powerful that virtually nobody else could have survived it, which was what Granolah was aiming for, to where finally as we then see how Maki and Oil had woken back up, that's when Maki went on to ask, "What just happened? Where's Gas?" "Has he done it?" Vegeta asks. "He sure has," Goku responds, to where even then with Oatmeal finally locking onto Gas and noticing that his body was in fact having to descend on down back onto the planet, the very moment Gas's body had then gone to hit the ground, that's when Granolah went on to tell the Heaters, "I didn't kill him. I'm not out for revenge anymore, not against anyone. But Gas will be out cold for a few days, so take him and leave. Never darken our doorstep again." Which at this point the Heaters had no other choice but to do exactly that, to where as Goku and Vegeta were then shown slowly approaching Granolah, that's when Goku went on to respond, "That was wild, Granolah. I'm sorry for everything," Granolah responds. "It's a little too late for that," Vegeta says, as we only then see how a friendship and union was born, with Gas's body shown lodged deep within a crater, as it was only then where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 86 then comes to a close. Now, you can make no mistake about the fact that without question thus far, Gas seems to be one of the most difficult oppositions that Goku and Vegeta have ever come across, and there were many elements to this manga chapter that made this fight specifically stand out, to where you can kind of almost feel for our heroes in wanting to get this over and done with by seeing Granolah go as far as to launch his most powerful attack, to see Goku actually execute his gigantic key hologram following the events of Gas's beatdown, just for the sake of working together in doing whatever it needed to take to finally put Gas down, and even going as far as to see Alec's frustrations now begin to manifest onto the surface. We only from that point on now move on to the final Dragon Dragon Ball Super manga chapter within the story of the Granolah arc, which is that of manga chapter number 87, as all three, Vegeta, Goku, and Granolah, now shown visibly exhausted. It was only from there where Goku went on to comment, "Our training wasn't enough in the end," with Vegeta responding, "What a pathetic victory, never again. I'll hone my technique until I can prove myself superior to you." Me lose to you, Goku asks? Not gonna happen. But then, as soon as they noticed Granolah collapsing on down to the ground in trying to get up, that was when Goku and Vegeta had quickly gone to rush towards his aid by asking, "What's wrong?" I'm fine. Did that final attack really take that much out of you?" Vegeta asks. "Yeah, it's a move that is fueled by my very life," Granolah says. "I'm betting it shortened my lifespan even more." "What?" Goku asks. "I only have 3 years to live. That was the price that I paid to become the strongest in the universe." "Why'd you go and do a crazy thing like that?" Goku asks. "I suppose the same applies to Gas?" "Probably," Granolah says, "though I don't know how many years he's been left with." "Granolah, let me take a look at your wounds," Monaito went on to quickly chime in. As with Monaito now being shown making his way towards Granolah in doing the best within his own ability to try to heal him, Monaito was never actually known in being a Namekian that was able to heal anyone fully until it came to the sudden shock of Monaito as he was healing Granolah during this process, where Monaito had stopped in looking at his hands as Goku went on to then comment, "What's up? Did you use your powers too much and now you can't heal?" "It's fine, just don't knock yourself out. I'll heal on my own time," Granolah responds. "That isn't it," Monaito responds. "Actually, I'm feeling like I could bring you back to full strength." To where it was only within that moment where Monaito had now gone as far as to finally do something useful within the story, and now finally being shown having to go as far as to heal Granolah fully, in which even with Granolah now being shocked by this as he went on to touch his chest and look around, it was clear as day even to the others that Granolah was now fully healed by the hands of Monaito versus having to be partially healed, to where even within that very moment with Granolah now having to acknowledge this, Monaito then begins the process of having to heal Goku, as he then followed up by doing the same thing to Vegeta. So now everyone is back to full health, everyone's strength is now fully restored, and it seemingly now appears as though everything is going according to plan, as Vegeta from there went on to comment, "It's true, my energy is restored." "Who would have thought my powers would have ripened at this age?" Monaito asks. "Maybe from all of the healing I've done lately? That's great," Goku says. "Oh, I wish I could have used this full healing power sooner." "Oh, well, it is what it is." But then, in the distance, as Alec had gone to oversee this, that was when Alec went on to comment, "How was I so off the mark? The universe's strongest? What a total scam. The joke's on me for trusting in those Dragon Balls." In which as soon as Alec's ship was then shown arriving, that was when Alec went on to respond, "Open the hatch, we're getting out of here." As the very second he had gone in making his way towards the ship, that was when Vegeta had gone and looking on over by responding, "Look, he's fleeing on his own?" "Hey, Alec," Goku shouts, "you're leaving your own family behind?" "Shut up," Alec responds, "there's no time to lose. Besides, any minute now, Gas is going to..." But it was only within that very moment, unbeknownst to our heroes while they had their back turned, where we only then see how a stray energy blast had managed to penetrate and go right through Monaito's chest, as surprisingly enough with Granolah, Vegeta, and Goku now being shown having to be caught off guard, this was the absolute last thing that either one of them had ever expected to go down, because as Monaito from there was shown getting shot off the cliff and now making his way back down onto the ground, it now became very clear to all parties there that in fact the fight was not over, because someone now decided to interject themselves once again in shooting a defenseless Monaito all while they were distracted, in which the very second all three had managed to turn their heads in looking back to see who had done this, it was only to everyone's horrifying shock to see that Gas was in fact now still alive, on top of the fact that Gas now had evolved even more so than how he did before, because not only did all of the wounds on his body heal on top of having his horns regrow, but essentially enough it looked as though Gas right now had sacrificed even more so of his lifespan to get even stronger than how he was before, more, because with Gas now being shown pointing his finger out, that's when Goku went on to shout, "Gas? But how? No more interest in revenge?" Gas asks. "Is that what you said, Granolah? Oh, how about now? Still sticking to that soft-hearted claim?" And Granolah is pissed, but Granolah has no time to fight Gas, as he then made his way towards Monaito, as the very moment Vegeta had gone as far as to jump back into Ultra Ego, with Goku now being shown jumping back into Ultra Instinct, neither of the two Saiyans were looking to waste any more time by now going out of their way to put Gas down for good, as they were both now being shown dashing directly towards Gas, with Gas being shown having to extend his arms. It was only upon having to now bring his hands closer together by using telekinesis, where Gas from there had managed to grab onto both Goku and Vegeta and smash them into one another, as neither of the two were expecting for this to happen, as Gas from there had gone as far as to knock them both back down onto the ground. It was clear as day now, despite having to be at full strength, where both Goku and Vegeta knew exactly what they needed to do, as they quickly went on to maintain balance by dashing back at Gas, as we only from there see how Ultra Instinct Goku was actually able to hit Gas with such tremendous amounts of force that he was only from there able to not only shatter Gas's horn again, but if you look closely enough, Goku had actually now managed to punch skin off of Gas's face, in which Vegeta had also from that point had gone as far as to capitalize on this, because with Vegeta also now being shown kicking Gas in the face before having to then kick him up in the air, Ultra Ego Vegeta and Ultra Instinct Goku were now being shown getting ready to unleash the Gallic Gun and the Kamehameha, with Gas's body being shown having to fly upwards, with pieces of his left face now being shown missing. It was only from that point where Gas quickly went on to stabilize himself in sticking his arms out in unleashing a gigantic blast at Goku and Vegeta, to where even they themselves, before even having the opportunity to fire the Gallic Gun and the Kamehameha, were shocked, because the blast itself, as it was beginning to emanate from Gas, was so large that it ultimately overtook Goku and Vegeta completely, and now establishing the fact that yes, despite both of them having to be fully healed and at full power now, it still appears as though that even despite all of that, Gas is still stronger than the both of them, to where as Gas was shown having to fire the attack simultaneously from there at the same time, Gas had managed to speed blitz his way through his own blast in making his way towards Goku and Vegeta, which to Gas's credit was a brilliant strategy enough to go as far as to blind them momentarily and move with such precision that neither of them were able to pick up on, because the moment Gas was then shown kicking both of them in the face, he immediately then proceeded to leap on backwards as the two were now shown dropping on down to the ground, because it was the very moment as both of them had gone to hit the pavement below, Gas ended up landing safely on the ground, as he from there went on to look on by responding, he dove right into his own energy blast, Goku says. It's like he doesn't even care about taking damage. Sheer madness, Vegeta responds. It's like we're fighting something that's already dead. Monaito, no, you can't die, Granolah shouts. It's fine, Granolah. My life should have ended 40 years ago. My only duty since then was raising you right, but you don't need me anymore. Of course I need you! Thank you, Granolah. Spending the last of my long years with you was more than I could have asked for. No! Don't give up, Granolah shouts. I can't let you die. I won't let you die! But as soon as we then go back to Goku, who was then shown having to kick Gas directly in the arm, it would only appear as though Goku's kick now had significantly damaged Gas, or at least that's how it appeared, because the very second Goku was then shown breaking away, in noticing how Gas's arm was literally now being shown falling apart, what Gas ended up doing as a response was from there being shown clinching onto his fist and punching Goku directly in the head, which subsequently enough resulted in Goku falling back, with Vegeta being shocked at the overall situation, because it didn't even appear as though anything that they were doing was beginning to work on Gas, because essentially enough, Gas was already falling apart. There were pieces of his bicep missing, there were parts of his face missing, and all the while as Gas was shown standing there in laughing in their face, we only then take a look and seeing as to how with Goku now being shown getting back up, that's when Goku went on to comment, damn, how's that arm of his still even moving. Or it's like a curse, Vegeta says. Cursed to be the strongest in the universe. Yes, good. Here we go, Elec shouts. Get them! Go on, Gas. You'll be the strongest of all up until the last second you die. Kill them! Kill, kill, kill! But then, out of nowhere, that was when his own family had then gone as far as to step forward in blocking his view as Maki went on to shout, "Quit it, Elec! Look at him! That isn't normal! Let's get out of here! This is a battle that we can put off winning!" But then, Elec quickly had gone as far as to interject by slapping Maki and telling her, "Shut up!" To where as soon as Maki was shockingly enough then shown stumbling onto oil, that's when Elec went on to continue, "I told you, there won't be a next time! Gas's lifespan is about to run out. Making him far and away the strongest in the universe meant sacrificing that much of his life." In which as soon as Gas himself had now gone as far as to overhear this while he was on top of Goku, it almost even appeared as though this was the first time that even Gas himself had now learned about this, as Gas comments, "I'm dying? Elec, that's messed up," Maki says. To where as soon as Gas had gotten up off of Goku and leaned on over into the water to see his reflection, this was in fact the first time that Gas had now visibly seen what he'd looked like, as Gas responds, "My face! Why? Stop screwing around, Gas! Kill them now! Quick! At least make yourself useful to me in your final moments, you worthless scum! Waste any more time and before we know it, he's gonna..." But then, unbeknownst to everyone from the heavens above, as he was only then shown making his way down in landing on planet Sorel, we finally then see the reintroduction of Frieza within the Dragon Ball Super manga, as there was literal silence that had echoed all around the planet as Goku, Vegeta, Granolah, Elec, Maki, Oil, and even Gas stood in absolute silence for a moment, because nobody at that point, minus Elec, could have possibly ever guessed or foreseen Frieza now making his way in arriving onto the planet itself, in which even when Gas was then shown slowly turning around and going as far as to acknowledge him, before Frieza had even taken the liberty to stand fully back up by even lifting his head, you can almost feel the fear emanating from Frieza, as Frieza went on to respond, "It's been some time, Gas." Frieza, Goku says, "Why is he here? I understand you have some business with me. What might that be?" he asks. I'm going to kill you, Gas shouts. To where as soon as Gas was then shown giving it his all in making his way towards Frieza, with Frieza being shown smiling, it was only within the blink of an eye where out of nowhere Frieza had gone as far as to now make his move, and he did this by speed blitzing right in front of Gas, and from there being shown having to completely impale him, which mind you, if you stop and pay close enough attention, Frieza is actually doing this while in his final form, so Frieza didn't even have to transform in order to get the job done, and everybody from Goku to Vegeta to Maki to Oil and to even Elec, everyone stood in absolute shock as to what they were seeing, because nobody would have ever suspected to see something like this actually happen, in which even Gas himself had no response to this, as he himself was also in a state of shock, to where by the very end, once it was all said and done with Frieza shown laughing, it was only within that very moment as Frieza had done this, where Gas's body was from there shown completely deteriorating as his skin was beginning to fall off the bone. This had now marked the official end of Gas, as his lifespan came to an end, as essentially by the very end of it, once there was nothing left outside of just skull and bones, as not a single word was uttered as this was happening, we only from there see the remnants of Gas's bones having to completely surround Frieza's body, with Frieza shown casually dusting himself off as he went about by ripping Gas apart, in which to add even more disrespect and insult to injury as Frieza was shown approaching his skull, we only from there see how Frieza had gone about by placing his foot on top of Gas's skull, and from there being shown creating enough pressure to completely smash his skull into pieces. It was very clear by now that a message was in fact sent to everybody, as even Elec himself could not believe this, with Frieza then being shown redirecting his focus in addressing Elec. That's when Frieza went on on to respond, Alec, you're the one who contacted me, so once again, I ask, what is your business with me? Gas was he just in one blow? No way, Goku says. Unless you had a legitimate reason for summoning me, Frieza continues, you're going to be quite sorry you did. We got our wires crossed, that's all, Alec responds. No business deal today, I'm afraid, so we're so very sorry. Crossed wires, huh? Let me guess, you meant to have Gas kill me. I have bad news for you then. It looks like Gas is dust in the wind. And as soon as Frieza had then gone as far as to speed blitz towards him, Alec at that point was absolutely terrified as Frieza went on to continue, I've known all about your ambitions these past 40 years. I knew, and I let you scurry around all while exploiting you for my army's benefit. No way, you knew? Why, there isn't a single thing in this universe I'm not privy to, Frieza responds. For example, the fact that the weakest of the heaters is you. To which, with even Maki and Oil having to overhear this as they themselves could not believe it, it was only within that very moment for the first time within the Granolah arc where, instead of using his gun as a means of getting the job done, Alec had gone as far as to shoot his shot in throwing the first ever punch that he did within the story, only for it to backfire with Frieza being shown casually grabbing onto his fist in responding in his own way by them being shown sticking his arm out, as Alec knew exactly what was about to happen, to where Frieza from that point on was not looking to waste any more time because with one casual blast that spelled the end of Alec, it was now official that both Gas and Alec were now destroyed by Frieza, with the dust now being shown settling on in. Maki and Oil are in absolute shock. They could not believe that Frieza had now gone as far as to do this, with both of them being shown dropping on down as Maki fainted and with Oil now being scared. Instead of now shifting his focus to both Maki and Oil, what Frieza had now done instead was, as Frieza had gone as far as to turn his head and looking out into the distance, it was only then where Frieza had gone as far as to now spot both Goku and Vegeta standing side by side, with even both Goku and Vegeta themselves looking very tense and nervous at the overall situation. It would only appear as though both of them had gone as far as to remain calm but focused at the same time, as it was only then where Frieza went on to address Goku and Vegeta by telling them, why, if it isn't you two, it seems the gang's all here. Frieza, how'd you manage to kill Gas? How, you ask? Gas had become the strongest warrior in the universe, Vegeta shouts. By all rights, he should have been far stronger than you, with Frieza responding, in this universe, you mean? Oh, of course. I've been spending some time in another dimension, you see, so perhaps I wasn't being counted as part of this universe. What other dimension, Goku asks. One of my many conquered worlds, Frieza responds. I happen to come across a chamber where time flows differently than in the outside world. A room of spirit and time, Vegeta shouts. There I was able to squeeze in 10 years worth of training. And the Saiyans are shocked as they both went on to respond, it can't be. I couldn't very well keep up losing to Saiyans my whole life, so I needed a bit of a power-up. A power-up, Goku asks? Which by no stretch of the imagination was Frieza bluffing in the slightest, because the very moment Frieza had gotten into position in getting ready to now reveal the fruits of his training spent within this realm, it was only right then and there, to the horrifying shock of both Goku and Vegeta, where Frieza had now gone as far as to reveal his brand new Ultimate Black transformation, which was the absolute last thing that our heroes needed to see, especially when having to fight off against two of the so-called strongest warriors in the universe, as with Frieza now left smiling as Goku and Vegeta are trying to process as to what they're looking at. It was just as Frieza had gone as far as to transform where Frieza went on to tell them, meet Black Frieza. Achieving this form took plenty of toll, I'll have you know. No way! And Frieza was not bluffing, because the very second Black Frieza had then gone out of his way in dashing directly towards Goku and Vegeta, Goku and Vegeta were left with no other choice than to now use Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego as a means of countering Black Frieza, but with how fast Black Frieza was seemingly traveling, it almost appeared as though our heroes were not able to keep up because Frieza at that point knew that he had the upper hand, because the second he from there managed to get in between them and from there being shown having to strike them both in the stomach, Frieza from that point made sure to connect a very heavy shot that ultimately had gone as far as to now demonstrate the difference between them in literally one-shotting both of them, as both Goku and Vegeta did not see Frieza coming, because right after initially having to connect with these strikes and making his way back down onto the ground, by the time Frieza had gone as far as to even turn around, Goku and Vegeta were in absolute pain, and from there also now being shown having to go as far as to knock them out of both Ultra Ego and Ultra Instinct, to where, mind you, we're not talking about a partially healed Goku and Vegeta. No, in fact, they were both fully healed before Frieza had initiated, to where even from there, with Frieza now being shown having to revert back down to his base final form, it was only as Goku and Vegeta were laying there where Frieza went on to comment, "While you two were having fun on this puny planet, I managed to surpass you." And the moment Frieza's ship had arrived, that's when he went on to continue, "But I came here in pursuit of a different target, so I'll let the two of you off easy today." But even then, with Frieza shown leaving, he then went on to spot Maki and Oil by telling them, "You two, you wouldn't happen to have any plans after all of this? As it happens, my ship could use a cook and a waiter." "Whoa, we'll take the jobs, please, and thanks," Maki says. "Yes, follow me," he says. "Yes, sir." In which, sinisterly enough, with Frieza now being shown leaving with Maki and Oil, Goku and Vegeta were now finally shown standing back up as they were trying to do their best in catching their breath, as despite the overall situation with everything that just went down, Granolah stood loyal next to Monaito and did not leave his side despite what had just happened. It was only from there where both Goku and Vegeta had gone as far as to see this, with Goku having to respond, "Is Monaito gonna make it? Oh, it's bad. He's not breathing," Granolah says. As despite Granolah's best efforts in trying to do the best that he can to do anything that he possibly could to bring Monaito back to life, as Monaito's body laid there, it was only from out of nowhere all of a sudden Monaito's eyes just suddenly shot open, to where nobody had understood as to what had just happened, because Monaito had in fact died. But now all of a sudden Monaito is sitting up, Granolah is also now putting this into question, and before you know it, as soon as both Goku and Vegeta had gone as far as to turn their heads, the individual that was responsible in bringing Monaito back to life was none other than Whis, as with everyone shocked and not believing that Whis had now arrived on planet Sorel, it was only from there where Whis went on to respond, "This one seemed to be a friend of yours, Goku, so just this once as a special favor," he says. "Wow, thanks, Whis." "I see. It's finally over. It was a little too close for comfort this time." "Who's this?" Monaito asks. "Whis. An angel," Vegeta responds. "An angel? Might I ask for the two of you to return with me straight away?" Whis says. "Lord Beerus can't figure out how to make instant soup." Sure," Goku says. Just pour boiling water into it. Done." "Hey, do you want to come train with us on Lord Beerus's planet, Granolah?" With Granolah responding, "I'll have to decline. I've made a mess of this planet, so I need to fix the damage with the Dragon Balls." "That's right," Monaito responds. "Then I'll seal them away for good. This planet doesn't need them anymore anyway." "Oh, okay," Goku says. "That's a shame, but it's your choice. In that case, you'll be wanting this," Vegeta goes on to tell Granolah. "What is this?" With Vegeta responding, "The radar Maki dropped earlier. It'll trivialize your search for the Dragon Balls." "Oh, that'll help us for sure. Thanks," Granolah says. "Oh, well, I guess we're heading out, Vegeta." But that's when Monaito went on to tell Goku, "Hang on, son of Bardock. You can't forget this." To which, as soon as Goku was from there shown extending his hand and taking the scouter that Monaito had now given him, Goku from that point was shown curiously staring at the scouter screen and now seeing Bardock's face, his father, for the first time, which is a very subtle moment for someone like Goku to finally realize what his dad actually looked like, to where even though they are identical, this was a very important moment for Goku, only because now he finally had the opportunity to see what his father looked like. Goku's immediate response upon having to see this was to smile, as Whis went on to comment, "Well, shall we?" "Yeah," Goku says. "See you around, Granolah." Monaito, "Thanks for everything, son Goku and Vegeta. Come visit Earth if the urge hits to do battle with a Saiyan," Vegeta says. "I welcome the challenge." "Sure, but I'll be sure to win this time," Granolah says. That's a good attitude, Vegeta responds. Well, off we go then. Farewell, new friends. In which the very moment Whis, Goku, and Vegeta had now made their way off of planet Sorel and now making their way onto Beerus's planet, it was only from there where Goku went on to then ask Whis, you know, the Oracle Fish mentioned the strongest warrior in the universe. Was it actually talking about Frieza? Perhaps, Whis responds, or maybe the strongest warrior emerged elsewhere in our universe. Really? I guess I'd better get back to training. Wonderful, Whis responds. I expect you to put in the effort. After we help with Beerus, of course, that is. To where it was only from there, with our heroes now finally being shown having to leave planet Sorel, it was only right then and there during that moment where Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 87 then concludes the Granolah arc. Now, despite one's overall bias in feeling the way they feel about the Granolah arc, there were undoubtedly many things that the Granolah the Survivor arc had done well, but at the same time, there were also many things that the arc had fumbled on and fully having to execute in a proper way, because from start to finish, when looking at the overall narrative, the Granolah the Survivor arc was mainly focused on expanding the overall narrative of not only characters such as Goku and Vegeta in seeing their evolution throughout the story, but the arc itself primarily focused more on Granolah himself, more so than anybody else, in not only telling the tale of revenge, sorrow, retribution, and creating more depth for the overall character himself and giving him that much more of a reason for many people to look at Granolah as a character objectively to say that they sympathize with the character and they kind of understand as to where he was coming from. But there were many tropes about this arc, such as the overall progression of the transformations from characters like Goku and Vegeta, that ultimately felt as though they led to absolutely nothing, considering the overall fact with Ultra Ego being the first new transformation introduced within the arc. It almost kind of felt as though it wasn't needed, because even though Ultra Ego Vegeta versus Granolah was a really enjoyable and fun fight, as a lot of people had at the time originally assumed that Vegeta was going to get the victory over Granolah, it was ultimately a letdown for the concept and utilization of Ultra Ego, only for Granolah to kind of bounce back in making Ultra Ego seem as though it really wasn't that big of a deal or important to begin with, which is why I feel as though Ultra Ego could have been executed in this arc a lot better than what we've seen, which also includes early on the concept of bringing in Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku, only to kind of see Goku battle against a clone for the original to then step in one-shotting Goku in the heart and nearly killing him, in later having to see Goku bounce back within the battle against Granolah and even against Gas, only to be shown using Super Saiyan Blue and nothing more for X amount of time, was a really big letdown, only because in the arc prior we understood that at the time Goku had definitively mastered Ultra Instinct courtesy of his training with Maris, which was a proxy even confirmed by Whis to suggest that yes, even though Goku had mastered Ultra Instinct, there were still many levels introduced in this arc that the Angels have that hone Ultra Instinct better than how Goku is honing it currently right now, in being at the very bottom of the ladder with the Grand Priest, being at the very top of being able to wield Ultra Instinct better than any other angel or mortal being that seemingly may possess the power and technique of that of Ultra Instinct. But in this arc here, we really didn't get to see much of that, which was a real letdown. However, the overall battles itself involving Super Saiyan God Goku versus Granolah, Super Saiyan Blue Goku versus Granolah, Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku versus Granolah's clone, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta versus Granolah, Ultra Ego Vegeta versus Granolah, Gas versus Granolah, Full Powered Granolah versus Gas, Super Saiyan Blue Goku versus Gas. The fights itself, I would argue to say, were very intense and very long drawn out, which if you stop and pay attention to each individual battle as they were all seemingly different in nature in how Granolah approached each situation, which is what I believe made the arc that much more enjoyable, because when you look at concepts such as Goku versus Granolah and compare that to Vegeta versus Granolah, objectively speaking, both of these fights took very different approaches in how they were handled, in being that much more different than how they were the same, which is why it goes without question that the fights in this arc were very well handled and very much well enjoyed by the fandom as the story had progressed, which at the same time, despite there being a secondary identical wish in making Gas the new strongest of Universe 7, what I found to be more interesting about Gas than any other individual presently there was the overall concept and idea that Gas simply wasn't a regular warrior, but instead he was a weapon-wielding, weapon-crafting warrior in being able to spawn literally any any weapon that he wanted, in further having to use that in battle by spawning swords and mallets, chains, and spears, which as a whole did make Gas stand out that much more by comparison to Goku and Vegeta and even Granolah. But even then, despite Gas having to be unique and different, the one takeaway from his character was seeing Alec literally replicate the wish that Granolah had made onto himself, in thus at the time making Gas the new mightiest within Universe 7, which again, for me personally, when looking at this from a subjective point of view, is a huge takeaway within the Dragon Ball Super story, because despite the level of effort and the amount of training that one individual or said individuals like Goku and Vegeta could go through, it only then proves to be irrelevant at the end of the day, because all someone else needs to do is either gather the Earth's Dragon Balls, gather the Namekian Dragon Balls, gather the Cerealian Dragon Balls, or even gather the Super Dragon Balls, and from there just simply wish to become either the mightiest or strongest within one universe, or perhaps maybe even within the entire multiverse as a whole, which again, as illustrated prior, kind of goes on to devalue the level of training that one person could end up going through, because even if said individuals were to go through 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years of training, it wouldn't really matter at the end of the day, because through a means of a sacrifice, all one would need to do is, in this case here, gather the Cerealian Dragon Balls and just simply wish to be stronger than that one individual that had put in all of that time, effort, energy, and sacrifice in being who they are, only for you now to step in, wish to become the strongest, and that's essentially it. So one of the more better examples to this as to having characters actually earn their power were characters like Frieza, who this entire time we found out was spending 10 years, aka 10 days outside in the real world, inside the hyperbolic time chamber to train in unlocking a brand new black transformation, in which undoubtedly there were lots of ups and lots of downs for this arc. But what I want to know from you guys down the comment section below are 3 specific things, that being number 1, on a rating scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being absolutely garbage and mediocre and with 5 being phenomenal, where exactly would you guys rank the entirety of the Granolah arc from a rating scale of 1 to 5? Question number 2 is, when looking at all of the Dragon Ball Super manga arcs thus far, where would you guys place the Granolah arc by comparison to the Tournament of Power, the Goku Black arc, the Universe 6 versus Universe 7 tournament, and even the Moro arc? And lastly, what were some of your favorite and most disliked moments from the entirety of this arc? Again, I do want to thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for your time, to where if of course you guys just so happen to have enjoyed, then be sure to head on down below and give this video a big fat thumbs up right now by smashing that like button. Also, if you just so happen to be new to the channel and of course love Dragon Ball and anime, then I do encourage you guys to head on over and smash that subscribe button and turn on all notifications by clicking on the bell icon. That way you guys never miss a single video that is posted onto the channel. Be sure to also support us on Patreon if you guys want to see more of these videos, including get access to fan mangas, soundtracks, and so much more. Patreon.com/UnrealEntGaming. That link will also be located down in the description box and pinned comment section below. Again, I do want to thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for your time. And with that being said, I will be seeing each and every single one of you down the comment section below and in the next video. Take it easy, guys, and have a great day. Peace.
Hello. Did you know that you can stay up to date with the latest Dragon Ball content by simply subscribing to UnrealEntGaming?
Also, don't forget to follow on these social media platforms, you sexy son of a bitch.
Roshi.
Silent Cell, me and the fans are having a moment. That's right. I know what you want. Extra long, thick Dragon Ball content. Quality reviews with flawless editing. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? You dirty bitch.
Roshi, the fuck?
God damn it, I need them to subscribe, Cell.
And we're demonetized.
Yeah, screw it. Let's cut to the video.